Morning, colleagues. Hope that you've all had a restful evening and welcome. It's a beautiful day here in Santiago. We're going to get started in just about 2 minutes. So feel free to take your seats, get comfortable, and we'll be starting in a minute. Anyway, so good morning, everyone. Hope that you've had a really restful evening and welcome to this beautiful second day of the international. I'll look at our official title, the IFMS conference. It's wonderful to be with you. My name is Coco Warner. I'll be moderating this plenary, which is plenary 3. So I'd like to welcome all of you as dignitaries and officials and experts in your fields, as well as all of our hundreds of participants online. I understand that we have 200 plus people in this room, and then about double that number online. It's really exciting that we have this momentum and this network of all of you working together. Plenary 3 is looking at impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and other shocks, and what lessons we've learned about data that relates to migrants and migration. This is a super exciting moment for us because although the pandemic is still going and it's still running our course, we're so keen to hear from all of you and our amazing panel. What lessons have you learned about statistics, data gathering, data management? And one of the reasons why this is so important is because our lived experience in the past 3 years since all of you convened last in Cairo has shown us that we are facing multiple shocks and trouble and struggles. And decision makers across the world are, of course, looking to official statistics and other reliable sources of data to figure out how we navigate these challenges: pandemic, food insecurity, climate change, political turbulence. And again, data has the potential, and many of you are actually showing us how data can inform evidence-based and appropriate action that helps people. So with that, let me quickly introduce our panel, and I'll give you an orientation, then we'll get right started. So I said amazing panelists, and it really is the case. Some of you met yesterday, but let me quickly introduce Michael Arhija, who is with the Food and Agricultural Organization. We're really looking forward to hearing from you about your important work related to this topic. Online, we're joined by Dr. Ines Campos Matos. Ines is the Deputy Director for Inclusion Health, Office for Health Improvement and Disparities in the UK Department of Health and Social Care. Hi, Ines, we'll be with you in just a minute. Of course, Simone, we met you yesterday. As all of you know, Simone is Chief of the Latin American and Caribbean Demographic Center at UN, here at UN ECLAC. And then we have, again online, Professor Kaivan Bozog-Mer. I hope that I've said your name correctly. This professor is the head of the section on health equity studies and migration at the University Hospital in Heidelberg. So we'll be tuning you in virtually. What are the objectives of this session? I previewed them in just a minute ago. Would really like to hear from you from a UN perspective, which is a bit more regional and global, and of course the national experiences, gathering data in the pandemic. We know from those of you who have been working on census, the pandemic was really challenging and interrupted some of your data collection methods. It's also been an incredible time of innovation. So would love to hear, as much as you feel you can be candid, what has worked well, what have you done differently, but also what's been challenging, because we'll only learn from sharing each other's practices and experiences. So with that, Michael, maybe we can turn to you, and each one of our panelists will have about 5 minutes to share some of their top line thoughts. And then after that, we'll have a panel discussion, and rounding out, we'll bring in some of your questions from the audience. So Michael, turning to you, we're really curious to hear what's your experience been. And of course, with Food and Agriculture Organization, you're such deep specialists when it comes to food security and agriculture, and that, of course, crisscrosses across migrants and migration. Please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Coco. Again, my name is Michael Rahia, and I'm the regional statistician for FAO, stationed here in Santiago, Chile. I have to admit that my expertise lies more in agricultural census and surveys and food security type work than migration data. But I'm grateful also for the support I received from my colleagues, Cristina Rapone and FAO's Inclusive Rural Transformation Gender Equity Division in Rome, and our colleague, Georgia Prati. So what I would like to discuss today a little bit is the focus of impacts of overlapping crises: climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and food insecurity on migration, particularly amongst rural populations. So these crises, as we know, have catalyzed changes in migration, particularly among rural populations, and highlighted existing data gaps. that are desperately needed for developing government policies and interventions. So as we know, rural populations are particularly vulnerable to climate change because of their reliance on agriculture and the environment for their livelihoods. In culmination with other factors, climate shapes migration patterns, contributing to pushing people out of rural areas, as well as altering existing migration patterns. At the same time, the COVID-19 pandemic associated policy measures have caused a reverse trend in migration, internal migration in some countries from urban to rural areas. And this puts an extra burden on already underfunded local governments and has disrupted household income and livelihood sources in these rural populations, with implications for food security. According to FAO in 2021, the pandemic resulted in a significant increase in food insecurity and nutrition, especially in developing countries. However, policy narratives tend to focus, for climate-related migration anyway, tend to focus around international migration, but most climate-related migration takes place within countries. According to the 5th IPC report, most climate-related migration is internal, and according to the 2021 Groundswell report by the World Bank, without early climate and development action, up to 216 million people could be compelled to move within their own countries. And this, of course, is in response to phenomenon like sea level rises, extreme weather events, changes in precipitation and temperature. Despite these dynamics changing the movement of rural populations, unfortunately, few countries in the world actually collect data on internal migration. And those that do tend to use population housing census data, of course, which only comes around every 10 years. And this creates a significant data gap, which undermines informed decision-making. Furthermore, due to the focus on international migration, data on migrant stocks, which is collected, tend not to be disaggregable for urban and rural areas. And they don't analyze, or they're not capable of being used to analyze the drivers of migration and its impact on rural livelihoods. Another technical issue for agricultural surveys is that agricultural surveys are, their design is to measure agricultural production, and their sampling design is not meant to yield representative statistics on people, no? So this is one of the reasons, one of the technical challenges of trying to collect data through an agricultural survey on things like migration. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated this data gap, of course, particularly amongst data sources that cover rural populations. According to our colleagues, well, in 2020, only one country in Latin American region, Mexico, succeeded in carrying out a population housing census. And many of the censuses that were postponed to 2021 were eventually postponed to 2022 and 2023. According to a survey that we conducted in FAO on agricultural censuses, 65% of countries in the world reported a delay, postponement, or cancellation of their agricultural censuses due to the pandemic. And furthermore, according to the survey carried out by the Intersecretariat Working Group for Household Surveys, nearly half of the 122 countries that were that replied to the survey had to either postpone, skip waves, or stop indefinitely their income and expenditure surveys. However, as Coco kind of alluded, and I guess what was discussed yesterday, I was not able to attend, is that necessity is the mother of invention, and COVID-19 crisis did catalyze the adoption of new methods and tools in some countries for collecting data remotely, especially for food security and household surveys. So two examples from this region, two good examples are in the case of Chile. During 2020, Chile incorporated the Food Insecurity Experience Scale in their national level COVID-19 survey to monitor the impact of the pandemic on food security and guide their policies and interventions during the pandemic. Furthermore, after postponing their agricultural census because of the pandemic, Chile successfully incorporated mixed mode interviewing into their agricultural census for the first time, allowing farmers to register online to respond to the census questionnaire, as well as doing interviews face-to-face. Also, in the case of monitoring food security during the pandemic, there were good examples from Costa Rica and Paraguay, both which incorporated food security modules into their national household surveys, also taking advantage of using mixed mode methodology and doing some interviews remotely by telephone. In conclusion, from our perspective in FAO, supporting governments and national statistical offices and better integrating agriculture, food security, climate change, and migration data is crucial for understanding and addressing the impacts of migration on agricultural and food security, as well as the impacts of climate change on migration. Better data would facilitate, including improving anticipatory action to prevent displacement, strengthen climate adaptation in areas affected by migration, support places of transit and destination of migrants, and integrate migration considerations into climate adaptation and agricultural planning. So in my opinion, in the short run, this starts with integrating already existing data sources, which means integrating data from agricultural surveys as well as household surveys, and also integrating with climate data and other environmental variables that we can take from remote sense data, such as satellite imagery. As well as in agriculture, many times we do have some administrative reporting systems that can be used also to generate low levels of information. However, looking forward to the future, the idea would be to develop new survey programs or improve the existing programs to better facilitate the integration of these data sources. So this includes some approaches, for example, by the 50 by 2030 project, which is a project managed by the World Bank, FAO, and IFAD, which proposes an agricultural survey program, which every few years supplements the agricultural sample with a representative sample of rural households, which would facilitate collecting more detailed data on livelihoods of rural households. This is our recommendation for the medium and the long term. And thank you very much for the time of today. Thanks.
That was fascinating. Thank you, Michael. It's just so encouraging to hear those very specific recommendations and ideas about ways forward, and also really intriguing the experiences that I was trying to keep up with your notes. And you mentioned half a dozen countries who in the past couple of years have integrated different types of data collection into household surveys. You mentioned mixed mode, and 3 of those 6 examples, or maybe it was more. Really interesting. Would love to hear more in our discussion what's gone well, where the challenges have been, and what would need to happen next. That's just terrific. Now we'll turn our attention from this amazing world of agriculture and food security and how that's working with national statistics offices to you, Ines Campos Matos, who are online. And I wonder if we have you. As I mentioned, Ines has been working on migrants' primary care, and we're really curious about your experiences through the past 3 years. Of course, COVID has probably really dominated some of your work. Ines, would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Coco. Can I just check that you can hear me and see me okay?
We can.
Okay, and I would love to share some slides, so I'm just going to attempt to do that now. So if you could just confirm whether you can see that and it is full screen.
Our tech support is perfect. We see it really nicely. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for having me. I am so very sorry that I can't be in Santiago today, but unfortunately for personal circumstances, I've had to do this from the UK. I am going to very briefly tell you a little bit about 2 pieces of work that we did that I would describe as creative ways to look at migrant health data, and that have allowed us to understand a little bit more about migrants' healthcare use during the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic on this. So the first one is focused on migrants' primary care utilization, and it essentially uses algorithms to identify migrants in data sets, whereas the second uses more linkage data. That I'll get on to that. I think it's important to just start with the very brief context. We know broadly how migrants utilize primary healthcare in the UK, but we don't really know how the pandemic, or didn't really know how the pandemic had affected this. And it's important also to note that when a person goes to the doctor in the UK, they are asked a lot of questions, but they are not asked about their immigration status. So they may be asked in which country they were born. They may ask whether they speak other languages or whether they need translation or interpretation support, but we do not directly collect that information about migrants. Hence, the need for these creative approaches to identify migrants in electronic health records. So the aim of this particular one was to look at primary care use before and after the pandemic in migrants and non-migrants. And so what we did was we took the regularly collected national data sources. One is called CPRD Gold. Essentially, it collects information from primary care doctors in the community about a third of them in the country. And we took data that is already also regularly collected by the Office for National Statistics, particularly around deprivation. And then we tried to identify migrants in the first data set. And how did we do this? So we looked at the data that we had, and we classified people as to whether they were definitively migrants, probably migrants, or possibly migrants. And so, for example, people who had information on country of birth, and that was outside of the UK, or had any information about their visa status, we classified as definite migrants. If a person had some sort of, if their main language was not English and there was a code for that, we considered this person was a probable migrant. Although obviously, as you will know, a person might not have English as the first language and not be a migrant. So we consider them probable. And finally, there are some more vague codes that classify a person as non-UK origin, but because we're not very confident about how these codes are used by primary care practitioners, we classified these as possible migrants. So this allowed us a more delicate or a more nuanced approach to the data that we had. Our outcome was consultation, so we were interested in seeing how much people used primary care and comparing migrants to non-migrants, and we managed to match people on key characteristics such as age, sex, and region where they live in the UK. And we did a controlled interrupted time series to do this. And so I'm just going to show you two charts to show you the main things that we found. So on this one, if you focus on the red little squares, what we look at that, what we see there are rate ratios of migrants versus non-migrant consultation rates. This is only before the pandemic. And what these show, because they are under one, is that migrants were utilized healthcare less than non-migrants. The red dots are referring to England as a whole. We did a sub-analysis only to look at London because London has a very, very different demographic and a very large proportion of people who live in London are born abroad. And we noticed there that it was the inverse of what we found for the rest of the country. So we found that more migrants or migrants used primary care more than non-migrants. This is, yeah, so that shows the difference between London and the rest of England. And then the other key thing we looked at was pre and post pandemic. So I'm going to ask you to focus, if you can, just on the top charts there. And what that shows is between 2019 until the end of 2020, the consultation rates for non-migrants in red and for migrants in blue or green. And as you can see, throughout this whole period, in 2019 and 2020, non-migrants, so people who were born here in the UK, used primary care more than migrants. So migrants always had a lower consultation rate, although the ups and downs are very similar, but they were always lower. But what we see is after the beginning of the pandemic, so about mid-2020, we see a big increase in that difference. So the inequality, what we consider, or how we would interpret this, is that inequality in utilization of primary care increased after the pandemic. And just out of curiosity, the bottom chart there shows the same, so weekly consultation rates for non-migrants and migrants, but particularly only looking at telephone consultations. And so this, we know, also happened in many other countries. The number of telephone consultations was very low up until the pandemic, and it increased for everyone after the pandemic. But again, the inequality seems to be there as well. So non-migrants seem to use telephone consultations a lot more than migrants. And finally, in the middle, we see exactly the same, but for face-to-face consultations, and the picture is very similar. Migrants always have lower utilization rates, and this difference increased after the pandemic. And I don't have a slide for the next one, but I think it's just worth showing in the context of this and of creative ways. Let me just stop sharing. Of looking at data that might not be collected the way that we ideally would want to inform policy and practice. Another approach we have taken is linkage. So we looked at immigration records and healthcare records to, again, identify migrants in our electronic health data sources. And we have managed from that to assess vaccination rates for COVID among migrants and non-migrants in the UK. And because this was immigration data, we can in fact look at refugees particularly, for example, and other groups of migrants, such as people who come join family or people who come here to work or to study. And that has yielded very, very interesting results that are about to be published. So that's my presentation. I am obviously not responsible for all of this work, so I just want to thank Claire Zhang and Rachel Burns, who did most of the work that I am very, very honoured to be able to present here today. Thank you for your time.
Ines, thank you so much. And I hope that you hold on and endure with us throughout this whole session, because I think looking around the room, this is very exciting. And I see people sitting up and wanting to ask some questions later. Ines, there were a couple of things that stood out to me right here at the end. You picked up a strand that Michael had mentioned, and that is what kinds of methods and approaches are you using to link different data sources, and what are some of the ins and outs of that? And I hope that we can come back to that, because I think we're hearing some really interesting potential and insights. And there may be things, maybe you all have advice about what to avoid or what to try out more. Something else that you said that I found personally kind of interesting and fascinating was insights about the development outcomes. We're here at CEPAL, the United Nations, and our joint aspirations towards sustainable development is probably something that unites all of us here. And you've given us an idea of how can data help us understand, are we helping people? How are they doing? What could we do better to inform those who really have the capacity or the job to help deliver services like health? That's so critical. So thank you, first of all, for those insights. We're going to circle back. And now, Simona, would like to swing to you. How has the pandemic been in the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, and particularly from your perspective with the Population and Development Division?
Thank you, Coco. In these first few minutes, I'd like indeed to share a few thoughts about the impact of the pandemic on migration and migrants in Latin America and the Caribbean, and then hopefully during the panel discussion to get a bit more in depth into the impact on the population censuses, on which we work a lot from CELADE, the Population Division, providing technical assistance to countries of the region. On the basis of existing evidence, the pandemic has had a huge impact on migration and migrant persons. Latin America in general has been one of the worst hit regions in the world in terms of the pandemic. Just let me say that in terms of years of life expectancy lost between 2019 and 2021, in Latin America, we lost 2.9 years, which was the highest rate in the world. Then we are talking here at the ECLAC, not just about the pandemic, but about overlapping crises, because we got the pandemic, we got the effects of the war in Ukraine, and then we have the structural problems of the regions connected much to gaps and inequalities. Last year, we had very high inflation, more than 7%, slow economic growth, high unemployment. Also, about almost 1/3 of the population lived under the poverty line, and obviously hunger and inequality. Added to that we had and we are still having social unrest, political polarizations, countries with high level of violence, and compounded to the socioeconomic problems, the effects of climate change, environmental degradation, right? And the loss of biodiversity. So it's obvious that all these factors compounded potentially will increase migration flows in the region, because in Latin America and all over the world, the first reason to move is to find better work opportunities and satisfy basic needs. Now, evidence about the effects of the pandemic on migrants is not so widespread. Indeed, it was very nice to hear the experience and the study in the UK on access to health. But from the evidence we have, we can say that migrants were among the most hit, and this is because of their vulnerability. We all know that when they get to a country, they have worst access to social services, health, education, social protection, and also they have less family networks. Indeed, we notice variations between countries in access to vaccination or to the cash and in-kind transfers provided by Latin American governments during the pandemic that were key to sustain basic needs. For instance, a survey of migrants in Chile conducted last year showed that it was not so bad. About 73% of migrants could access the emergency cash transfer, but it compared to 85% for the general population. Then we observe, unfortunately, discrimination, xenophobia, racism. At the time when migrants were key to sustain life during the pandemic, they are occupied in essential services. And just to give you an example, the National Employment Survey of Chile for the June to August period in 2020 shows that 49% of occupied persons in domestic service in the metropolitan region were migrants. So about half of domestic service was provided by migrant women mostly. And then not only migrants contributed to the receiving countries, but also they sent a lot of money to their countries of origins, and remittances actually increased during the pandemic. In 2022, $142 billion were transferred to LAC countries, an increase of 9% compared to the previous year. So then, as I said, a big impact in terms of statistics was on the population round, or basically all countries except, say, Mexico, that in 2020 had already started its census. Almost all countries had to postpone, and we can get to more into detail about that impact. But why is census data important? Because after all, it's the most comparable data that allows us, for instance, to show data like that on intra-regional migration. And an interesting finding for Latin America is that although the rate of intra-regional migration is one of the lowest in the world, you see in 2020, it was 26% because most migrants go to the United States. Still, we have experienced in the last 20 years the highest rate of growth, 72%. And this has been discussed these days according to the estimates and projections of the United Nations World Population Prospects. Much of that was due to the flows of migrants from Venezuela. But as you can see here, also an interesting finding is that migration, this is the net rate of migration, right? Number of migrants per 1,000 people. The peak was in 2018, but then the estimates show that migration has sort of decreased, and actually from 2022 onwards, the projections show a return of migrant persons to Venezuela. And the experience of migration was obviously impacted by border closings that then in Latin America turned into restrictions and then openness. But during the restriction, like when we had border closing, still flows continued. Say Central American continued to move northward, and the flow of Venezuelan continued. What stalled really was the regular movements. So that's why in Latin America, we talked a lot about mixed flows of migrants, irregular migration, especially in transit to the US. And it has been talked a lot these days, the flows through the Darien Gap. Mr. Vitorino in the opening mentioned the 250,000 irregular entries through Darien, and also important flows in the frontier between Bolivia and Chile, which is at high altitude. So these are areas where really migrants are risking their life, and unfortunately, very often they lose their life. So, and this affects also women, children, and the elderly. And in terms of data, on the left, a chart prepared by IOM on the basis of data from the Panamanian Service for Migration, and it shows transit through the Darien Gap by month. And as you can see, the 250,000 people that went through Darien means a big increase with respect to 2021. And then on the right-hand side, again, a chart prepared by IOM on the basis of the US Custom and Border Protection, showing encounters in the southwest border of the US, and more than 2 million encounters, right? With a slight increase compared to 2021, and 6% of those encounters were children. Okay, so the issue of children traveling alone. So in conclusion, very simple points, the generic but obvious message that gathers us all here: we need to strengthen information system and data production to have this evidence to show the reality of migrants, and then impact with appropriate policies, which are, for instance, to regularize the migrant population, to prevent discrimination, xenophobia, racism, recognize the contribution of migrants to development. OECD in the opening also mentioned that, including migrants in the coverage of health and social services. And finally, migration is not a problem of a single country. We need to strengthen regional coordination and promote the global compact on safe, orderly, and regular migration. Thank you.
A high compliment to you. I was looking around the room, and many of us, like me, have our laptops open or phones. And I was doing a visual survey, and people were not looking at their phones and laptops. They were glued to your information presented here. Simone, thank you so much. I think if you were reading my handwritten notes here, one thing that I circled was heart of resilience. In the first moments, and just to explain, in the first couple of minutes of sharing your thoughts, you really emphasized the role that in this really difficult couple of years in the pandemic, when so many people were facing lockdown and changes in employment and all of these things, migrant remittances to their families often, I'm assuming, or communities, provided a source of resilience. And you also pointed out that you're seeing reflections in the data that migrants, and Ines, you had pointed this out as well, that migrants don't always have the same access to other types of services that are so important. What I found interesting about this is that for this community here, you help everybody else get a little bit better information, or a lot better information, about what really makes our societies function. And that tends to be those supports that we give to one another in difficult situations. Now, there's way more that you could say about this, but given the context that we're experiencing right now in the world, and you mentioned them so beautifully: food, economic instability, health, pandemic, political differences of opinion, shall we say. What are those roles that migrants play as part of those essential support functions that really underpin our resilience? I found that really interesting. Would love to hear more. And what does it take for data to help give a better picture, a better full picture of the role of migrants, who are often vulnerable, but also incredibly resilient and providing a source of sustenance for their families and communities? Thank you. Would like to now go online to our last panelist. And we have Kaivan who's joining us. Kaivan, are you there?
I am there, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, please.
Excellent. Thank you for the very kind introduction and for the invitation to this forum. And thanks to the fellow panelists who have perfectly prepared the space for me to add on this field. And I would like to share a presentation. And if you could just confirm that you can see the PowerPoint slides now. Can you see the PowerPoint slides?
Yep, we can see it.
Excellent, thank you. So what I'm going to share now in this presentation is preliminary results of an ongoing work that we have conducted as collaboration between the section of Health Equity Studies of Heidelberg University Hospital, the School of Public Health, Bielefeld University, and the IOM Migrant Health Division about COVID-19 in migrants, refugees, and internally displaced populations. What we have done is to map the empirical literature globally with the rationale that we know, and from the early phases of the pandemic, that migrants are at higher risk, and that the COVID-19 pandemic has basically increased social and health inequalities and shed light on them. But the problem is, and has been actually, that usually the health systems fail to really provide timely information on this heterogeneous group among the populations. So we aim to actually map the landscape of the empirical literature to give a picture of the COVID-19 infection risk, transmission outcomes, and also vaccination coverage among migrant populations worldwide, to see how large are these inequalities actually, and what's the scope of these inequalities that we are talking about. So we followed the methodology of a systematic review. I'm not going into the details, but we primarily picked the eminent WHO database, which covers a lot of other databases on this topic, and searched systematically the global literature covering in the time until end of 2021, including English, German, and Spanish reports, and followed a systematic approach based on inclusion criteria that we previously defined on the population, on the outcomes of interest related to the pandemic, and on the most important criteria that it should be an empirical piece of paper to be included. So what we found basically were a total of 240 studies that were skewed primarily towards high income countries. This is what you see here on the right side or on the left side of the picture, depending on the view. And also primarily concerned with quantitative methods and less with other methods such as qualitative methods. And most of the studies looked at migrants, referring to them as international migrants, and using a lot of diverse indicators ranging from country of birth, nationality, but also language proficiency to identify this group. So that was a huge diversity. And then we had some more legal terms like refugees or asylum seekers, but also sectors like migrant workers or international students that were part of the empirical landscape. And obviously we were very open in the outcomes to be included. So this also reflects what we have found in the map. So most of the studies looked at epidemiological issues, risk of infection, risk of transmission, and some health outcomes of acquiring COVID and health outcomes of disease. But some others also looked at mental health issues. Only very few studies, and this is really astonishing, provided empirical data on vaccination coverage. So we had only 7 studies. And there were also some studies that then provided information on the effects of pandemic measures. So we refer to now to lockdown measures, but it actually refers to any type of measure implemented to control the spread and transmission of the pandemic. Okay, so that's a lot of information. I'm just going to zoom into 2 spots. I know we're on a forum on migration statistics, but just to give you a snapshot information on the qualitative insights, we had 44 studies that provided qualitative, high quality empirical evidence on the relation between the pandemic and the differentials in exposures at different level. So we had this overarching framework that we then populated with these qualitative insights, giving us information on the differential exposure at individual, community, and also macro societal level, here to the right, which then led to differential risks, again at different levels, ranging from the individual to the societal level, and then unfolded, obviously, a differential impact depending on the respective level. And the qualitative evidence was very rich to give insights into the bigger picture of how the pandemic unfolds effects, and also how the COVID-19 measures affected people's lives on different levels. But also, and we heard this already, we also could find important sources of resilience within these empirical studies, ranging from the individual level, like having access to communicational issues or spiritual activities, and having a safe space and feelings of safety, but also ranging from family and community networks, transnational networks, to societal arrangements that gave people social protection, trust in authorities, or adapted appropriately the services to suit the new needs also in the diverse and heterogeneous population. And these were not linear effects, right? So there was a lot of feedback loops. So this is what we try to incorporate in this framework. Going to the quantitative part, we included in the synthesis only studies then out of a total of 170 quantitative studies that provided some sort of comparison group, because having an estimate on, COVID-19 cases among a population at a certain time is not a really useful information. But we wanted to have studies that give us proper estimates of differential risk as risk ratio or odds ratio or absolute inequalities. And these were only 48 studies, which is again a very important finding, because this is really the global landscape and this is not a lot of information that is available. So then we took these risk ratios that looked at different outcomes ranging from infection risk, hospitalization, admission to intensive care units, but also mortality, and exploratively looked at them in forest plots to see if there is any pattern that gives us insights on differential risk by migrant groups or countries. And I'm just again giving a snapshot insight here. So here you see the ICU admission risk or inequality in risk between migrants and some comparison group, stratified by country of studies. So this is basically all migrant groups in one category to the respective comparison group. And what we see on the left is that there was only little to no inequality in the risk of ICU admission. Of course, some of the estimates are also shaky and not very reliable. But despite the heterogeneity, there is a pattern that we can see here. The picture for hospitalization risk was again more mixed. So we had much more variation here, so that it's depending on the country of study. For example, here on the top, Nordic countries versus Central European and Western European countries. It's a different picture, but it's overall a bit more mixed. So we cannot really make statements here, and which also hospitalization may depend on the design of the country health system. So it's hard to make really straightforward conclusions on this front. But the ICU pattern, for example, just to add on this, is very important, because in a lot of countries, we also had very heated debates about claiming that migrants would occupy, the rare ICU beds and would be overrepresented in the hospital systems and take too much ICU capacity, which apparently was not the case based on this empirical pictures that we can see, so that data can also be used to counterfy myths that are ideologically oriented. Some insights on the mortality estimates, and again, not going into every detail, but just pointing to two interesting patterns. On the right side here, you see the mortality based on population estimates that took as denominator all deaths in the population by migrants and non-migrants, and compared them to the deaths attributable to COVID among migrants and non-migrants. So these studies show a higher pattern of inequality, a higher risk among migrants. So the estimates are larger than 1 or to the right of the vertical line. And on the other side of the forest plot, we see the hospitalized cases by country of study, or we see the mortality using hospitalized cases as denominator, And here the pattern is completely different. So the hospital-based mortality is much lower than for non-migrants, which is certainly also an issue related to age and sociodemographic issues. But these pictures yield completely different estimates of mortality risk based on the denominator, which is also an issue that needs to be considered. So overall, to give a preliminary conclusion and discussion. So what we did now was a very comprehensive review of the global landscape with a wide range of outcomes that gave us very important insights, but nevertheless, the quality of reporting and the differential migration indicators really hampered the comparability across countries, but also within countries and across studies. We had only very few studies with proper comparison groups. So in terms of statistical comparisons and the really exponential rise of the COVID-related literature, having only 48 quantitative studies with proper comparison groups, it's really, it's poor actually. We had observed differential patterns of inequality depending on the chosen denominators, and noticed that actually the qualitative studies are really powerful to capture the chain of the causal chain from the pandemic to certain outcomes, and also the unintended consequences of pandemic measures. And the question is maybe also, how can we use qualitative information within statistical approaches and complement this information? And as overall conclusion, we can say that actually timeliness of evidence is really limited nowadays, and the quality of health information must be improved. And I'm looking forward to discuss now with the panel how this could be achieved. Thank you very much.
Evan, thank you so much. That was clear and really insightful. What I'd like to do now is break down a panel discussion into two big, huge domains, and then would like to pull you in as an audience and experts in your own right. If I could, Simone and Michael, I'll turn to you, and then Ines and Kaivan will go to you online. Both of you have talked about the experience during the pandemic, the ins and outs of gathering data and gathering different types of data. There have been some inroads. For example, Michael, you mentioned some agricultural related modules that were built into household surveys and also using mixed methods. And of course, Simone, you have, from your position, of a good insight in what national statistical offices might need. I wonder if we could just enjoy a conversation between both of you. What have been some of the practices that you see as promising? And what are some of the needs that could be addressed for national statistical offices in particular? Either of you.
Okay, thank you very much, Coco, for this question. So one of the opportunities, of course, we saw during the pandemic was the migration to mixed mode interviewing, which I think is a great way of doing surveys. Of course, it's lower cost, which is great, but of course it has some disadvantages. And we had some challenges working with countries, particularly on collecting food security data. One of those big challenges was a lack, of course, of sampling frames for telephone surveys. And especially since the phenomenon we're trying to measure, which is food security, is more prevalent in rural households, those are the households that are most likely to be not in the telephone frame. So we had to, of course, adjust sampling weights and make some statistical adjustments in order to tackle that issue. Another thing for mixed mode and agricultural surveys, especially telephone surveys, is that agricultural surveys tend to be quite long because they collect a lot of information. And in a telephone survey setting, of course, you always need to make your survey as short as possible, but particularly in telephone surveys. So in this case, we had to sort of look at how we ask certain things, as well as in agricultural surveys. You don't always have subjective measures, like just asking the farmer how much they produce. But in some countries, you also have objective measures, like actually taking the measure of a plot or actually weighing the production on a plot. So there's lots of issues related to how to conduct agricultural surveys remotely via telephone. On this issue of integrating data sources, One of the challenges that we see, we currently have a project working with 6 Andean countries in order to use satellite data, integrate satellite data with farm survey data in order to do some things like forecasting production and also have lower level estimates of agricultural production or productivity. And this is an emerging area in our work for FAO, and it's new in many countries. But one of the things that we found in countries is one of the challenges of integrating these data sources is the georeference. Now, in this region, most of the countries that have agricultural surveys have what are called area frames. So they're sampling actually segments of area. They're not sampling households. And in this case, we have good georeferences of these segments. So when we take information from satellites, it's easy to make the link between the place where the agricultural production occurs and the data that we can get from satellite imagery or other remote sensing sources. So in that case, it's quite straightforward. But in countries where they have a household survey, where they have an agricultural module that collects information, the georeference tends to be the household, which is not where agricultural production occurs. And in that case, we're working with some countries in order to show them how they can do a subsample of their households where they actually have the enumerator go out to the farm or go out to the plot and take the georeference. And then we can use that information to train models and develop some of those statistics I mentioned, like forecasts and small area estimates. So in this area, this is where I see the most opportunity. I think it's clear that we have to find ways of reducing the cost of data collection, but collecting more data. And I think that remote methods of data collection, whether they're by webinar viewing or whether they're by telephone, are very promising, but they don't come with they come with challenges, as I mentioned, sampling frames being one of them, as well as non-response and shortening questionnaires. And the other one is integrating satellite data with agricultural survey data and household data. One thing I mentioned also to Coco before and during my intervention is that one model that's being proposed in order to integrate more of this type of social information with agricultural data is supplementing the agricultural survey every 3 or 4 years with a sample of agriculture, a representative sample of rural households, in order to facilitate the linking between agricultural phenomenon basically and livelihood and socio-demographic phenomenon that affects rural households. So these are the big opportunities that I see from FAO's perspective and some of the challenges that are associated with them.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Simone, reflections.
Thank you, Coco. Well, first of all, obviously, we have all said that we need to integrate the different data sources, censuses, household registries, and that has its technicalities, but also the institutional part, right? The fact that not always the National Statistical Offices has in-house those data sources. They may come from the Immigration Service, from the Ministry of Interior, and then you need a good institutional collaboration. For instance, in Chile, recently, they released the data on migration, and it was a collaboration with between the Statistical Office and the Migration Service. And then we have many good examples. Indeed, I want to remit to tomorrow, we're going to have an excellent side event with Dominican Republic, Peru, Mexico, and there we're going to get into depth and share, for instance, an experience we have had in the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The ECLAC has this subsidiary body devoted to statistics, where we give over time follow-up to this kind of discussions. And we had a group, a technical group, for which Celade acted the technical secretariat, and in there we produce a document on integration of migration data. So tomorrow we're going to get into that. But here I would also like to zoom in a little bit on population censuses, because really it's true that they are conducted by definition at least every 10 years, but it is they have universal coverage, right? They allow us to have comparable data and also to characterize migrants. And then on the base, even if they're done every 10 years, you can do estimates, etc. So it's really important to conduct good censuses. And indeed, the pandemic has been hitting countries. With respect to migration, talking about Latin America, all the countries of the region in the 2010 rounds included the basic questions on recent residency and lifetime migration, recent migration, lifetime migration. With a few key questions, you can really identify the migration issues, which is international, but also internal, obviously. And this 2020 round, the 8 countries that have already conducted their censuses have included those basic questions. Some countries also have included more in-depth questions, say Mexico on the causes of migration, or other countries like Panama on citizenship. Problems, not only the fact that censuses have been delayed, but also difficulties with the questions on the usual place of residence. Because the pandemic changed our lives. So even not for migrants, for everybody, when asking what is your usual place of residence, and you're in the middle of the pandemic and there is uncertainty, and you may be moved for work or for health-related reasons, it's already complicated to understand and respond properly to that question. But for migrant persons, who very often are in transit here in Latin America, they go through maybe even 2 or 3 countries, that is even more complicated. And also, as fieldwork has become more extensive, very often there are more problems of duplication or omissions. Then another kind of problems is around discrimination of migrants. So obviously, key recommendations are always training, say, of census enumerators, because it's not only people who don't understand the question, but often the same enumerators have problems. So training, communication campaigns, and also doing appropriate tests. And indeed, in the region, we have also seen encouraging points on this. Training, for instance, we have seen training related to human rights. So to foster the collection of data on migrants. Brazil, for instance, in its recent census, has made efforts to conduct census in border cities, and also to visit the albergues, how do you say in English, the shelters for migrants. That has been proven important. And also there is the issue of languages. We have here the chief of the National Statistical Office of the Dominican Republic, and in the Dominican Republic they make a big effort, and she can share more on that, on having census takers speaking Creole to facilitate the enumeration of Haitian immigrants and go beyond their unwillingness to be registered. Also in Chile, preparing for the 2024 census round, they are trying to have census takers speaking Creole, as here there is a big Haitian community. And finally, an observation from the field. CELADE, we go to the field, we observe census operations, and what we're seeing, for instance, in Brazil or in Chile, is that migrants really want to be census covered by the census, because for them, it's an opportunity to feel more included in society. So actually there is a willingness, a very good attitude. At least here in Chile, I went to see observations in the city center of Santiago, and for instance, Venezuelan immigrants, they were even more willing than Chileans to open the door and respond to the questions. Thank you.
It's so refreshing. And again, just like Michael, you mentioned, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 country experiences. That's so valuable. And I hope for all of you as our valuable, I used that word twice, you as our audience, we hope that you can bring in your national experiences, the gaps, the good practices. It helps move the needle and helps us advance our work. Thank you so much. Ines and Kaivan, we'll move to you online. So we've just had a discussion, at least at a country level, if not even a bit broader, a regional level. Michael and of course you, Simone, are rooted here in the region. Let's go now to a different domain of health, where both of you have been focusing the work that you presented here. You also both talked about, in a way, integrating different sources of information to understand how's the general population doing in the context of COVID-19. And that's for us a learning opportunity for all kinds of ups and downs and challenges that society is going through these days. I'd really like you also to address what are some of the things that have gone well? What are some of the next steps that you would love to see or that you would recommend? And because you're online, Ines, perhaps we start with you and then Kaivan.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll just start very briefly just by talking about the sensitivity of health data as well, because I do think that's an important context to take into account. Obviously, everybody knows data is very sensitive, can be very sensitive, but health data is particularly sensitive. And there's a very high risk that when we look at health outcomes among migrants, that contributes to further stigmatization of migrants. So it is very, very important how we present that data. A UK example of that is, for example, cases of tuberculosis in the population. There aren't that many every year, newly diagnosed every year, but the majority of them are diagnosed in people who were born abroad. Now, if this is presented in a certain way, it is very easy to blame migrants for bringing infections into the country and frame them in that way, in a very stigmatizing way. But the reality is that there is very little evidence of ongoing onwards transmission, for example, of that infectious disease and others into the community that was born in the UK. So it is very important how that data is presented, I think. And I think that is something that we've been trying to do quite a bit, and I think we've been quite good at doing it in a non-stigmatizing way. During COVID as well, we produced a report that was about inequalities in COVID. It looked at ethnicity, it looked at deprivation, but it also looked at migrants, and we noted an increase in death rates among migrants that was much higher than the increase in death rates among UK-born people. But I think there is more that can be done about that. It is about the next step. So the data is there, it's not ideal, but we do have ways of identifying migrants in the data. But then the next step of presenting the data, making sure it is for the audiences who need it, and it is presented in a way that it is neutral and helps people understand it, but also doesn't increase stigma. And that's my main reflection on that.
And pushing just a little bit on that, Ines, what in your communication do you think has gone well? And would you have any lessons learned or tips for those of us who are here online and in the room?
We try, and we've been successful recently, to make sure that every communication we do, we plan it with either the people themselves, so we have migrant representatives, or third sector organizations, so NGOs or charities who represent and work with migrants, working with us in the planning of those communications. And that really tends to improve the way that we present the data, so we can still present it with statistical rigor, but without that risk, or minimizing the risk of stigma.
So in a way, you're working with affected subgroups of the population as data domain experts.
Precisely, exactly. We do have to see them. We typically call them here as experts by experience. So yes, we do have to see them as experts. They bring a level of expertise that we don't have.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And Kaivan, similarly, what experiences have you had using or analyzing how different data sets have been used? And what would be one or two recommendations that you would have for us?
Yeah, let me second first the importance of health communication. I think this is a very crucial point. So if we talk about data and discussing about what happens with the data, the way how we communicate things should be thought in advance and linked to a proper communication strategy. On the other hand, if there is no data, communication is still there, right? People talk within the vacuum and try to, interpret the situation depending on their own ideology, worldview, political stance. And so the lack of data is similarly dangerous in certain situations. And one of the good developments that we or I could also observe in this landscape was that during the pandemic, after realizing that there are contexts in which migrants are, and so it's not the migrants themselves, but the contexts in which they are that put them at risk, that some countries also amended their notification systems to capture those contexts. So it was a complement of the rather reductionist notification system to represent those differential contexts, which is, I think, a good development. But overall, I think there has been, and maybe before I start complaining, I think the good part is that with even in the absence of data, there were some really good decisions made based on previous experiences and previous, health crises to find ways to reach out to those most in need, to reach out to communities, to get, for example, vaccination services to populations needing them, even despite the fact that we were actually in a very bad situation of really monitoring the coverage. Some initiatives started, so that's a good thing. But overall, looking at the health information systems, I think in many countries, I think there was a not sufficient kind of movement in that, or it again showed the weaknesses, of course, pre-existing weaknesses of the health information systems. But I have not the feeling yet that we are still in a systematic way of learning from these. I mean, obviously this session is one, but I'm not sure if these learning lessons learned and stock taking is taking place everywhere. And I think one of those, we have already heard a couple of very important ideas and progressive ideas of, for example, linking surveys with secondary data, satellite data. I think this is a very good way forward. And we could also think along these lines of saying and acknowledging, usually there is no lack of data, but we need somehow to bring the data together in a meaningful and privacy preserving way. And I think, so developing and enhancing our methods for linkage, privacy preserving linkage methods is maybe one way forward. And the other way forward would also be to really develop innovative ways of federated analysis, federated data systems, where we move away from the situation of centralizing data, which is sensitive, especially in the health area, to stratify by some population group, like migrants or refugees or whatever group we're interested in, but to leave the data where it is, but allow the analysis to go to the data and nevertheless make meaningfully sense of that data. I think that's the way forward. But of course, it's probably a long way.
Ines, I'm looking at you and your facial expression. It almost looked like you wanted to say something as well and kind of converse with Keivan. Yeah.
Oh, no, I agree. And I think the sensitivity of the data, again, I mean, I keep going back to that, is quite important. And it was just reminding me of some approaches that we have here and in our national public health agencies, in which we create what we call data lakes. So we get all the information, for example, from our census and from our hospital data and from GP data. And obviously, it can be frustrating to access that data because it is so sensitive and because it is so protected. It has so many levels of protection, but they do need it. It does need it, obviously, but it is such a rich source, or it can be such a rich source of data, including for migrants, because once you can link those data sources together, as long as you identify the people you're looking for in one of them, you can find them in all of them. So it was just reminding me of some of the things that we've used to address this.
It's so fascinating to look at public health as one of the many points of entry to get a little bit of a sense of the way forward. Data federations, how do you go from a data lake to a data federation? So we're looking, how do we understand a little bit better, get greater depth and insights on the data that you're all contributing to, and in order to inform good decisions that create that help improve the situation for the greater good, if I could say. Okay, well, that would bring us to all of you together. Thank you, Michael and Simone, Ines and Kaivan. Now we're going to widen out to our audience. Some of the topics that we've discussed just here in our discussion have touched on national or sub-regional, sometimes public health domains, as Ines and Kaivan were talking about. We've heard about drawing on different data sources, using different types of getting the data. You talked about mixed methods and different approaches. We talked about what national statistical offices are up against. And of course, some of these really critical issues of understanding this precious data, but also making sure that it's protected and in a secure data governance system. I'm curious about all of your thoughts. What's going well? What practices have you seen in the past few years? We've had all of these things that Simone expressed so eloquently: pandemic, food, health security crises, conflict, etc. What are some of the practices that you're seeing? What are some of the challenges? And what would you like to hear further from this truly amazing panel? I have what we'll do now for until, oh, rats. We only have 15 minutes, but we do have the coffee break afterwards. So perhaps we could take 2 or 3 rounds of questions. I'll take 2 or 3 at a time, then we'll turn to you. So I don't know everyone's names, but I have you, and then the gentleman behind you, and Björn, I know your name, so we'll go to you. And then afterwards, I see at least 1 hand, so we'll come to you in just a second. So maybe just kind of go in that range. And if someone could also help me gather a few questions, if any of our online participants have them, please.
Thank you very much for a very interesting panel discussion. This is an issue, Thomas Liebig from the OECD's International Migration Division. This is an issue on which we have worked a lot, and so some of our own findings and thoughts for moving the agenda forward. I mean, one thing that's been very clear also from the work that we've seen, migrants have a higher risk of catching the disease. They had they were basically hospitalized later for several reasons, which is then linked with more severe forms and higher mortality. And one of the more interesting findings also was that there's a very high disparity across groups. It's generally the most vulnerable migrant groups where, for example, excess mortality was most pronounced. I mean, comparing the share of migrant deaths by group in 2020, notably compared to 2019 and 18. And you saw like figures for France, for example, factor 5 for some groups. I mean, like it's really 5 times more than for the native-born population. What we saw on the vaccination side, as was mentioned, there's relatively few studies, and generally they show a lower uptake too. But I think here on the vaccination side, it's also very, very tricky because we're talking about the population on the move, and quite notably those who are interregional migrants, often they went back to their origin countries to get the shot. And so the national vaccination statistics are also not the best to kind of capture that. So perhaps vaccination surveys, these are relatively rare, showed a slightly different picture also. More generally, I think the pandemic has shown that that we need to be better at including the migrant dimension in our vital health statistics, and it's amazing that even in OECD countries, it's relatively rare that, for example, in the mortality death statistics, that the country of origin or nationality is even captured. But a couple of countries are taking steps to address it. I think that's very important. Also, and last but not least, I think we need, and that I would like to have a question for the panel. There is this healthy migrant effect, and I wonder whether that's a perception or a reality. We don't really, because, and that actually is very important in the context of COVID, because if migrants perceive their health better, then they may less likely to go to a doctor, even if they are sick, and that may then impact their mortality. Or is it a reality that migrants are actually really more healthy, or is it just because they feel happy in the destination country? It's a better situation than in their origin. So how is that that very well-known factor of healthy migrant effect linked with actual health outcomes. Thanks.
Yes, super. Thank you so much. In just a minute, Ines and Kailan, it may be that healthy migrant perception question goes to you. And you gave me an idea because we have, thank you, because we have a coffee break right after. If you have a comment, perhaps save it for the coffee break, and that would be a wonderful opportunity to really enrich and deepen these conversations. So for now, if I could just ask you just to ask a question, and then we'll circle back during the coffee break and have all of those more in-depth conversations. Thank you so much. And we'll go to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sabelo Mbogaza. I'm from the African Union Commission with the colleagues here. Thanks to all the panelists for the insightful presentations, those who are here in the room and those who are online. Question to Simone. You mentioned a very interesting point about integrating migrants in the census survey. So I wonder if there is an example for this, because that has been implemented in some countries, because this is something that we think it's important if we talk about inclusiveness, but if we also talk about universal access to health. If you could maybe speak to that. I think you mentioned something again about observation of census exercises in member states. Do you go to member states and go and observe and support the census? It sounds like some of the activity that African Union is well established, observation of elections. Can you do this to census as well? And what type of role then do you play there? Because I think it will be important for administrative data, which includes migrants and labor migrants. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go over to Bjorn. And just for those of you who are thinking of your questions, would love to have some regional and gender balance for the next round. Bjorn?
For the next round, yes. I can't do anything about that right now. My name is Bjorn Gilsetter. I'm with the Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement in Copenhagen, Denmark. I wanted to pick up on the comment on innovation that was mentioned, I think, relatively early on by one of the panelists. We've seen a lot of, during COVID, we saw a lot of innovation. The National Statistical Offices opened up to using phone surveys to a whole different degree than previously. And I think some are also taking on the capacities or the possibilities available to us through geospatial data. So that's my question. Do you think that this innovation that we saw during COVID will sustain, or will it carry forward? Will it be integrated into the official ways of collecting data by the NSOs going forward? So that was my question, and just a plug that we did do a paper on the Joint Data Center together with UNHCR and the World Bank on what we call the paper Answering the Call, which summarizes 100,000 interviews with displaced people, which was conducted as a booster to the surveys that were done by the World Bank together with NSOs in more than 100 countries. And we selected a dozen or so where we boosted the sample for unforcibly displaced. Thank you.
Thank you, all three of you, for your questions. Our panel, reflections?
Okay, thank you. I can respond to the question regarding innovations that took place during the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in regards to mixed mode surveys. I think that the innovations are sustainable. I mean, the estimates that were obtained were reliable. The cost of collecting data was cheaper, albeit with a learning curve to begin with. But in my opinion, the statistical offices that they conducted these mixed mode surveys will continue to do so. And I think that, for example, in the region, at least in the case of agricultural surveys, remote data collection and data collection by web is new. Chile had to do it because of the pandemic and the different policies that were in place. But other countries have been doing it for years, like Canada and the US. And so I think that other countries will see that as an example of a way of doing the census in a more cost-effective way. And it sort of proves the feasibility of it in a context that's not Canada or the US, where you have these gigantic farms, you know, and everybody has connectivity and so on. So I think that some of these results will definitely be sustained and also inspire other countries and kind of prove the feasibility of these approaches in contexts where they haven't until now been used.
Thank you. With respect to the question on census observation, well, there is a long tradition that CELADE accompanies countries both in their pilots and also in their actual census surveys, observing them, and also in collaboration with the United Nations Population Fund. And those visits are key then to give recommendation to the countries, if it's a pilot, to improve their census operations, if they're going on, also to, as a matter of transparency. And basically also many countries in the region, they open up their census observations to the other statistical offices in the region, actually sometimes worldwide, in the case of Brazil, for instance. And we really encourage those practices because it's important for the country itself, for the validity of the process, and for us also as United Nations system to give the recommendations based on real experience. And those on the issue of inclusiveness, of including migrants in the censuses, I mentioned a few examples: Brazil, Dominican Republic, Chile. Obviously, the efforts, they start, first of all, when there is an understanding in the National Statistical Office that it is key to do an extra effort. You cannot just do business as usual. You have to do this human rights training, translating, having people who speak the languages of migrants, and also very often in collaboration with the United Nations system. And I encourage them to talk to, for instance, the head of the National Statistical Office of Dominican Republic, who is here, who can tell you more in detail. And with respect to health access, just briefly, I mean, it's so important when countries to give access to their health system, regardless they're migrants. I mean, there is a human rights to health, and luckily, for instance, example of Chile, even if you are a migrant, you have right to access the public's health service. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ines and Kaivan?
Sorry. I can just, on the healthy migrant effect, perhaps I'll focus on that one. I think the only answer I can give is that it's very complex. It depends on the migrants. It depends on the country they migrate to as well. Certainly, we do see that effect in the data here, but from my experience, I don't think migrants would necessarily perceive themselves as being healthier than the general population. It really, again, it depends on the cohort of migrants. And regarding vaccination, for example, we saw a very interesting thing in the analysis that we did, in that generally speaking, migrants do tend to get vaccinated later and less. But for working age migrants, the vaccination rates were higher in the UK because so many migrants come here to work in the healthcare system. And we prioritize healthcare workers for COVID vaccination. So again, it depends on the cohort of migrants, and depends how you look at the data. But that was the UK, the example of the UK context.
Thanks. Maybe 2 sentences on innovation. I would agree that some of the innovations that are on organizational level will sustain, but those that might require structural changes will not automatically emerge or also kind of come through natural diffusion into the system. So in this respect, I think we would actually need some, especially in the health fields, coming from this field, a kind of standing group, standing committee, working at the national levels with wide range of actors to really push these structural changes and to foster innovations within the systems and to bring about the required changes. Healthy migrant effects, yes, complex. And I would say maybe the migrant health researchers have been obsessed with this question. And to be honest, I'm not sure if we're asking the right questions, because yes, it can be observed and is well documented for some groups and outcomes. But as Ines has also pointed out, it depends on the type of migrants. It does exist for some groups, for others, depending on resident status or forced migration, it does not exist. And maybe the question, more important question, would be how does health differ between migrants depending on the environment and the context and the socio-political context, and why are some, what does explain the variation within the group of migrants, and less focus on the kind of host population, the so-called. Yeah, so that's certainly a matter for the next panel.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's have a second round of questions. And I'm just looking, the time is 2 minutes until the coffee break. We started just a few minutes late, so I'm just looking to gauge if we could go maybe 5 minutes. No one is shaking their head no. We have one question here. What about other questions? Lovely. You know, ladies, I'm waiting for you to raise your hands. Ambassador, could we go first to the Ambassador of Venezuela, and then we'll get both of your questions, please. Thank you.
Ya, muchas gracias. Muy rápido. Agradecerle al panel y todos los aportes extraordinarios que han hecho para entender mucho esta dinámica de los efectos de la pandemia sobre la migración. En el caso de Venezuela, ya que se ha hecho referencia otra vez a mi país, puedo decirles que, reconocido por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, las estadísticas sobre los efectos de la pandemia en Venezuela, gracias a un manejo de políticas públicas muy acertadas, muy certera por parte del presidente Nicolás Maduro, que se puso a la cabeza él mismo personalmente sobre esta campaña. Tuvimos un total hasta la semana pasada de 551,000 afectados, contagiados, y 5,840 fallecidos. Esto sobre una población de 30 millones, por lo menos por lo que podemos estar no satisfechos, por supuesto, por tratarse de un problema tan grave que afecta a la humanidad. Pero esos son nuestros números. No obstante, siempre hay puntos muy negativos, porque debo reiterar, debo insistir sobre los efectos del bloqueo. Nosotros, mediante el mecanismo de cooperación del COVAX, adquirimos una gran cantidad de vacunas. Lamentablemente, el gobierno de los Estados Unidos nos confiscó $10 millones que no nos permitió terminar un ciclo de vacunación para la segunda dosis. Tenemos que reiterar, insistir sobre ello, porque a veces en los foros nos quedamos pues solamente con las consecuencias, pero no con las causas. Eso con respecto al COVID. Y con respecto a la agricultura, la producción de alimentos, porque en ello está implícito, por supuesto, el combate al hambre y a la desnutrición. La confiscación de más de $30,000 millones en activos financieros y activos materiales, producto del bloqueo, que nos ha impedido en 7 años el ingreso de más de $300,000 millones por el bloqueo que nos aplica el gobierno de Washington. La agricultura se ha visto severamente afectada porque nos impiden o nos dificultan mucho la importación de, por ejemplo, fertilizantes, semillas, tractores, equipos de riego, insumos, etc. Este intento de quebrar la voluntad política del pueblo venezolano no ha resultado. Por supuesto que esto afecta a la migración, pero en el caso del COVID entendemos que por los censos nos están diciendo que la migración producto del COVID en Venezuela fue muy mínima. No obstante, los efectos por el bloqueo contra nuestra agricultura sí han tenido un impacto. Aprovecho igualmente para agradecer públicamente al gobierno chileno, porque siempre tuvieron una disposición plena a atender nuestra migración, tanto en la atención en los centros de salud como también en los esquemas de vacunación. Es todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for those comments, Ambassador. Then we have two final questions here, and I really encourage all of you to take your comments that we had, for an example, this really interesting insight from OECD work and many others. Take those things that you'd love to talk about, go out, have your coffee, please exchange contact details, deepen your networks. Simone, you've pointed out our wonderful colleague from Dominican Republic. There are dozens of you in the room. Please continue those conversations. And before you hear the last from me, I want to thank again our translators. You're doing such a helpful job helping all of us be part of this conversation. So thank you to you. Please.
Thank you. I am Padma Prasad from Nepal. I would like to highlight the need of psychosocial, and economic impact of COVID to collect data, because just yesterday in Nepal, one of the returnee migrants, during COVID-19, he returned and was able to bring back some money and tried his level best to utilize in different entrepreneurial activities. But unfortunately, his whole economy collapsed, and as a result, he decided, after writing a depressing suicide note, to put himself on fire and in front of the Parliament of Nepal, and the police rescued him and took to the hospital, but unfortunately he was dead. So this shows the need of psychosocial impact of COVID and the economic impact, documenting and then analyzing this data on the one hand, and another, for your kind information, Nepal has been successfully able to conduct the population census, though the usual period of time was shifted from mid-June to July to November, December 2021. And this time, Nepal has been able to collect data both on migration, both in terms of lifetime migration and current migration, as well as return migration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Willy Otañez, de República Dominicana. Mi pregunta es para Simone. ¿Cuáles retos puso en evidencia la pandemia tiene la región en la gestión y producción de las estadísticas migratorias?
Thank you. And given the time, perhaps our panelists, I think that we might have lost Ines and Kaivan online, but Michael and Simone, as you address any final questions or comments, you're also welcome to share final thoughts, and then we'll go into the coffee break.
Thank you very much, Coco, and thank you everyone for attending this discussion and all the contributions. My final remark would just be to emphasize the importance of not only, because the discussions today were still concentrated mostly on international migration, but also to emphasize the importance of internal migration movements, particularly those that affect rural areas, and to is particularly the national statistical offices, which have a key role to play, and FAO in supporting them, of course, as well as CEPAL and our other UN agencies, but to just express the need to develop programs which can integrate data sources and also improve existing survey programs in order to collect more disaggregated data and more detailed data on these population groups that are particularly vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the comments and questions. First of all, reflection from demography. As you all know, population trends are explained by 3 variables: mortality, fertility, and migration. And this forum really is important because while we're doing quite well on mortality and fertility data, migration still, I think, and we all know, needs to be improved. And in that sense, the improving the data sources, we still need our population censuses, and we need to link to the other sources, registries, and household surveys. And with respect to the last question as well, all the data collection operations were affected by the pandemic. So delays, say in censuses, household surveys, some surveys were conducted by phone interviews. So the comparability over time, and specifically on migrants, then the added difficulty is that during the pandemic, irregular mixed flows increased. So when we are dealing with people who live in a situation that is not regular, you really need to do an extra effort to reach them through these data sources. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for such active participation. A warm thanks to our panelists. This has been plenary 3 of the International Forum of Migration Statistics, and would like to invite you now to go to a coffee break. We'll see you right afterwards at the next session. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. So I'm just doing. Okay. Testing.
Okay, everyone, welcome to a very exciting parallel session. And despite the fact that we are still gathering from coffee break, and people will be probably coming in, I suggest that we start with the session because I am really overwhelmed about the amount and richness of the content that we have prepared today for your attention. And when I was looking into the experience of the 5 speakers whom we invited to join us on this panel, your experience, the depth of knowledge and actually content that you prepared for today's session, I was really impressed. And I skimmed through your slides, through the key messages, and I think it will be very challenging for us to stick to the time that we are allocated to deliver and share it with the audience here, but also audience online. And as you know, but the good thing about it is that the topic of focusing on one particular category of migrants, children on the move, is not just limited to the session today. So we have a privilege and ability to continue the discussion and zooming on the topic of data and migrants, specifically children and youth, going into Friday, where we have our annual conference of International Data Alliance for Children on the Move. So everybody who is around, I hope you are also joining us for the conference on Friday. And so basically treat today's session as just a little bit of tip of the iceberg and a teaser for you to continue the discussion, because honestly, it is overwhelming, the amount of work and the attention to the specific focus to children on the move and challenges of measuring, of including them in our migration data processes, but also broader statistical systems. So the amount of work that the Alliance has done is really rich. So what is important is that this work is not just remaining somewhere as a part of the members of the Alliance, but really is becoming a vehicle and an instrument of the whole community of experts, of governments, of partners. So let me start this session today. My name is Marina Manke, and I am the chief of the IOM's Global Migration Data Center based in Berlin, as one of the 2 founding pillars of the Global Data Institute. You have heard from our Director General yesterday during the opening session. You have heard our Director, Coco Warner, both speaking yesterday as well as today. So there's an exciting time for us to really work across different partners, processes, initiatives. And for us, the work and the focus on the children on the move is very important. Children, and since it is all transpiring into the need to collect data and information disaggregated by age, we also bring focus on another category, the category not only children, but also youth. So for us, disaggregation by age also allows us, if we strengthen that parameter, it allows us also to maybe showcase the situation not only of children, but also young people. And for that, I'm particularly thrilled to have our panel, and one of our 5 speakers is actually representative of youth. And I am looking at you, of course, Alan Krita, so as the representative of a migrant young person, but also a person who actually moved into the actual work on data and how data helps us to showcase the work and then the draw attention to the situation of young people. But before we go to you, and then I have a few questions, I wanted also to draw attention to other members of our panel, just to raise the excitement among everybody who is with us today. So we also have other exciting panelists today, representatives of 2 governments, Greece and Spain here, and Apostolos, you representing rich experience of the Greek government, we know that there's been a lot of attention to inclusion of migrants over last years. And your work in the statistical office is particularly enriching for us, but also your work in the alliance itself. So we'll be looking into that. So going forward, but also I think the Spanish experience, which Amparo, you already presented yesterday, so was really interesting and really enriching in terms of looking into the administrative data sources. So yesterday you already presented some experiences. Today we'll be looking into also how this applies to collecting information on children and other categories. Andrea, you really bring experience of working in the UNHCR, focusing on displacement. And I think your intervention is going to enrich our work, focusing not only on administrative data sources that we have, but also modeling. What can we do as a community by using data science, by maybe filling some of the data gaps. So I'm also looking forward to really hearing from your end once we get there, representing an international organization, so a sister agency for us. And of course, moving further to William, to you, say the children, your work and experimentation. So anyway, to cut a long story short, we have an exciting list of panelists. So I would suggest that we go through each of the panelists' presentation, and then we will have a round of exchanges. So please do take notes, because as I promised to you, there are very concrete nuggets of very exciting and innovative work, which is going to be shared. So I'm really confident that all of you are going to enrich your work and hopefully take a number of action points. And towards the end, I do hope to extract 1 or 2 or 3 key points towards the concluding of this forum. So what we agreed with the organizers that each session is going to extract 1 or 2 key messages. So without further delay, let me then turn to you, Alan Krita. And again, as I already mentioned, so we are thrilled to have you, because it's not about boring old statisticians and governance officials sitting and talking. So it's so important that when we speak about children, when we speak about youth, we actually talk to some people themselves. Remember yesterday's focus on the person, on the migrant. So really excited. And also your work is very interesting. It's something which is very sexy now. It's about machine learning. It's about artificial intelligence. How are you combining all these things? So looking forward to your presentation. So please.
Thank you so much for the floor, Marina. And I just want to give a big thank you to all the members of the organizing team for hosting such an important dialogue. As Marina mentioned, my name is Ellen Krita Dale, and I'm the founder and executive director of Program Your Future, where I lead data-powered initiatives that regularly support over 20,000 underrepresented and at-risk youth all across the world in acquiring the technical and the non-technical skills necessary for their retention and success in higher education, STEM, and entrepreneurship careers. I also serve as the North America focal point and lead for the Migration Youth and Children platform, where my team and I leverage research and data to advocate for social issues affecting children on the move, including social and economic integration, human rights, and protection. Next slide. Over the years, while working with youth and children from around the world, I have encouraged them to share their personal experiences with the aim of identifying key gaps and ensuring that child-specific considerations are made in policy and program design. So today I'd like to share one such story with you all, a story that's often missed as we're looking at data and collecting data around the world. So a few years ago, I met a 10-year-old refugee girl, Annetta, whose mother was single-handedly raising her while working 3 jobs, including night shifts, to meet their needs at home. Annetta had just recently migrated from her home country, and she disclosed to me how she didn't feel that she fit in at school like all of the other children. So I asked her a simple question: why? She then went on to describe several incidences ranging from not seeing anyone like her among her peers and her teachers at school, to finding difficulty learning the new language, to feeling a sense of guilt for having left behind other family in her war-torn home country, and to feeling excluded when other children had fun summer camp stories and were able to buy chocolate bars at the store, but she could not because her family couldn't afford to do so. Then, right as she entered high school, her mother fell severely ill, due to which she had to reduce the number of hours she was working. And so they struggled significantly at home with the shortage of money. When she saw her mother eating smaller portions on her plate regularly so that she could eat more, she vowed that she would do whatever it takes to support their family, and she started working shifts at a local restaurant too. Now, Annetta is in her 20s and she is financially stable, but when it comes to daily situations such as grocery shopping, she still finds herself gripped with fear and guilt as to whether or not she should spend on buying the more expensive, nutritious foods, or buying the jackets and blankets needed for winter, or buying the ibuprofen to help fight the cold, or buying the books that she's always been interested in reading but didn't have the financial means to do so earlier, all due to the hardships that she faced while growing up. So these are the stories that are often missed as we design new policies. So how can we strengthen the capacity of our data scientists, researchers, and policymakers to ensure that voices such as Annetta's are included and not left behind? Children and youth have the right to participate in matters that affect them. With my team at MYCP, we surveyed youth and youth representatives from every region of the world to find out how can we ensure that data and statistics on migration are relevant and representative. 100% of the youth we surveyed believe that it is necessary for children and youth to participate in the process right from the very beginning, when data is being collected, all the way to when data is being analyzed and interpreted, and finally to when the results from data analysis are being shared. And a key way that we as youth believe that this can be made possible is through the Global Pledge initiative that IDAC is launching this week in collaboration with MyCP, a pledge to invest in data to protect and secure the future of children on the move. This will be announced on Friday, so please be on the lookout for that announcement. All of us here today can take real action to ensure that the voice of those who are most vulnerable in our communities is reflected in our work. And we can do so by promoting standardized terminology to make collaboration and data comparisons across regions more achievable, by collecting data aggregated by age and other factors to best pick up on trends and patterns, and by supporting initiatives that address language barriers. Additionally, in our technology-driven world, when we're thinking about inclusivity within our communities and designing policies and programs that provide accurate and timely information at all stages of migration, it is important to consider creative uses of smartphones to engage migrant youth populations. As of today, nearly 85% of youth around the world have access to a smartphone by the time they turn 11. So as an example, at PUF, we have leveraged machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence to develop mobile apps for on-the-go learning that young migrants can access during otherwise unused times. For instance, while they're traveling to school, in any language and on any type of device, with the option to run offline too without the added cost of a Wi-Fi network. With the rising use of smartphones among young people, if we prioritize the design and development of such easy-to-use apps, we can then create community programs that are based on fact-based information and are leveraging that huge data sets that's generated as we inform and validate more solutions. At the same time, when we're creating this kind of policies, we need to be careful to be inclusive of migrants who don't leave much of a data trail and who might thus be underrepresented while we're creating these kinds of solutions. And the way we can do that is by co-designing with migrants themselves, both young and old, digitally literate or not, and keeping in mind all of our intersectional identities, including gender, disability, ethnic origin, sexual orientation, and religious beliefs that we each bring to the table, so that everyone is participating fully, equally, and effectively in our society. At NYCP, we also regularly host youth forums where we lead roundtable discussions broken down thematically and regionally. So as an example, in one of our recent roundtables, our Latin American youth brought up the need to focus on drivers of rural emigration. And that's because populations in rural areas have a structural disadvantage of unequal opportunities compared to urban areas. So they typically have less access to quality employment, particularly for youth, access to public social services. There's higher rates of poverty, food insecurity, as well as, diminishing access to agricultural land. And so all of these negative effects combine up along with, the effects of climate change. And as a result, a lot of people, as we've seen in our data, right, for example, in Dominican Republic, rural population used to be 2/3 of the total population in the 1960s. But by the time it was 2010, it became reduced down to just a quarter. So our Latin American youth have faced this firsthand, and they've shared this experience with us of migrating internally from rural regions to urban areas due to these kinds of lacking opportunities for young people and climate change. So going back to our survey with youth from all regions of the world, when we asked participants to identify the top challenges that they faced as migrant youth, 52% of our participants cited equal access to education and lack of economic opportunities as the leading changes that they face and challenges. So what can we do to address such barriers? As an example, at PUF, I've leveraged data to engineer high impact solutions that equip at-risk youth with the necessary tools, awareness, connections, and resources to be able to succeed in STEM and change the various stereotypes and biases that are currently present. Our students have the chance to participate in live instructional programs, online learning interventions, and hands-on internships with industry partners that encourage and guide them to persist in this field. I've also successfully developed web-based educational technologies, including virtual reality, course materials, as well as tailored robot building and programming games that utilize machine learning algorithms, artificial intelligence, and gamification for creating a personalized and engaging learning experience that sparks my students' interest about STEM careers. It exposes them to role models that actually look like them and equips them with the rigorous practice and knowledge to become high achievers in their STEM subjects and make a real-world impact. Leveraging data to inform my program designs has also helped me best support my students in forming a supportive, tight-knit community with their peers and with industry partners as they acquire early career exposure through hands-on internships and have mentorship along each step of their academic journeys. This has been immensely successful because when students feel engaged with the curriculum and are exposed to motivational content and role models from diverse backgrounds and job responsibilities, they can witness firsthand the power of STEM and the various real-world applications of the content that they're learning, and they feel ready to enter STEM and succeed both at school and in the industry. And by taking a data-driven approach and celebrating diversity in this manner, PUF programs have also influenced public narratives, which in turn has reduced xenophobia and discrimination and has also helped PUF students build empathy towards addressing the needs for all kinds of users as they create their own technical product design plans too, which has driven greater, more equitable innovation for the community. In the United States, there are currently 2.5 million unfilled STEM jobs, yet underrepresented minorities hold only 10% of such roles, despite making over a quarter of the working population. And there's no better way to uplift all of our communities economically by training youth to enter this field and help co-create data solutions. And to do this, it is vital that we support underrepresented youth in overcoming language and cultural barriers, better accessing social welfare services, and preparing for the labor market through educational and financial interventions. At PUF, we envision a world in which all students have the opportunity to pursue intermediate and advanced level coursework, partake in hands-on skills training, and understand the real-world applications of their classroom experiences. And through our various community services, we also help equip governments, policymakers, schools, districts, and private companies with the tools necessary to implement a strong global education program. So being here today with all of you, I couldn't be happier for us to brainstorm together solutions that can support migrant youth and children all across the world. And I'd like to conclude by saying that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until we face it. And I think that is the true power of our session today and the International Forum on Migration Statistics, identifying cross-cutting priorities that will enable us to work together and shape that beautiful future world that we all hope to live in. And I truly welcome, all our shared commitment to uplift the voices of those who are most vulnerable within our communities, especially our children on the move. So back to you, Marina. Looking forward to continuing this important discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alankrita. I think we could not have had a better opening statement from anyone, because you outline really not necessarily the techniques and methodologies. We as statisticians, data, we often speak about methods, and really for us it's important. But really we sometimes forget that remember the question which everybody was trying to draw attention to, why? And I think you showcased exactly why. It's just the faces of those young people, the faces of children, the situation of those who really do not have a possibility to access those opportunities, those mismatches which you drew attention to, the STEM. There's a huge mismatch in the labor market. And this is the young population. And the evolutions in the world, really, the technological evolutions allow us to become better in matching skills of young population, regardless of where they reside with the labor markets, because mobility is such a dominant phenomenon of our world. No, absolutely. Thank you so much again. And program design, the response, the solution design, which is more targeted, is absolutely crucial. But of course, not forgetting about more macro trends. You spoke about also urbanization as the one which is also affecting the population of the young, of the children. And people knowing technologies, smartphones. I mean, how do we really use all those bigger trends and then apply to our work? So thank you, exciting. And then I hope that the next speakers also will continue reflecting on what you have shared with us, and again try to give and keep that vibrant spell over what the focus of our panel today. Yes, so let me move then to you, Apostolos. You work again in the government, the director of the Independent Office of the President, of the Statistical Authority, very serious work. But also I was quite impressed with your educational background of where you studied. So you really mastered econometrics, risk management. I was also very interested in the game theory, because that was also my pet subject. So again, a lot of experience, but also experience of working in the government, and now also supporting the IDAC, the Alliance work. So yeah, let's look into some of the messages you prepared for us today, and then we reflect on them. Over.
Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very thrilled to be here with you, and let me express my experience, our experience, the Greek experience actually, regarding the Greek migration crisis that lead us to have the expertise and the experience suitable in order to be a valuable member of the IDAC, the International Data Alliance on Children on the Move. As Marina said, I'm Apostolos Kasapis. I'm the head of the Independent Office of the President of the Hellenic Statistical Authorities, the Statistical Office of Greece, apparently. In contrast with Alankrita, I'm the old, boring statistician here, and I'm going to talk to you regarding the manuals, how we should produce official statistics, that these statistics are the best way to help policymakers to have the best information that they need. So, of course, here I'll talk to you about our work in the IDAC, the International Data Alliance for Children on the Move, which was launched in March of 2020. IDAC is a cross-sectoral global coalition comprised of national statistical offices and things like that. Our main objective on IDAC is to improve statistics and data on migrant and forcibly displaced children. That's why IDAC introduced 4 separate working groups. And I'm here to talk to you regarding the working group 1 that I'm leading. It's the child-specific data capacity strengthening on children on the move. As I said, the Hellenic Statistical Authority is the chair of this working group. We have many members. Our goal is to strengthen the national statistical system to collect, analyze, store, and make available high-quality, disaggregated, and reliable data on children on the move. So, first of all, let me show you some stylized facts that we managed to concretely find out regarding our work. First of all, there is a lack of data disaggregation regarding children. That's not new. We all know that. But what was important is that data shortages of children are observed not only in low-income countries, but also in high-income countries, and especially regarding children on the move. Or even for countries that collect data on children, these data sets are fragmented and do not cover all the necessary fields of their activity. For example, one country might have data regarding education, but no regarding living condition or access to services and things like that. One other very important issue that we mentioned in our work, in the working group 1, is that the data on children require attention to all the stages of their development, production, and dissemination. Statistical confidentiality issues are crucial, and data collection requires special expertise. That expertise that the national statistical offices only acquire, I'm afraid to say. It is imperative for all countries, of course, to build and strengthen their capacity. That's why we are working in the working group 1. And what's the output of our working group? The output we are presenting, and now you will have it soon, is a manual. This manual is the output from working group 1 and is regarding child-specific data capacity strengthening on children on the move. That manual helps countries' national statistical systems to develop their capacity to produce data on children on the move. That manual provides guidance on children-specific principles and protection necessary to produce and process data on migrant and displaced children. Of course, this manual has to outline actions that states can take to improve the coordination of data on children on the move, building on Greece recommendation, and highlights concrete tools, initiatives, and best practices. Let me also say, and worst practices, but of course we don't mention these worst practices, that serve as models for how states, countries can enhance data ecosystems and capture data quality, timely, and reliable data on migrant and displaced children. What's the context of this manual? The key parameter for developing successful policy strategies is the existence of reliable data and official statistics. We're talking about official statistics and not only data, because policymakers cannot challenge official statistics as easily as they usually do when they have data from other providers or organizations. And of course, official statistics are also submitted to international organizations which inevitably mobilize stakeholders and decision makers in each country. The existence of, on the other hand, the existence of disaggregated data highlights non-obvious trends, makes vulnerable groups more visible, and helps policymakers and stakeholders to evaluate and the measures taken by the state. The contents of our manual, you can see the contents, of course, but it's not now the appropriate time to read all the contents, but let's highlight the most important parts. First of all, we have the overview of the standards and sources of data on children on the move. So we have the international guidelines and databases relevant to children on the move. We present all these databases. And the most crucial part for our work as statisticians is to have clear definitions. How do you define a child? That's not so easy. What's the definition of a child regarding statistics? How do you define the migrant regarding statistics? How you can have the separation between migrant and refugee? All these issues are very important for the statistical work. That's why we are sticking to the official statistics part, and we are talking about the data ecosystem, the national statistical system that can produce these kinds of data, these kinds of statistics. Of course, the data sources of official statistics, our surveys, the census. Many countries had difficulties in their census because of the COVID pandemic. In Greece, we're happy to have to become an example regarding the census and regarding the work we've done in regarding the refugees and migrants, and especially children. And of course, the data, we're talking about the data integration. One other part, because I'm sure I don't have that much time, the key principles in collecting and using data of children on the move are presenting all these principles that must be upheld. And of course, we stress out the lack of uniformity in legal definitions between countries, because what's the role of official statistics is to have comparable data between countries. It's not usable. It's not valuable for a country to have a data set that it's not comparable to other countries. That's always the case. And the capacity strengthening elements are regarding the legal framework, the data protection. Of course, children, as we said, data on children are a very sensitive issue, and the data protection also is a very crucial part of the statistical system. The data ecosystem management, and of course, statistical literacy. People should know how important statistics is, how important data is, not only the statistical officers, but all the members, the police, the Coast Guard, all the members that are part of this production procedure of statistics. And of course, the capacity strengthening regarding legal framework, collection, data protection, dissemination. We also stress out the need of disaggregated data sets regarding children on the move, and involvement of the importance of the involvement of the national statistical system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And a lot of what you shared actually is very, very relevant to another session that we'll have plenary tomorrow on capacity development. So, and a lot of challenges that you highlighted is the lack of comparability, lack of definitions, is actually nothing new when we discuss migration, because I think the previous speaker, I was surprised from UK when they showed how they were defining migrants in UK, potential migrants based on the different characteristics. Because we do not have a top-down approach, we allow for this flexibility at the national level for the countries to define who migrants are. Migration is the matter, policy matter of the sovereign member states. But at some stage going forward and start comparing across countries, we do need to have some sort of approximation and common definitions. So, but again, the challenge here is it's not only one category is migrants, but also we add additional category of young children on the move, and how do they then come together? So we might add the question of country of birth or citizenship, but then what about the age? I always personally thought that what's the problem with the age? I mean, it's like, at least you can count those. Migration, you can start looking to reasons for human mobility, but the age should be a simple category to define. I would like to, during interaction discussion, everybody, experts, to explain, what are the challenges? Why is it so hard is it the question of adding age to the specific data instrument, or is it actually having a common formulation of what is an age, what is a youth, what is a child? So let's park that for now, but that was interesting. And again, having that manual is absolutely crucial, because that needs to be within the package of all the tools and of capacity development on broader data system development and broader focus on migration. That is a specific instrument, which hopefully is going to be valuable for everybody. Definitely, we will be using it in our capacity development work across the world. Thank you so much again. So now, Amparo, to you. So I'm anticipating a lot of interesting insights from you. Also, you are both senior research fellow and a government official, which is excellent to have this analytical capacities being also present in your work in the government. You spoke yesterday about the setup of a migration analysis unit. And now we're zooming as how it is applied now to the focus on children on the move and specific category. I believe unaccompanied minors was one of those you wanted to cover. So please, over to you. Again, what are the main observations you are ready to share today?
Thank you very much, Marina, for the introduction. Yes, what I'm presenting today is just an applied example on how legislation strongly conditions the way that we are able to count, measure, understand migrant groups, and in particular, which is even more important for me, and I think for us in this forum, is how statistics can limit or hamper our capacity from public policy to improve the well-being of vulnerable groups, especially in this case, unaccompanied minors during their childhood, but also in their transition to adulthood. So we had the opportunity at the Secretary of State to push a reform in the legislation with regard to unaccompanied minors in Spain and their transition to adulthood. And we were in charge of doing the follow-up of this reform and try to accompany with data how the reform was or not having the effect that were looked for or expected by those who were not in favor of the reform. So I don't know if I can have the presentation. Well, I will summarize the reform or the situation. So basically in Spain, what we have is a majority of unaccompanied minors that come from Morocco in most cases and that arrive by boat. Obviously, they are not all of them, but they are the large majority. So when they arrive, they go to under the assistance of the Red Cross. Then the police identify them, and if they are properly identified as minors, they are sent to children protection institutions that are public institutions. So in that case, during the time, we have the arrival statistics where Red Cross, for instance, which is not official statistics, but it is statistics that we have easy access to. We have the information about how many minors arrive unaccompanied every day in the country by boat. Then we have the statistics of minors that are in care institutions. And then we have residence statistics for minors at the moment that they receive the documentation. This was a crucial point before the reform that I would like to emphasize. Before, children were immediately put under the protection of authorities, public authorities, but public protection authorities have up to 9 months to request the police the documentation for these unaccompanied minors, and then the time of processing the documentation. So taking into account that many of these children arrive at around age 16, many of them ended up their childhood being in protection institution without being documented by the public administration. They reached age 18, and the obligation for public powers to provide protection to these children disappeared, and they many times ended up being in the streets with no documentation because they never got it, even if they should have, because of the inefficiency of the public administration, but also because the legislation established this very long period for the responsible authorities to request the documentation for children. So they were undocumented children unaccompanied under the protection of the public administration, which was quite irresponsible if you think of on the part of the public administration. So this is why even if in Spain no minor is illegal, because in Spain minors, foreign minors are minors before foreigners, and this is very important in organizing the whole assistance to this vulnerable group. What happened was the administration, as I explained, it had a too long period to request documentation. They remained undocumented. They reached majority of age without having their documents. And then when they were 18, they were requested a very high amount of income to demonstrate that they were not dependent on public resources. And it was super difficult for them to find a job because they were requested a 1-year contract. People that are 18 years that they just learned the language, and in the best situation, they had some short time, some months or a year and a half, 2 years, if they arrived at age 16, to train and have some labor capacity acquired in the country where they are living, in Spain in this case. So what we did in the reform, basically, I would like to emphasize the statistical consequences, sorry that I go too quick, of this situation. What happened is, if you look at the first bar, you have in 2019, we were aware of regional public institutions with a responsibility of taking care of unaccompanied minors children counted about 7,000 unaccompanied minors in their facilities, under their protection. If we try to follow up these children over time to see how they manage the transition to adulthood, we see that 2 years after, when they were supposed to be 19, so already adults, we were able to find less than 1,000 of these children. They didn't leave the country. They only lost their documentation. So the 7,000 are the either documented or not documented unaccompanied minors that were in care institutions. The large majority of them disappeared from our statistics simply because they didn't have papers, but they were in the country and we didn't know where, how they managed. So we couldn't protect them, we couldn't train them, we couldn't promoted their labor incorporation, and this all promoted a lot of prejudices around these children and how they are related to crime activities and so on. So Stream Right was really exploiting this in a campaign where they put the amount of euros that were supposed to be spent every month in taking care of one of this child and the pension that an old age grandmother was supposed to receive every month. So this was very polemical and very controversial, and this was right before the reform was passed. So the reform, what did was basically to shorten the time to document children in public protection institution, smooth the transition into adulthood, provide them with longer validity residence permit, so they didn't have to renew every year, but every 2 years, and really facilitates access to the labor market, making clear on their documentation that they were authorized to work, which was something like there was a gray area in the previous legislation saying that they were allowed to work only if the protection institution considered that that particular type of work was adequate to promote their integration and so on. So just a few figures to show the effects of the reform. So the reform was passed and implemented in November 2021. And here we have the figures that we get from the Register of Documented and Accompanied Minors. So these are the documented ones. As I explained before, there were many in care institutions, but without being documented. So what we see here is like a few months after the reform was passed, the number was increasing. How some people interpreted this, or which were one of the main arguments that the opponents of the reform were putting on the table was like, this is going to have a strong pulling effect. As soon as people know in Morocco that we are facilitating their access to the labor market, they are going to come in higher numbers. So this was an expected effect, but we needed to show that this was not the result of an increase in flows, but just an increase in documentation, and therefore the emergence of this group in our statistics, while before they remained hidden somehow. So basically, if we compare this with the border police statistics, we see how the line has not changed in terms of arrivals of undocumented minors registered by the border police before and after the the reform. So we have increased the number of documented unaccompanied minors, not the number of unaccompanied minors arriving to our territory. And this was very important in order to be able to discredit this very repeated argument that by doing more difficult the life of the migrants in our countries, we are going to reduce the number of migrants coming to our territory. And that was particularly important for this group. So here we also see that this is the number of daily arrivals that I mentioned before for a longer period of time. And on top of it, you have the number of registered and unaccompanied minors. So we see that the numbers follows a very clear seasonal pattern, depending on the weather and how easily they can cross by boat to the peninsula. But what increase was only the number of documented unaccompanied minors, not the number of arrivals in comparison to previous year when the reform was not in place yet. And then with regard to, I'm going to skip this, basically with regard to the labor market incorporation, something that we can see here is you see the date of the reform in the red line, and you see how the employment rate for the group between 16, which is a working age in Spain, and 23, which is the age at which they stopped being considering youth as receiving support from the public administration, in this case at the regional level, not as minor protected themselves. We see how the employment rates has increased in over a year that the reform has been enforced, from 33% at the time of the approval of the reform to more than 56%. And this would be much higher if we eliminate from the population the group between 16 and 18 when they are still under the protection of the authorities. And in most cases, they are taking some courses for training and so on. And also in terms of the sectors where they were able to find employment, it changed. You cannot see probably here, but you can check everything is published in the website. This was also important for us, as Apostolos was mentioning before, the importance of this is an experimental statistic. It's not consolidated yet as an official statistic, but we wanted to make it public and clear from the very beginning for the public and opponents of the reform to be able to follow up the results that we were able to identify, and the concentration that previously we saw in the agriculture sector, that was a very segregated and with no many possibilities of promotion for these young people, change it, and still it is a relatively important sector to incorporate into the labor market, but now hospitality or administrative services are increasing much more as a sector of employment for these young people. And this is all. We can keep some time for the questions later. Thank you.
I'm sure there will be many. I certainly had at least 10 in my mind as you were showing and demonstrating. And for me, again, as a person working not only on migration data, but also on policy in our organization and working with governments and trying to promote this balanced approach to also to always look into supporting population groups, migrant populations group, and not necessarily immediately assuming a lot of, statements that, I've heard it also myself a lot by creating kind of positive treatment of migrants acting as a pull factor. So I think that we can really, by having focus and bringing data, we really help a lot, because then you cannot argue. You cannot really argue with numbers. And especially what I liked your slide about the increase of employment rate, which is the rate, which is not the number, because with numbers, it's always the question, how do we attribute, what is the shock which is really creating that deviation of the trend, but the attribution really and really this relative, and then again, only uploading, again, it's interesting that what you shared is not necessarily mainstreaming data into existing statistical, but really zooming into a specific group and how data help us to ensure that they receive best support. And again, that resonates a lot with what you were saying early in terms of making sure that data is really serving the purpose. No, absolutely, very, very interesting. Let's continue. And now maybe let's now go away from maybe national focus a little bit more to global or regional focus. Andrea, from your end, so I guess you will be also sharing with us some sort of a very sophisticated approach towards filling some of the data gaps. And from HCI perspective. So we're really all looking forward to hearing from you, bearing in mind maybe we are not all data scientists here in the audience, but I'm sure you'll manage to give the main snapshots over.
Yeah, thanks, Marina, for inviting us to contribute to this very interesting section. And Amparo making very hard for me to come after such an exciting presentation. So in this few minutes, I will try to present a simple statistical model to try and improve the estimate of the global proportion of refugees that are children. And yeah, hopefully they put my presentation on, but the credit for this work goes to Sebastian Steinmuller, my colleague at UNHCR, Jan Bese, and Yukun Pei at UNICEF. So the agenda for this talk would be, I will first present some the data gaps that are still existing in the demographic age and sex disaggregation for refugees, and why we should model the missing data for refugees. And then I will introduce the model to predict the demographic data that is missing, the results of the model, and how we use the resulting data set and its limitations. So UNHCR publishes official population figures twice a year with totals by country pairs, but only at the end of the year the disaggregated data by age and sex are reported. And the data is reported by country of asylum. So each country of asylum reports data, and there's two main sources of data for this disaggregation. So government data, which is typically administrative records on asylum applications and decisions, and UNHCR own data. For the countries in which UNHCR directly conducts registration, UNHCR has a database called Progress. Unfortunately, we cannot see the slides, but the age disaggregation for refugee data is available for 77% of all the refugee populations. For this refugee population, the percentage of refugees that are children is 47%. So this led to the claim that almost half of the refugees in the world are children. However, of course, we have missing data for 23% of the whole refugee populations, and is it really true then that we can assume that the same percentage is available for same percentage of refugees is also available for these missing countries. So the data when we basically this 23% missing data is varying a lot by region of asylum. So once we go disaggregating the data gaps across regions of asylum, we can see that the information on age and sex for the Africa and Asia region is almost complete. And this is due to the fact that in these regions, UNHCR directly conducts registration for almost all countries. And so by definition, the demographic information is recorded in the UNHCR database. However, for the remaining regions, so Americas, Europe, and Oceania, it's mostly the governments that reports. So the data source is mainly the government. And so basically there's this because of technical capacity and also sometimes political considerations, many governments do not report age disaggregation. In these two regions, so Americas and Europe, there are less information available on the age disaggregation. So Yeah, now I would really need to show some graphs, which
I don't know what's the situation with the slides. Do we not have slides? Because the graphs were really very nice indeed.
yeah, but so since we really need to move with the time, the important thing to say here is that the refugees, the data disaggregation. So basically, what is important to look at when we want to model, when we want to estimate the age disaggregation on refugees. So we see basically that the age compositions of migrants varies a lot by country of origin. So we see, for instance, that so in the graph I had like the distribution of age of the main country of origins of refugees in the world. And for instance, I showed that for instance, for South Sudan, the age distribution clusters around 60% of children. But for instance, for Venezuela, it clusters around 30%. There's variation across country of asylum, but in general, there's we can see there's huge variations in the country of origin, and also the age distribution of refugees also varies a lot by regions. So, for instance, the Syrian refugees going to Asian countries tend to have a much higher proportion of children than Syrian refugees going to Europe. So basically, we need to take into account when modeling these main variables. So the country of origin first, the region of asylum, and then the country of asylum. So when we do our modeling for estimating the missing data, we fit in a hierarchical multinomial Bayesian logit on country pair data to model the probability of refugees falling in a certain age bracket. So we have 10 age brackets, so 5 for each sex. And the structure of the data set basically is that we have country pairs. We can count data of number of refugees in each bracket, and then basically we predict the missing data. So which for the missing observations, where in which age bracket the refugees would be. So okay, now let's see quickly. Do you know how? Okay. So just to say that basically this, I mean, yeah, I skip on the others.
Maybe the camera can also be on the speaker, not on myself.
Yeah. So this basically was what I was trying to convey before, that the age distribution varies across those 4 main countries of asylum. They represent more than half of the refugees at the end of 2021, when the Ukraine crisis hadn't happened yet. So this is the equation. So as you can see, we have some intercepts for country of origin, regional of asylum, and country of asylum, and we also have a fixed effect for the country pair that shares a border. So then the results, basically we fit the model on the available data. We take 200 draws of age and sex counts for the country pairs that don't have demographic data available from the posterior predicted distribution of the model. So basically we end up with the 200 repetition of a global data sets that all differ in the imputed age and sex counts, but that have the same data for the data that's of course available. And the results show here that the total, like the global estimate drops from 47% to 42% when we impute this data. And you can see here, there's of course some uncertainty in these predictions, but when we aggregate by region, it's the band, the confidence band is quite small, and so we are quite confident that we have reasonable good estimates at the regional level. This is of course not true in this case for Oceania, because it's very few, only 1,000 refugees or so. But for the rest of the regions, we have quite accurate estimates.
Finally, we can see here, though, that when we look at the country level, so these are Syrians, refugees in 4 different countries of asylum, there's a much larger uncertainty. So in practice, these estimates at the country level can really just be used for having like an upper bound of the estimate. So we can say that Syrian refugees in Greece are definitely not on the percentage of children for Syrian refugees in Greece is definitely not higher than 40%. But the point estimates would not be very reliable. So basically this just to conclude, this data can be used to calculate regional or global proportions. But of course, the uncertainty about the predictions should always be communicated clearly when using this model. And of course, when we go to the country level, this is just not very reliable. And the limitation on this is that, so of course, it's a top-down modeling. It doesn't consider the time component, and it's very computationally heavy, so it takes very long time to run. So definitely, when we go, it's very useful to making like a global prediction. But when we go at the country level, always prefer, of course, the improvement of country level data by our colleagues in NSOs and in the national authorities. And at the country level, of course, would be very useful to do much bottom-up approaches, so taking into account additional data sources like censuses if they are available, and additional variables like fertility, mortality, etc. So there's, for instance, a study that on African refugees in Iran that we've conducted in UACR that goes down to much deeper level. And just to conclude, like there's the code and the data is available on GitHub, so it's the link is in the slides. So if those are shared, you can access it, and you can also use this data set to basically compile your own aggregates or regional aggregates according to your criteria. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And apologize for the hiccup a little bit with the technology today. It was the first time actually that was not playing with us, but I think we managed very well. And that demonstrates also the importance and complexity of the challenges, but also some solutions which we can utilize by applying a bit more sophisticated approaches if data is not available, but by really doing a bit of analysis and predictions, modelings, and filling those gaps. But I liked your statement saying that the models can be good for maybe global, but then once we go into a more local level, so we still need to work on enhancement of data systems, because again, that is where the granularity becomes challenging. So thank you so much. And William, now over to you. Also, maybe you can share with us the work of Save the Children, and in terms of also some sort of experimentation that you involved. I know the prediction is also one of the lenses you're looking into, but also since you are the chair of the data group within the IDAC focusing on innovation, maybe you can mention both and share both topics at the same time.
Sure.
I'm just looking at the time because I'm sure I was promising question and answer session, so I want to make sure that we deliver on that.
Okay, I'll try and touch on both, and I'll try and move at a fair clip. Okay, so absolutely. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our work at Save the Children on predictive analytics. It's an area that it's kind of a capacity that Save the Children's been investing more in as part of a broader commitment to data-driven decision-making and anticipatory action. My team is focused on applying predictive analytics to displacement. So how big will they get? Where will people go? How many of them are children? What's the demographic breakdown? These kind of approaches that are pretty mainstream in other sectors, but are still kind of finding their feet in the kind of humanitarian space. So we started with what you might say were more kind of traditional machine learning approaches, looking at trying to predict the flow of refugees between country pairs and the demographics of them where possible. And we had some success there, but we faced a lot of challenges around data. especially around demographics. So unlike, other industries, unlike something like Amazon that have reams and reams of clean data that they can kind of access to build these models, humanitarian sector data, historically speaking, is pretty messy. There's a lot of gaps. Even our most long-running prestigious data sets have suffered from methodological drift over time. And of course they have, our entire mindset around data has shifted so dramatically over the past kind of 2 decades. So we felt the need to investigate other types of models that were perhaps less reliant on kind of classic kind of big data approaches. So we have friends at kind of colleague organizations that are looking at systems dynamics approaches, but at Save the Children, we were interested in agent-based models. So agent-based models differ in that you kind of go down to the individual level and you simulate the decisions and the behavior that people will exhibit when faced with, say, a displacing event. And then you zoom all the way back out and you say, okay, if we run this simulation en masse, what patterns emerge at the kind of national level? So where do people go? Where do children go? And so where do we need to be? And the magic of agent-based models is that the insights that you use to build those rules, those about how people will behave, well, that can come from classic kind of big data sources and analysis of them. But equally, you can kind of source insights from qualitative data, from you can apply it to specific geographies or specific kind of groups within your kind of displaced population. So it gives a lot more flexibility. Obviously, I've skipped huge amounts of technical detail there, but do find me on the conference floor or email me if you'd like to kind of learn more about it or talk it more through. I can absolutely talk your ear off about the detail of it. But I think it's been a really exciting kind of piece of work, because I think that while we're waiting for the kind of data to catch up to do some of these more classic kind of approaches, and it is catching up, we've some of the stuff that Apostolos was talking about, some of the stuff we heard colleagues talking throughout the kind of conference, it's getting there. But right now, we really want to be investigating these kind of innovative ways of working with the data that we do have. I do want to say, though, it's not all like this kind of innovation. It's not all these kind of shiny new digital tools, pieces of work like that. So I think on Thursday, I think it's session F2, Impact is going to be presenting a longitudinal survey that we worked on them with in Ukraine. That was a brilliant refinement of our kind of existing kind of craft that we do. And equally, last year, Save the Children did a piece of work on climate change induced displacement and migration, and drove this kind of child-focused approach, directly talked to 240 children. And the data that we got and the understanding that we got was so much richer for it. So yeah, Alan Creter, some of the stuff you were saying there absolutely resonated. But just to say, yeah, there's this really exciting focus on disaggregation at the moment, all throughout the comments, in this conference. And the GRID report last year, which had this specific focus on children. And then, yeah, the IDAC. So I lead a working group in IDAC, specifically focused on kind of disaggregated data. And the more we have access to this data, it does mean we can build much more kind of accurate and impressive products using it. Maybe I'll go straight on to kind of the kind of work with IDAC. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the kind of there's a kind of the thing that to summarize kind of the challenges that we kind of see in the space, from our perspective, as a kind of NGO like Save the Children. So I mean, a lot of program work that's being done just isn't necessarily collecting data. And if they are collecting data, a lot of the time it's not disaggregated. And then if it is disaggregated, it's not standardized. Everyone's doing their own thing. If it is standardized, great, but chances are it's not being shared. And then if it is being shared, it's in a PDF, buried in some kind of remote annex, so no one can get to it. And so, I mean, that's a little facetious, but it kind of summarizes things. It kind of summarizes what we see. I mean, there's so much work being done out there and kind of reaching these children, but we're not always getting them represented in data at the same time. And if you're invisible in data at the same time that we're increasingly talking about data-driven decision-making, well, we have a problem. Now things are improving. Disaggregation of data is being kind of driven more aggressively. We've heard amazing examples, throughout this kind of event. And I see it in my work at Save the Children. We have access to more and more data. There's more and more we can kind of work with. So I think in that kind of chain of issues, right now our focus is on absolutely still encouraging disaggregation of data to take place, but it's also around that kind of standardization issue. And that can be very simple of, are we talking about the same age definitions around childhood and youth? Simple practical stuff like that, up to the much more complicated of, are agencies producing data in such a way that it's interoperable? I know there's some work in some of the members of my working group. I'll flip the next slide so you can see who they are, that are doing some work in this space now. And in working group 4, that is what we want to focus on, looking at approaches to capturing this data that are being used right now by government and civil society, working out the barriers and the limitations around capturing migrant and displaced children, and then contribute to the standardization of those approaches. We're going to talk a lot more about that at the side event on Friday, the IDEC side event. So please do come if you're interested. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Will. I think it's an exciting area of work. Indeed, there's a huge amount of work, as you said. It's a whole data management cycle, as you described. There are challenges everywhere. It's not only about ensuring common definitions and collection of data, but also the format, how we collect data. The challenges are at the multiple stages. And again, that resonates with the work of capacity building and development and what was already presented earlier. But innovation, I think it's definitely something focus, which is really at the forefront of all work on data, as well as the prediction, the foresight. So we haven't spoken a lot about that. I want to remind everybody about the Summit of the Future, which is coming in September 2024. Secretary General is really mobilizing the whole UN system towards that work. And for us in our migration in GIMDAC and in the Global Data Institute, one of the top 3 priorities will be on the foresight and the ability to really be forward-looking in our work. That, of course, requires a good work, solid databases, data sets. But as you said, we cannot wait until the data perfect to start looking into some sort of telling the story and really informing the action. Again, we've heard we are looking now back in terms of how we can improve our responses. So data is not just a kind of a passive end result, but really is a tool for us to move forward. Exciting time. I mean, exciting. I did promise to everybody that we'll learn a lot. We've hear a lot of different elements from our speakers. So we do have only 10 minutes for the question and answers. So that's why I'm not commenting or sharing more of my own thoughts. I want to open the floor for everybody in the room to provide to maybe ask more specific questions, because we were trying to rush through, or any of the speakers, of course, feel free to also engage, because you've heard and probably also learned a lot, as I did, from each other. So anybody who would like to start with a specific question, comment? So, okay, let me see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Good. Let's do also that this round, starting from you, please introduce yourself. We take this first round of 3 questions and try to be brief. We have 10 minutes.
No, muy breve. Yo vengo de la Oficina de Estadística de Perú y quiero hacerle una pregunta a Amparo, pero muy breve. Amparo nos dijo que ningún menor...
Amparo mentioned that no minor is considered to be illegal in Spain. And that obviously is very good. We must first of all look at the human aspect and then the migration aspect. But the question is, what impact does this have on the health and education budget of Spain through the incorporation of migrant children into the educational and health system? Whether that incorporation has an impact and what that impact is, if so.
Great question, because I think indeed, how do we further, extend the application of data not only to defining services, but also budget planning becomes absolutely crucial. So excellent question. I think we will come to you afterwards because we promised the first 3 questions going, I think, from your side.
Hi, yes, thank you for the very interesting presentations. I'm Joseph Bullock. I run the data science and AI team at UN Global Pulse, the UN Secretary General's Innovation Lab. So I had a question for those who are speaking about sort of new and innovative methods that are being used, which is really interesting, both within the UN system and outside of it. So like a fairly broad question, but how are these methods being received by decision makers? Is there sort of, are there barriers to their usage? What were those barriers? And I think also, as this community here gathered today, what can we do to try to work towards removing some of those barriers, alleviating them? Is it different ways of communicating these methods? Is it sort of continuing to iterate with them? Are there improvements that we can make as a community to work better with national, local, and intergovernmental decision makers to use and adopt these new methods? Thank you.
Excellent question. Policymakers, we want to influence them. They are the ones setting the laws and processes and policies. And Bjorn, please.
Thank you. My name is Bjorn Gilsetter. I'm head of the Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement. I have a question for William. I found your statements really good and challenging. I'd like to hear, what do you think are the solutions? When you say that there are no standards, for example, how do you suggest that we introduce standards? What can we do? And then just a broad statement, fully agree on this is where one of the big data gaps globally are, on the 50% of the population who are children of all the displaced people. So it's great that you're working on this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So let's try to respond to these 3 questions and take another round. The first one on probably, yes, on budget planning in Spain.
Thank you very much. Well, we need to make a difference between, here we were talking about the unaccompanied minors that are a minority of the migrant minors, obviously, in the country. So unaccompanied minors were about, depending on the year, 7,000, 10,000, 8,000, around that number. And they have a series of needs that make their protection, if you want, more expensive, obviously, that just supporting with standard public services like education or health. Migrant children that are living in the country with their families that are usually active in the labor market. But in terms of the numbers, we can take into account that less than 1/3 of the total migrant population living in Spain right now are children, and they are actually seen by the government and the public decision makers rather as an investment, because we are expected to lose about 5 million working age persons in the next 20-30 years. So the number is still very small in comparison to that demographic projection of aging. And the real challenge for the country, not only for Spain, but definitely for many other European countries right now, is not so much how to fund the additional money that definitely needs to be invested in order to facilitate the incorporation of migrant children into schools and promoting their proper training and educational background for a successful incorporation into the labor market, but rather how to accelerate that and to do it in a way that it's actually able to at least partially compensate this the aging of the native population and the real burden that means for the social security. Apart from that, not looking in the medium term, if we look in the short term, right now, definitely there are some studies like trying to estimate, to quantify the amount of money that is devoted to these additional expenditures derived from the particular needs that temporarily migrant children may need in schools is largely overcompensated by the taxes and revenues in Social Security contributions that migrant parents that are active in the labor market are providing to the Treasury. So it's not, fortunately, a big debate in Spain for the moment, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every time there is a question about budget, I think we need as a data community be better in really offering very, not sophisticated, but very clear-cut ways of capturing the investment and the cost and of investment, of inclusion, integration, support measure versus not supporting measure. The fact that you spoke about only keeping an eye on 1,000 young migrants in Spain and losing 8,000 who then remain undocumented. What is the cost of those children and young people struggling to enter the labor? We need to be able to calculate and come up with this financial modeling so that it is really hardcore evidence, and then nobody's questioning even. But because I know it is a public debate in many countries, so actually, maybe some good models of that kind would be great to share.
You are remembering me with this comment that the minister in this case, he was very much behind the reform and pushing for it very hard for a long time. He was suggesting to make the calculation of how many pensions for all age Spanish people we could pay thanks to the incorporation into the labor market and the contribution to Social Security made up of the 6,000 young previously unaccompanied minors that had incorporated into the labor market thanks to the reform. Was a way of one metric in order to, counter argument with this type of
Absolutely, but again, maybe this is something which we haven't been discussing in the Forum for Migration Statistics, but really data modeling and really mechanisms of really demonstrating the cost and benefit analysis of some of the policy actions. And I think you already had a lot of evidence presented, but sometimes the budget numbers calculation is much more convincing to policymakers. I don't want to preempt the answer to the second question, but I think that was kind of also helpful, but maybe William, you want to respond to policymakers and innovation question?
Okay, very short answer. Yeah, it varies between absolute over-enthusiasm that we're going to suddenly create a mystical machine that's going to tell us exactly what we should do, or complete brutal skepticism. And so we're having to fight for every kind of inch of buy-in and ground. I'd say, and certainly then you bring in kind of ethics and protection questions, absolutely valid. And I'd say is that communications around the work that we do and its kind of perception and how it should be understood are like just as kind of important a piece of work in the kind of day-to-day as actually developing the models themselves. We spend a lot of time in it. We have to do a lot of thinking around it. And that's just for internal stakeholders, let alone external.
Thank you so much. Maybe from my side, since we work a lot with policymakers within, the Global Compact for Migration follow-up, it's a very important point, innovation and data. I think we can do better moving forward on that. As you know, we also have a big data for migration alliance that Jim Duck is supporting, and I'm not sure how much I saw that we are a member, but because there were some sort of changes in the team, I think let's stay connected, because indeed it's important that we continue, pulling things and efforts together moving forward. And something what we're going to announce also, staying in touch between four. We are thinking and talking to the network which already exists on really having more in-depth discussions and workflows in between the four. So by creating those different initiatives, bringing them together, and that's how you become more powerful, because it becomes then something which is really recognized, and having same standard messages in different fora, and then we reach the policymakers, then it becomes strong. Lack of standards, beyond your question, specifically target. I know also you asked William, please go ahead, but also anybody else maybe would like to also comment on that, please?
Sure. I think this question really ties into the piece of work that we really want to do with Working Group 4 in IDAC around evaluating exactly that. I mean, so Save the Children, we have our own ideas about these kind of definitions that we should use and the approaches we should take. But so do other organizations and agencies. This is like one area where diversity of opinion is not really helping us. I think even within IDAC, the other working groups are more kind of developing tools in this space, and we're absolutely going to be looking to them for kind of inspiration and kind of clarifications around best practices. They're more the expert there than actually kind of my working group is. But I think besides finding the right set of ideas and kind of practice to kind of run up the flagpole and kind of support, we need to be trying to understand actually how universal is this, is this stuff. And I think so the work we want to do is around looking at these approaches, whether they come from inside IDAC or outside, and then trying to understand, okay, how will they operate in different contexts? Like, where will it work? Where will it not? What are the barriers? What are the limitations? Like, have we considered all these factors? And then what can we recommend? What can we actually establish as kind of universal best practice? And it's going to be something modular. It's going to be something kind of, it's never going to be completely simple. But what can we, what can we build in that space? I think the answer's out there. We just need to find it.
Thank you, Alankrita. It resonated with you, the question from you, no? Please.
Yeah. So one thing I'd like to add from the youth perspective is I strongly believe that we need to focus more on metrics. And that's because sometimes there's metrics that have been defined in an attempt to measure progress in one area, but at the same time, they're inefficient. So as an example, let's say someone's trying to get a picture of how many migrant youth are attending school, but if they only look at school registration data, that doesn't necessarily mean that those children are actually attending classes in person. So these are the types of nuances that are typically very difficult to capture in a database. And so a lot of times what ends up happening is governments end up having to rely on their personal networks to establish and obtain this kind of information. So one thing that we can all think about is how can we address this challenge so that there's more collaboration, and as we're defining metrics, that they're actually representing what the end goal is here. And additionally, a lot of times, many of this information is not collected or even updated regularly. So in some countries, particularly low-income countries, there might be very comprehensive policies on paper, but they're not fully implemented in practice, or there's no formal policy for having a good practice in place either. So those are some of the things where, between countries, there can be collaboration to help develop that kind of capacity and help create systems that are coherent across the world so that data can be more comparable. Another framework to think about is kind of a root cause analysis when it comes to the challenges that are faced in data. So as an example, in a root cause analysis, you first define the problem, you then gather the relevant data, you identify what are the causal factors, and then you determine the root causes, after which you can make a really informed recommendation and solution. So one of the challenges that's faced right now is there's a lot of times multiple actors working in the same space, sometimes producing duplicate or even contradictory reports. Now, looking in this framework, right, the next question to ask is, why is that the case? And the answer is because there isn't really a single entity, as we know, that covers everything. And there's currently not much coordination among organizations who are curating similar content. And a solution to that could be one, creating, a network or a platform where, folks can regularly update, connect with one another, have that moment of connection rather than, waiting several months to get the accurate data that they're looking for. And, getting data on regional and global trends as well. So that's another, possible solution to think about. Another is when it comes to defining standardized terminology, I would strongly say that, asking youth how they feel about the terminology is very vital about, creating something that will actually, affect them, whether it's designing programs or, allocating resources and creating a budget that's going to affect their, lifestyle, or creating policies or other processes related to youth. So are we asking youth how they feel when we're, labeling them as unaccompanied youth, for example, right? How do youth feel about that term when it comes to data tracking and things of that sort? So are we asking these kinds of questions? Are we involving youth in all of these processes so that, as we work together and, as we get more connected at a global level, we're designing from a human-centered approach and from a youth-focused approach as well. So back to you.
That's great. Can you please write this down? The answers I was typing, root cause analysis, collaboration between countries, more refined matrices involving you. So it's almost kind of your final statement to not just the question, but really a lot of recommendations. I would like everybody to really share ideas, suggestions. We ran out of time to really have a proper conclusion. I took lots of notes, but I think there was still a question from the right. Is it Dominican Republic, or I don't know what did you? No question. All the questions were answered. You answered all the questions. Excellent. But I don't want to eat or drink into your coffee break. But I do want. First of all, everybody's invited on Friday. Yes. So for the conference. Before I pass the floor to Estrella, maybe for a quick announcement on that. One important recommendation from each member of the panel. I think we've heard from you. So there was a lot. So going maybe in the circle, what can we do? What do we need to focus? And think about, again, next forum. So what next in 3 years we come back? What do you want to actually major change, transformative change that we want to all together strive for? So that we can maybe mark and put it on the table as a recommendation from our panel moving forward. And then, I think we will be happy that we have done a good job. Please.
First of all, a request for my part. The manual, I didn't present you the manual only because we'll have it ready in 2 or 3 weeks. And the problem is that it's very Eurocentric. I'd like your input also from all the panelists and from people who are watching us online. Please, if you have any best practice from your country, please feel free to contact me. I'll ask Amparo very soon from the part of Spain, but also European country. I want many more countries to participate and express their best practices regarding this and regarding the capacity building and how they manage to collect data regarding on refugees and migrants and children on the move. What I'd like, my ambition would be I'll start to the statistical literacy part, because believe me, we all know the importance of data, but what kind of data? Not all data are appropriate. We are talking about new innovative forms of data and things like that. Believe me, that's not so easy. These kind of data tend to be very sexy, allow me to say, but that kind of data are not always reliable. That's always the case. Well, we are having many exercises regarding evaluate this form of big data, high frequency data, but the only problem is that we stick to the part that the data provider is perhaps only one sole company that controls the whole provision of data, and that's not good. That leads to biases, and official statistics should not be regarding biases. Statistical literacy, I insist on that.
Okay, good. That's very important point. Yes, we are looking like globally a move from kind of watering a little bit statistics and start speaking about data, and data is a much broader category, but how do we stress test the validity of data going beyond the, yes, wow, it's exciting, computers, innovations, but then what is the relationship between statistics and operational data or other types of data? This is a very important point, and literacy, and understanding, working with people so that they interpret data correctly. And so then doing a bit of an analysis. Very, very important point, Apostolos. Thank you so much. So Amparo, your statement or recommendation or wishful, direction of next.
I think I was commenting with Estrella the other day when we were preparing the panel. And I think something that I would like to happen, and I think it's not very ambitious because I would like many other things in terms of inclusion of children in migration statistics, is that we manage it from the network, because I'm assuming that whatever it happens in the network is going to be good for data at large, is that we are able to cooperate more and better with public administrations in the different countries. I find kind of difficult. I come from research, so for me it's normal to participate in this sort of international networks. But from my experience in the administration, this is not that common. And if it is not made compulsory to some extent that the units participate somehow in these networks, it's very difficult to have access to the real producers of data and to transmit why it's so important for us. In this case, I'm talking as a researcher, not as a part of the government, for us, for the community, I would say, to work with them and to improve the quality of data for the, I would say, for the good of, in this case, of children, which is a major goal.
Very, very important. That was the idea of the forum, to bring, broaden the community among statistical officers and bring people like yourself so that we hear the voice and then we grow. Also, sometimes literacy in the public administration structures. That's why you combining the position of researcher, it's a unique thing. But again, there are new units of analysis emerging in different countries. So this is a trend. So in collaboration between statistical offices and the analytical structures in the other aligned ministries, it's very important collaboration. So very good point, taking them and then going to Andrea, your point and statement.
Yeah, thank you. So I mean, I talked about this a bit already in my presentation, but just want to, make clear the distinction between the official statistics and the models. So, and going back also to what Will was saying, I think, and running a little data science group we have in UNHCR, I see more, I think, unrealistic expectations to what data science and models can do. So, I mean, certainly we need to keep working on those and improve models and estimates, but there are no substitutes for official statistics. And we do have international recommendations for refugee statistics developed by the expert group. And so I really encourage countries to keep trying to implement those. And yeah, so maybe in 3 years we'll have more data.
Sounds excellent, understanding the limitations and the power of novel approaches and modeling, which we're also struggling a lot because, again, everybody thinks, oh, give me the data. So like just come up with something. So there's a lot of demand, but then we need to indeed have this kind of understanding what is known, what we can speak about, what is an estimate, and what is really the hardcore numbers, which we are confident about. William, your last statement.
I'll keep it short. Yeah, the dream would be organizational and institutional data was following standardized approaches and is interoperable and ready for use in the kind of thing that we've been trying to build. And yeah, no more data tables and PDFs, full stop.
But wait a second. We do have yet final statement from Alan Krita.
Yeah, one final point of reflection I'd like to make is during data collection, designing safe spaces is very critical for addressing inaccuracies in self-reporting that often skew data. So for example, a lot of times migrants are hesitant to disclose their legal status. So they might not, respond properly when it comes to surveying or asking them for information to inform, data reports. So making safe spaces and making sure that these vulnerabilities are identified and that as data collection is occurring. We are being transparent about how the data will be disclosed and what it's going to be used for will help us collect more accurate, more reliable information to drive our policies.
Very important point, which came out also yesterday as we spoke about safe migration and focusing on missing migrants and how we collect data, how we ask questions, data protection. Absolutely. Thank you. Drawing again, not only the question of why, but also the center focus on the human and the person. You know, it's not data for the sake of data. I enjoyed the time with everybody here, including the audience. Apologies for maybe not giving you enough space for really asking your questions or sharing comments. Do stay in touch. Do share your views. If you came up with some brilliant ideas, please share with us. And we look forward to Friday. Estrella, what's happening Friday?
Yes, thank you, Marina. I would like to thank all those who are with us today, online or in person. Thank you very much. And to the speakers, this has been a brilliant presentation. And you have given us more food for thought and maybe challenges to address through the platform. So we have had a preview of the multi-stakeholder perspectives that IDAC offers by bringing together all the concerned stakeholders. We'll address the coordination, whole of government approach. Hopefully next Friday, we have a longer conversation about these many other issues. And I'd like to invite you on behalf of the 5 Secretariat members. I am represented by Marina, UNHCR, Eurostat, UNICEF, the office I represent, and OECD, of course, and did I mention UNHCR? So we'll have a half-day event. We will begin with a soft launch of a disability and children on the move report, a first report on that nexus between disability and child migration and displacement. And then we'll have 4 successive sessions, one looking at what the road we have traveled from Morocco has been like in the last 2.5 years. And then looking at also reiterating the message from the youth and the global pledge that we are co-launching with the Migration, Youth and Children's Platform to make sure that through the IDAC, we are able to hear the voices of children that affect the way we improve the data that impact their lives. And then the second session will be about country perspectives, also an input from UNESCO and from WHO about health and education issues that children on the move face, so very important issues. And I'm sure that we're all united around these 2 key issues. Country perspectives from Uganda, from Greece, and from Chile. And then further conversation with the working groups. We have 2 other working groups, and you'll hear more about a concrete output from working group 2 on child-specific indicators, showing what we can do together if we are able to share our experiences and really listen to the lived experiences of countries and other stakeholders dealing with data. And finally, a 4th session on forward-looking, how we can do better this year and onwards by listening to you, by participating in the IFMS and other relevant processes at the regional and global level. So that's it. That's an invitation. I hope you will all be able to join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, interpreters. So sorry about eating into your time. You were great. And everyone, coffee break, and then we continue with the program. And a bit of clapping, maybe? Thank you. dear colleagues. I believe we are ready to start our plenary session 4. Again, I hope you had a fantastic lunch and a very strong coffee, so you're all awake. I'm Francesca Groom from the United Nations Statistics Division in New York, and it's a great pleasure to moderate this afternoon session when we will discuss new approaches, methodologies, and innovations in migration data. We'll talk about innovations in the context of increasing the availability and quality of migration data. And in particular, we'll touch on possible solutions, including integrating different sources of data, establishing new partnerships among national statistical offices, among line ministries, and also we will touch on the potential of using non-traditional data sources to improve the availability of data and improve the knowledge on international migration and migrants. Let me go straight to the introduction of our experts panelists. So starting with Elisa Benes on my right. Elisa is a senior labor migration statistician in the Department of Statistics at the International Labour Organization in Geneva, where she is responsible for ILO's global program of work on international labor migration statistics. Next to Elisa, we have Adriana Oropesa, who is the Director of Technical Coordination and Advisor for the Vice Presidency in charge of Social Demographic Statistics at the National Institute of Statistics and Geography, INEGI, in Mexico. Next, we have Ms. Farisa Anim Kazim, who is the Senior Deputy Director of the Population and Demographic Statistics Division at the Department of Statistics in Malaysia. And then I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Eugenia Giraudi, who is a research scientist manager on the core data science team at Meta or Facebook. Her team of researchers are dedicated to leveraging big data to help humanitarian organizations, governments, and academics through the Data for Good program at Facebook. So we have prepared a couple of questions for our speakers, and then as we usually do, we will of course open the floor for additional questions. Of course, we're talking about new approaches to data collection, data analysis, data use, data dissemination to improve the knowledge base on international migration and migrants. And this session is very much linked and build on the discussion that we had this morning. So starting with you, Elisa, can you maybe start by providing an overview on saying a few words on the important intersection between labor and migration, a critical area of work for your organization, ILO, and what statistics tell us about this nexus? Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. And before I start, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. It's truly an honor. So you ask a very important question, and I think we have already heard quite a bit in this forum regarding the importance of labor and work to the connection between migration and development. As you know, the ILO is the UN specialized agency that is dedicated to promoting social justice, labor rights, and decent work for all, regardless of where they work. And we know that better employment opportunities and improved livelihoods is really at the core of the migration and development nexus. I mean, we know, and we have heard it already said by OECD, by IOM, that one of the primary reasons why people migrate is to find work, to improve their livelihoods. But even when people do not travel for work, do not migrate for work, we have also heard from UNHCR about the growth in refugee flows and displacement as also leading causes for migration. still on arrival to destination, engagement into the labor market and finding employment opportunities is one of the main mechanisms to improve livelihoods, to reduce inequality, and to integrate migrants. And so that's where the connection from migration to development and longer term improvements in life are. And we see this in the data. I mean, we've talked about the estimates that we have at the global level with 281 million international migrants in 2020. But we also know that the vast majority of those migrants are of working age. In fact, about 73% are really in the prime working age years. So talking about ages 20 to 64. And this translates into what we see in the ILO global estimates, where international migrants have higher labor force participation rates compared to non-migrants. At the global level, we're talking about almost a 9% higher percentage point in labor force participation rates, with migrant workers around 69% in terms of labor force participation compared to 61% for non-migrants. Of course, for men, among men migrants, these are much higher, reaching 77%. But really, the comparison with non-migrants is not as high as it is for women. Women migrants really are much more engaged in the labor market compared to men. And overall, this translates into really what we estimate to be around 169 million migrant workers as of 2019. And this really, just to give you a sense, is close to 2/3 of all international migrants of working age, and about 5% of the global labor force. But we also know that these numbers do not cover all migrant workers. There are many persons who don't change country of residence, but work and contribute to labor markets in other countries and draw their incomes and livelihoods from other countries. And these include seasonal migrant workers, border workers, other types of international commuters and project-type workers that are really also contributing to that integration, regional economic integration, creation of wider labor markets, and transfer of incomes and reduction of inequalities across countries that we don't have estimates for. And it was very interesting to see from OECD some initial work that is really starting to highlight also this contribution. And these groups of temporary labor migration are recognized in the UN Convention on the Protection of Migrant Workers, and are also recognized by the ILO in our legal instruments and as well as our statistical standards. So it's very core to the ILO to protect migrant workers, considering all of the forms in which they are engaged in labor markets, and whether they arrive to work or they engage once they arrive to their host country, to their destination country. And so they are highlighted as a particular group in our constitution since 1919. But it also, we know that migration, the positive outcomes of migration do not happen just because of migration. And we know that we need to have managed migration and fair and ethical recruitment practices to make sure that employment opportunities are really translating into better livelihoods for migrant workers. And so for this we require base data and evidence. And so the ILO is also has a standard setting mechanism for labor statistics. And this is the International Conference of Labor Statisticians. And this conference has been operating since 1923, setting international standards for all domains within labor statistics, including for international labor migration just 5 years ago. And I'm pleased to say that actually this year, the conference will meet in 2023 in October, and it will be celebrating its centenary of adopting standards on labor statistics. But these guidelines give us the first framework that we have that really focuses on developing and supporting countries to develop their statistics of international labor migration in a way that inform policy for better managed migration, for protection of migrant workers, and for improving and monitoring the implementations that are relating to fair recruitment and ethical work recruitment practices. And so they give us that framework to help countries develop their statistics in terms of the numbers, the characteristics, their working conditions, their rights at work, from the moment of job search and recruitment for those who are recruited, all the way to their situation in countries of destination, and also for those who go back to their countries in terms of return and reintegration. So it's really a rather comprehensive framework that is coherent with the UN framework, and we're working also together with the through the UN expert group to make sure that all these frameworks are coherent and are common for countries, but that are also able to produce statistics for different needs. And in this case, the needs for managing labor migration. So in short, and sorry for taking time, promoting decent work and making sure that we can monitor fair recruitment practices and improve the conditions of migrant workers through evidence-based policy is what is going to allow us to make sure that migration leads to the positive outcomes of development and reduction of inequalities across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, there are so many points that you made. It's impossible to summarize, but what I'm going to retain is, first of all, the centrality of the nexus between work and migration for inclusive development. I think that's critical. Either people are moving, is the primary reason for migration, looking for better conditions, looking for work, or work as the main mechanism for integration once they reach the host country. I also want to point out the excellent work done by the International Conference of Labor Statisticians, that it's really setting the guiding principle for all sorts of statistics related to labor, including statistics on international labor migration in all its dimensions and aspects. So thank you very much for also leading that important work at the international level. Adriana, my dear friend Adriana from INEGI, initial question for you. Can you please describe, you have been very innovative. This is the session where we talk about the new approaches to fill in data gaps. So can you please describe Mexico's methodology to measure migrants in transit? If I understood correctly, this is a potential proxy to measure SDG indicator 10.7.3 on missing migrants. Thank you, Adriana.
Now you put some pressure on me, Francisca. Thanks for, first of all, I would like to thank the three organizing institutions to give us the opportunity to present a little bit of the work we are doing in Mexico, but also it's the result of teamwork with UNSD and ECLAC as in a broader scope. So basically why we began to do it is because we're always, national statistics offices, we're always challenged trying to look for these, I hate sometimes my colleagues, the very statistical ones, because they say these populations are numerically small, they are hard to identify, literally, because some people die in the transit, so literally they don't have any identification document, but also because they are hard to reach. We are so familiar going to households and asking for the interviews, and where interviewers are really good doing that job, even in let's say in urban areas where some people wouldn't like to open the doors to us. So literally it's very difficult to find these people. And also sometimes these people, they don't want to be identified. So they are literally going away from government authorities. So it's really a challenge to try to look for these populations. So in 2019, we from Mexico, we have in the region statistical conference, and there was a time to open for proposals and working groups, and Mexico proposed together with two other countries, Colombia and Chile, to have a regional group on international migration statistics. The Mexican proposal was to make an assessment of our national statistical systems. And I have to say again, I hate sometimes the assessments, because we are always assessing, but we're never doing some things. But at the time, so coming from me is really kind of going against myself. But we decided that it was a good time. And also we saw an opportunity to assess the problem regionally in a regional perspective. And also we were looking, we always listen that we don't have resources or tools, or we are lacking data. So we thought it was kind of a good opportunity to have a regional perspective, because we have people moving from one country to the other in very different patterns that we haven't seen before, in different amounts, in mixed flows. So we tried to give a shot to have a regional perspective. And I think we were very lucky, because we had the engagement of, firstly, of 8 countries. Then our Chilean colleagues brought 2 other countries through synergies in different partnerships. We were very lucky to have the tool already proposed by UNSD in the assessment of the national capacities. We made some modifications to the region and to the COVID pandemic. But also we have extremely nice partners and technical support from ECLAC. And so we ended with a regional assessment of our capacities, specifically in social statistics. We didn't have the opportunity to reach other thematic areas. But then we discovered some gaps. And in Mexico, we spent like 3 months really assessing and talking to our partners. We have the participation of 8 different institutions. And one of the gaps we found is that we needed to characterize, let me use the term migrants in transit. We have been discussing, and some of the results of this work is that the conceptual design and the naming of the variable is too long and too boring. So let me use migrants in transit. And both to the people that are living and they're actually moving through the country, but also unluckily for the people that might die in the country. So why we thought, and then we have 2 options: either complain and say we cannot do nothing because there's no data available, because there were no resources available. But because we did the search on the existing data, we said, maybe our vital statistics, what if we give a shot thinking or rethinking how we publish? So the first thing we did was reorganizing a little bit the how we published, and we discovered that we have the data for nationalities. And why we think we can use it is like either to provide shelter, because it's a hard evidence of people being there. So we're processing the data, the vital statistic database in a way looking for this kind of specific population. And the second thing we did very in parallel, it was trying to narrow which areas of the country where we can find these people moving along. So these people kind of use available resources like the railway tracks, the trains, the highways. They have to enter through the borders. So we built based on 12 data sets, just statistical, but also geospatial information, geocoded database that will help us to narrow the presence of migrants. So we are in the moment where we already finished the first stage of it. And we also we were very lucky as well inside the institution, which I have to say today is our 40th birthday. So it's even an honor for me to be sharing with you when we have an institutional birthday today. But we have also the support from the data science lab, which helped us to, if I put it like very simply, we had variables being points, polygons, and statistical variables that we could not match through a geocode. So they help us to change those points into polygons, those lines into polygons, and those variables to assign the place that the geo tag that we could use to analyze in a very comprehensive way. So I think I'm going to leave it here for the time being. Thanks.
Perfect. There will be a lot of follow-up for sure. No, just first of all, happy birthday to Inegi. We are not going to sing, but that's definitely a big milestone, and we are very proud of the success of the organization. Very strong collaborator also in the regional level and international level. And also congratulations. I mean, this is definitely an exciting example of an initiative where you are really trying to go beyond the business as usual, where you are trying to think outside of the box and looking for innovations to fill in a very critical data gap on the missing migrants. I also like that this is a very good example of working together. You mentioned working on 12 data sets and bridging statistical data with geospatial information. So really looking forward to the second part of your intervention to see a little bit of the meat and what you can share with us in terms of results and how we can maybe learn from this experience in Mexico. Moving to Fariza. So apologies, we go to another region, we go to Asia, Malaysia. Fariza, can you please say a few words on the main data sources for the production of international migration statistics in your country, and maybe you can also highlight some of the current challenges you are facing in producing statistics on international migration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Francisca. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting Malaysia as one of the panelists in this session. The main data sources, there are 3 main data sources of international data migration data in Malaysia. The first one is, I think, the traditional source, the population and housing census, which in Malaysia we conduct every 10 years. In the population census, we do ask questions, place of your residence 1 year and 5 years ago. So if the answer of the question is outside Malaysia, so automatically you will be the international migration. The second source is migration survey. This is a monthly survey conducted every 2 years. We have taken this survey since 1982, as long as 1982. And in this questionnaire, we also ask usual place of residence 1 year ago. So from this migration survey, approximately about 10% of the population is in the international migration. The third source is the administrative data when we obtain from the Immigration Department, National Registration Department, Ministry of Higher Education, and also UNHCR. So some of this data we receive monthly and some of it annually. So we request data from them of non-citizen that has stayed or intended to stay in Malaysia more than 6 months in the reference year. So from these 3 main sources, it's not easy to bring together all the information. So usually the challenges that we face are, number one is when we use survey, as we know, there are only selected population covered. So we can only get the international migration by census. And then from administrative data, in Malaysia's case, it requires a strong cooperation from ministries and agencies as data providers in data sharing, especially in ensuring the data acquisition is consistent and real in time data. I think, Francisca, that's all for this round.
Thank you, Fariza. Very executive to the point. And yeah, also look forward for the way you will expand your intervention. But I like that you already point out on the importance of establishing and maintaining a strong cooperation among the different stakeholders and data producers at the country level, particularly as you try to, and I believe you succeed in pulling together these 3 critical sources of information, population housing censuses, dedicated survey, and administrative records. And I assume they all come with certain challenges in terms of using the same definition of an international migrant and the classifications and how you ensure some certain level of harmonization before you pull the data together. But more on this later. Let's move to our 4th speaker, Miss Eugenia. Eugenia, how does your work support the understanding of migration dynamics and or migrants' conditions from your perspective of Facebook? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really sorry I cannot be there. I could not travel for personal reasons, but I'm honored to be here. So let me briefly introduce what we do at Data for Good, because I'm not sure if everybody in the room is aware of our program. But basically what we do is we try to leverage data or tools that we have at Meta or Facebook, and we do so to share data externally with humanitarian organizations or academics, working on a wide range of topics. We have most of our work has been around crisis response, economic development, climate change, a lot of work around COVID. And we have also some work around migration, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So historically, our work around migration started trying to identify displacement, those that were displaced long-term from natural disasters. And the way we normally approach this kind of like this idea of like building a data set is that we tend to partner very closely with organizations that are expert or academics that are experts on this topic and to develop together a methodology. In this case, it was to understand like where people were relocating after a disaster, how long it was taking them to come back, and so on. And we did so, for instance, in this case with IDMC, with the International Displacement Monitoring Center in Geneva. But in 2022, we expanded to a few other areas related to migration. One was we worked very closely with organizations like the IOM, the UN Refugee Agency, the European Commission Research Center, or the World Bank, among many others, on trying to see if we could produce insights to help them respond to the refugee crisis from Ukraine. And then the other development that we had in 2022 that I think is very, very relevant for this audience is that we started working on what we call an international migration data set, which aims to measure country-to-country migration. So the idea of this data set is to see if we can like grab all Facebook users and understand which users have spent 12 months in a country and then they have relocated to another country for at least 12 months. When we notice that change, we would like kind of count that as a migrant, and then we would aggregate up, all our data sets are aggregated and anonymized. We would aggregate it up to the country level so that we have from country A to country B, X migrants. We would add two more steps. One is privacy protections. So we work a lot on trying to add cutting edge privacy protections. In this case, it was differential privacy. And then the second one is in trying to make our data representative, not just of the number of Facebook users that are moving, but of like, what would that represent on the ground? We then spend a lot of time on what we call validation, which is trying to compare how our data performs compared to existing data sets in the world. And this is a bit of a chicken and egg problem for us because many times we want to build a data set that would add to the community. It's a data set that it doesn't exist in the world. So we want to, or it exists in parts of the world, but not everywhere, or it exists differently. So the whole motivation for us is to add data to the community, not to kind of replace existing statistics, but to add another angle. But sometimes it's very hard for us to validate whether what we're measuring is actually measuring what we want. So we spend a lot of time comparing to any existing data sources. It could be like some countries produce good data, or some surveys are very good. So we kind of like spend a lot of time like aligning and making sure that those look good. And then the other thing that we do is that we have great collaborations with partners that are experts on that. They are like on the ground. So we share data with them, kind of like early data, and try to get as much feedback as possible about whether anything looks weird, whether we should make any adjustments, and so on. I'm happy to talk more about like some of the other characteristics of the data later on.
Thank you, Eugenia, for your intervention. And I can tell you there is a lot of appetite among us. I'm sure that I speak on behalf of everyone in learning how to make a better use of social media data for the many reasons that you already mentioned, the frequency of data, the granularity of the data, and also maybe initially, as you described, to look at forcibly displaced people and refugees, but more and more to also go into other types of human mobility, and maybe agreeing on a definition on how to capture from social media international migration in a way that is more conform or in line with what this community would propose when using more traditional data sources. But this is the initial discussion, at least among us, so I really look forward to also further collaboration. And of course, I also like that you immediately pointed out the importance of validating these non-traditional data sources for official statistics, social media data, to be able to calibrate maybe the pulses that you get from this huge amount of information that you have the honor to manage, and you are here to also share with us hopefully soon. So having said that, let's move to the second round of questions and continue our discussion. Going back to you, Elisa, being from ILO, maybe you want to share with us the latest innovations and priorities to support the production of more and better data on labor migration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. And talking after Meta, it's not going to sound very innovative, but we are trying to innovate in terms of really strengthening those core sources of statistics in labor migration, where we really have major gaps in bringing them together and challenges, but also in the mechanisms and the modes of collaboration that we use. As ILO, most of our work program on labor migration statistics and on other topics in any case is really mandated through the ICLS, through the International Conference of Labor Statisticians. So in international labor migration, we are in the process of our work program aims to implement the ICLS guidelines that were adopted in 2018. And this means collaboration with countries to develop knowledge on how best to implement this and identify good practices and issue practical tools that can then be used by a wider set of countries and partners. One area where we have quite an active part of work is on methodological development, precisely to generate knowledge, good practice, and then develop practical tools that can be used by countries. And these, in terms of survey design, we are doing quite a number of pilots that look at validating questionnaire content. So we do qualitative validation of questionnaire content in different contexts and different languages, but also quantitative pilot testing to look at really operational issues and this is also in partnership with national statistical offices. And for example, one area where we're quite active at the moment is on the measurement of migrant recruitment cost to estimate SDG 10.71. And some of the countries that we're working currently for these pilots are present here, Morocco and South Africa. We have quite active programs at the moment here. But we also, and this helps us generate that evidence and that practice and validate what are the issues that need to be taken into account in survey design for national adaptation to measure topics that are quite sensitive. But that we also need to make sure there's comparability across countries and across contexts, because in some cases it's countries that are of destination of migrants, and in other cases it's countries of origin. So we are looking at those issues to make sure that methodology it's as high quality and it can generate as high quality data. There's a longer term program also where we are doing direct technical cooperation with countries that are moving towards national implementation, so moving to larger scale survey implementation. And there we're looking at additional issues that have to do more with sampling. And we're looking at different modalities to implement surveys that address and try to measure labor migration and the characteristics and working conditions of migrant workers, including in terms of recruitment costs. And there we are currently working with Nepal, but we have also worked previously with Vietnam and the Philippines for national implementations, and we're documenting sort of the sampling options and the strategies, and we're looking at how we can use administrative sources to inform the sampling design when the frames do not have the detailed information that we would need to better target where migrants are. So there's a lot of development there in terms of combination of sources for sampling. And more also moving to administrative sources, there we're in an earlier stage, but also working on documenting country practices, more there with the aim to see what have been sort of the enabling environment and the pre-requirements to foster the use of different core sources, administrative sources, border data, registered data, and work permits, in order to arrive to a better estimation of migrant workers. And that is an active work that we have in collaboration right now with Statistics Korea. But we're also looking at documenting case studies for Philippines and Turkey, and then from there, grab some of those key elements that have been critical for them to be able to use and bring together their administrative sources. So issues around the legal framework and the data protection systems, the exchange protocols, the harmonization that needs to be happening. And so that is in line with, in terms of methodology, with a view to issue guidance and tools. We're also having a stream of work that has to do more with mainstreaming and promoting integration of labor migration as a core topic of labor statistics more broadly. And these we're also doing in a way that allows us to help countries strengthen their national statistical system, because as we have talked a lot, one of the key challenges is bringing different actors that are responsible for different sources, and that really we need to bring together to better understand migration, and in our case, labor migration. And here the ILO has already quite a long history of working on establishing national labor market information systems, working with countries to establish these. And there the challenge was bringing in the different dimensions of decent work. And so how these models have been validated, and we have now a strategy. And so we're now taking from that and bringing in labor migration, which brings in many cases, additional stakeholders, and of course, additional data and additional issues regarding classifications and harmonization and so on. And this is not just setting up an IT system. I want to make clear, it's not about creating a database. It's really a process of working with the different stakeholders for them to take ownership of that process and define really their governance structure for the different data sources, to agree on a data plan, master data plan that defines what are the minimum indicators that are relevant for the country in this context, and to map their own sources and identify where are the differences and how they're going to harmonize this data, and to agree on exchange protocols. So it's a long-term process that ends up with having this common place where priority data that has been identified as critical for monitoring and doing labor market analysis and informing policy, it's available to the different users. And so what we're bringing in is then integrating labor migration data into these processes. Some of this work we're doing with Morocco, and we're also starting to work in Ethiopia and Uganda to also advance these processes. We have other areas where we're collaborating. So ILO, given our mandate, we compile official national statistics on labor migration, but we're doing this process in a way that also helps us build partnerships and join forces with other partners, and use this as a mechanism also to build capacity. We have a collaboration with Africa Union, StatAfrique, and through that collaboration, we are really trying to bring together one common questionnaire where we can collect consistent common data that for different purposes at regional and a global level, but also use this as a mechanism to strengthen focal points in countries across different institutions, and to work also more closely with the regional economic commissions, and of course with support from Statistics Sweden. So it's bringing a number of partners to compile data, but in a way that also builds capacity and helps create those networks and focal points at country level. And we have some similar setups in Asia as well for strengthening these processes, but also creating a community of practices among the statisticians there. We're also trying to improve our methodology on global estimation. And our global estimates of international migrant workers rely on official national data. So this all builds in. And there, what we're trying to do is look at how we can bring in additional granularity, but also bring in new topics and look at connections between, at this moment, we're looking at migration and gender and trying to see development of global estimates on migrants in the care economy. So there's a number of work streams where we're trying to innovate, but still within official sources, core sources of official statistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Of course, I see a lot of commonalities also with the priority work streams that we are leading in New York, the Statistics Division. I think there is definitely a call for moving towards the use of administrative records in our day-to-day. We rely a lot on household surveys and population housing censuses, and that's the bread and butter of our business. But as we think of moving to this untapped, as of now, I would say in many areas, a source of information, I believe that administrative records are really a potential for all of us staying within government held type of data. So that's something I wanted to share with you all. I also am very impressed and proud, happy to learn that ILO is also working with countries to establish information systems. Of course, for you, the broad picture is information systems for labor market statistics, labor market data, but where you mainstream also the migration angle, making sure that labor migration statistics are also included in this overall system. And keywords that you mentioned, and I love those, is promoting and helping countries in establishing a data strategy. So they need to think before they establish the process. Also making sure that among the stakeholders that are deciding on this information system, experts on migration, labor migration are there. And of course, different stakeholders all agree on the roles and responsibilities. So you really assist countries in establishing this data structure that will improve the availability of regularly produced and high quality data on the labor market, but also with this angle on migrant workers. Yes, thank you. Moving back to Adriana. I'm clicking the wrong mouse. Adriana, so maybe a few words on the initial outcomes of this adventure, of these experimental methodologies, and also a few words on some of the limitations and what are the next steps. Thank you.
I think we have, even though we are still in the conceptual design, and this is a very early phase in terms of the development of the methodology, I think we already have a lot of results. And I would like to begin with one, which we brought IOM, and we have been working not only with the Mexico office, but actually the SDG, that's the 1073, it's custodian in the agency in Berlin. So when we didn't understand the metadata, we called them, and they have been extremely nice partners in terms of explaining why bringing the data need. But I have to say they are bringing also a lot of field experience that we don't have in the National Statistics Office, and it's a huge, let's say, input not only to us, but we're working now with Berlin, with Costa Rica, the regional office, and the Mexican office. So I think that's also one of the key results we have in terms of very near cooperation, and it's not the only one. Can I have the help of the second slide, please? So the first one is, I mentioned very briefly that we built a geocoded database. So basically, another thing that we are very happy is that we have a very strong collaboration with the Ministry of the Interior, and they share with us, and my colleague, the Director of Statistics of the Ministry of the Interior is here, and they have shared with us two main data sets, which give us a lot of hard evidence where this group of people we are interested in looking at, they have. Also, so basically, what we are building on is strong data sets we already have and that are in a periodic base produced. And what we're trying is to link and to give it like a different meaning. So basically with the geocoded database, we are using the entry points, the airports. We have a strong discussion in the Mexican group on international migration statistics. If we should focus just on the two borders, like of course, that's the basic or the obvious geographical areas of interest, then we decided that we should look at let's say at the 4 borders, the north, south, west, and east. So the first result, we thought it like to use it as a filter for the vital statistics, but in the process we are finding that the geocoded database it's a product in itself. So for example, we have some informal conversations, for example, with some international agents in the country, and they were saying, "Can I have your municipality so we can focus the interventions?" So basically, what we are trying to do is Mexico is a big country. I know they're far bigger countries than mine. But this is 2 million square kilometers. And in terms of administrative divisions, we are 2,500. So it's not that easy to find this kind of small population. So we are trying to do an exercise of narrowing which areas are of interest to try to focus the collection and trying to find these people. So, and as mentioned, when we presented this work in November in this internal group, actually, there were a lot of ministries that were interested in like, can I play with your database? Can we use it because we can narrow some programs? And actually, one of the ministries that was a surprising reaction, because sometimes they are reluctant and of course it's sensitive in their environment, it was the labor ministry, because they were saying that maybe they could focus for the temporary employment programs. Originally, we thought it like where we are needing to put more or provide that could help to provide public services in terms of shelters or protection or migratory services, but also like to help. For example, as long as we are looking for that people, and this is the records of evidence of people, we have the bodies. So some nationalities, there are already the processes very kind of well established with some countries, but we are receiving people from other nationalities and coming from very far away. And some of the consular authorities have said that they could be of help also to help families to bring back the bodies to their countries. So this is kind of the first result in terms of it's not already finished. We have other data sets that we might like to include. But also it was very nice, like some colleagues, for example, from the same INEGI, maybe some of you know, but we're not only the statistical office, but the geospatial agency. So we asked some teams to make an additional work and they cooperated with us very nicely. So for example, the highway layer is super dense, it's super exhaustive. So we asked them to, like the main communication corridors, it took like 3 or 4 weeks. We also call our colleagues from the Ministry of Environment for some other layers. So it's a very nice cooperation initiative. And the second result that we would like to show you is that apparently the filters we are doing to the vital statistics is, if I can have the next slide, please, is like apparently we are finding different populations. So the first, should I do it? Can I? No. Can this next? Yeah. So let me to keep things very simple, just focus on the first and the third column. So the first column, it's the foreigners that have a usual residence in Mexico, and that people die basically as we die in Mexico, like Mexicans we do. So it's people like a traditional structure for deaths. But the third one, when we apply these different filters of nationalities, of causes of death, and basically the first filter is we're looking for the people that would use Mexico as a way to reach their final destination. So we apply these filters of nationality, foreigners, and specific nationalities. And then we discover that the pyramid and the structure, the demographic structure of this population when looking for is different. It gives kind of the results we were expecting to. The second thing, and also why we use vital statistics, it covers all the country. And it's based, and the classification we are using is the World Health Organization for death. And again, we see a different pattern. For example, the foreigners that have a usual residence in the country, again, they die like us, let's say from natural causes and less than 20% of external causes. But the third group, it's half and half. So it seems to be that it's a different population. And the third thing is that these deaths are occurring in different parts of the country. So for example, let me use a kind of a familiar terms. We have some Canadians going to Mexico looking for a nice weather in specific times of the year. And we call them snowbirds. So people which are foreign and that die like Mexicans from our causes of deaths or similar ones, they died in different parts of the country. So in the final map, you'll see. I'm sure you're not going to understand. It's quite complicated. But basically, what we did is put like these areas of interest that are, let's say, highly. I don't want to use the word, and I'm not going to use. It's high presence of migrants. I was going to use one. And where are these different populations dying? And we did it in parallel because we thought at the beginning that it was going to be a filter, but at the end of the way, we finished with two parallel things. And now we are still needed to filter this. And let me just 1 minute more, Francesca. I know I'm speaking more, but I would like to raise the, in the past years, in the past days, we have been listening that it's very complicated to have partnership. Somehow we were kind of lucky to have a lot of partnerships. And internally, I would like to mention a couple of them. So internally, we have been working with the census team, with the social statistics service team, with the vital statistics team, with the lab science from the research area. And for example, we're coming back to the vital statistics because we might, we are going to have some recommendations for them to change the way we are publicating the things, because we have the database is super rich and it's kind of published like in the very traditional way to have like a, let's say, general numbers. And we can use that database in a much broader way. With the surveys team, we are thinking, we are not yet there, but maybe they can use the geocoded database to have this kind of updated or focused geostatistical framework. So could be with the lab science team, and again with the geospatial team. When I spoke with the general direction, it was like, Adriana, do you think we should publish just like the main variables you asked, like the main transport corridors? And I was like, why not? I mean, not everyone is using like the full range of the data set. The second one is that we were, again, very lucky in terms of different agencies and departments. And again, I want to thank publicly our Ministry of Interior that has been the best partner at all, not only because they share the data sets, but we have spent long hours trying to design conceptually how to name the variables. And of course, if you look at the title, it's super boring, super long. But we have been trying to be very careful, but still we have to finish the conceptual design. It's not so easy. We know what we want to characterize, but it's not that easy to translate it into a statistical variable, and it has required a lot of work. And finally, and again, we have extremely nice partners from the international organizations. So again, I would like to thank to UNSD, to my colleagues here in Chile, in ECLAC, and again, also the colleagues from IO. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. I mean, I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. One from me, but for later, it will be, do you have some documentations also that maybe can be shared at one point with other interested countries? It would be nice to see if other countries can also copy, and in statistics se vale copiar, I've been told by your former chief statistician, and, you know, to replicate and maybe scaling up this exercise and see what we get. But otherwise, yes, congratulations. I mean, this is a fantastic example of the power of partnerships, the power of having an integrated data set with geocoded information that you can plug in on a nice map with all this level of disaggregation for a powerful analysis. That's really what you did. So congratulations on that. Moving on, we come back to Farisa and Malaysia. So based on the experience of your country, what are some of the innovations that were adopted to fill migration data gaps? Thank you, Farisa.
Okay, thank you. Malaysia, as you all know, Malaysia is among the country that conduct population census during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in this, it's more than 1 year actually. So in this round, we introduced, first time we introduced 5 mode of census data collection. That is e-census, then the computer-assisted interview, computer-assisted telephone interview, the pen and the traditional way, pen and paper interview, and also the drop-off and pick-up. So it's not easy to process census data from the various medium. So what Malaysia did was design an integrated end-to-end system that we call Malaysia Integrated Population Census System, MyIPCS. So in this MyIPCS, we developed 10 modules that covers the operational, the pre-operational, the operational, and the post-operational. So the 10 modules is the administration and integration, the census data management module, smart map and smart listing module, census operation module itself, census processing, and also census supporting system, which consists of census tracking, quality control, post-enumeration survey, analytic and repository, and also dissemination and data communication. So it's a big system. So this high impact investment in ICT for My Census 2020 has changed the landscape of Malaysian statistical system. So 2 main outputs of this MyIPCS is one is 2 database. The output is 2 databases. First one, we call it Malaysia Statistical Address Register, and the second one, Malaysia Statistical Population Profile. So MSAR, MSPP. So after the final data, after we have processed the data, then we pump the final data to this MSAR and MSPP. So with the existence of these 2 databases, we hope that population and housing censuses in the future do not need to be carried out in a large scale. So the population profile information can be updated based on administrative data from various agencies and survey data conducted by Department of Statistics itself. So this Malaysia Address Register and Malaysia Statistical Population Profile will be used for various users at the government level, namely for policy formation as well as among analysts and data researchers, and also to smaller the data gap. So this centralized and comprehensive census system covers the enhancement and improvement of electronic census features, that is e-census, providing an integrated framework that covers the collection, analysis, and dissemination of complex data. By the way, the rate of e-census, the online enumeration rate for population census 2020 is 23.6% versus the traditional way 75.6%. I think that's it.
Thank you, Farisa. Congratulations for the ongoing modernization of the statistical system and the major achievements in modernizing the population housing census. I also congratulate you for developing an integrated population and address databases. I think those are milestones in your efforts to move towards the use of registers-based censuses or the production of census-like data from administrative records. There is also a lot of appetite on that. So I believe that many countries are looking at the experience that Malaysia is gaining in order to learn from all your experience, what worked and also what didn't work. And also, thank you for touching on the importance of investment. You said something about investing on ICT. I think that We never talk, as I mentioned yesterday, about the cost of producing data. Official statistics are expensive. But even though we are a technical group, we should feel comfortable in talking about the resources that are needed to produce high quality, highly disaggregated, granular, and sustainable data for development. So we go back to Eugenia. From Meta's perspective, what is the added value and the limitations of using social media for data on international migration? And if you have some examples of current use of the data, you touched a little bit in your previous answer, but maybe if we can further elaborate on the current use of the data produced by your group. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of like some of the value that we see, I think there are pros and cons of social media data, and we try to communicate this as clearly as possible to the people using the data, because again, we don't want to be replacing official statistics or census data or survey data. We want to kind of complement it. So some of the pros are, first, we have a global scale, so that allows us to get estimates for many countries in the world, which is not possible for, let's say, one country. The second one is that we can produce estimates that are more granular in terms of time. So, for instance, right now with international migration data set, we're aiming to have monthly estimates, which we think will be a big contribution. In other data sets, we also can have a lot of geographical granularity. That depends on what data source we're using, but that's also an advantage that our partners have mentioned as something very valuable that we bring into. The third one is related to costs. I think it's less costly for us to produce these data sets compared to running a census or like collecting survey data or so. So I think those are some of the pros. In terms of the cons, I think the main one is the representativeness of our data. So not everybody is on social media, not everybody is on Facebook, not everybody uses it as regularly. So we put a lot of work on trying to correct those biases, but and you should think about it as similar as reweighting a survey. That's what we try to do, right? You collect a sample and then you try to reweight it to make it representative, but it's never perfect. So we always say kind of like use this data with other data, combine it to like get more certainty. The other con is that when you're running a survey or collecting census data, you are designing the question to measure exactly what you want. This is not the case for us, right? It's like data is being collected for some purpose, and then we kind of like want to measure something out of it. So that might mean that there might be changes over time of how that data is collected, that we need to put a lot of effort to make sure that either it's not influencing our estimate or that we can correct it. So we put a lot of effort there too. In terms of, one more thing before I forget, we are talking about this in more detail, about this international migration data set in more detail in a session tomorrow at 2 p.m. So I invite everybody that is interested. My colleague Wang Huaji, who is the researcher leading this effort, is going to talk about like this data in more detail. And then also, yes, just check our website, dataforgood.fb.com. We have a lot of data sets there that might be interesting for this community. We have more than 600 institutions that have been using our data. As I said before, the international migration data, we haven't released it yet, so I don't have use cases for that. But we have, yeah, like as I said, 600 institutions have been using our data in over 80 countries. Just in 2022 alone, there were 10 million downloads of our public data sets. And there have been more than 500 research articles or case studies published with our data sets. So we have a kind of like wide array of use cases. One that it's very common is around disaster response. And as I said, like kind of like institutions like Crisis Ready, which is a collaboration between Harvard and Direct Relief, have been using this data to try to understand when people are evacuated after a disaster, how long does it take them to come back, when they can come back, where can they locate them, and if they need to give them medicines or if they need to give them resources. As I said, also, we had a lot of collaborations around the Ukrainian refugee crisis in 2022. Kind of like we were helping organizations like the UN Refugee Agency or the IOM to try to understand where people would relocate after leaving Ukraine. So they had great data on crossing borders, but less good data of like where would they go afterwards. So that's where we try to like add some extra information. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugenia, for your intervention. And yeah, I agree completely with you. I think you said it very well, that it's also a question of how we communicate the limitations of the data. After all data that we are using, no data that we are using is perfect. They all come with their pros and cons, and it's a question of being transparent and honest in our metadata when we describe what the data are representing and what they are not. So again, I believe that social media data have a great potential as we are learning on how to mine them and make the best out of them. And as an additional source that would complement what we are already doing in the area of official statistics. So with that, I thank you again. I'm very happy that we succeeded in having Facebook in our session. And I'm happy to open the floor. So I've been asked to remind all our colleagues that are sitting on the smaller chairs that we have mics for you. So if you want to contribute to the discussion, sharing your experience, asking questions to our panelists, this is the moment for you to engage. Questions, reactions? It was a heavy lunch. Ooh, okay, I see a few. Maybe you introduce yourself. I know you, but yeah, let's start with you and then we go back. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Alessio Cangiano from UNFPA. A question for Farisa. You mentioned the establishment of population and address registers as part of the efforts for the 2020 census. Typically, one of the challenges of establishing a population register is precisely capturing the migrant population. So I wanted to ask if you can comment on this from your perspective, whether you encountered this issue and what you have been doing to address it.
Thank you. And James?
James Raymer from Australian National University. This question is really for Malaysia and ILO. I've been working as a user of migration data, and I know that all migration data comes from official statistics, which is collected by the national statistical offices. So my question is, and I know migration data is not perfect, as Francesco just said. So my question is really about measurement. So for Malaysia, to start with you, you're now starting to combine data from different sources, administrative sources, censuses, and so on. And perhaps there's some migrants not being counted, irregular migrants or something. How do you ensure all these different sources are aligned to a single measure? And is that measure, and what is that measure, I guess? And then for ILO, I also know that every statistical offices collects their own data for their own purposes, and they all have different definitions. What do you do to ensure that your data are comparable? And so, yeah, so that's the question. And I guess maybe a second question is, what is the role in both your works, the role of statistical estimation, uncertainty, and metadata? Because in the past, it's been a while since I've looked at the ILO database, but before they had a bunch of numbers representing different countries, but you didn't know necessarily what those numbers meant. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Innovations, new approaches? Yes.
Thank you. I think a new approach for the academic community might be, I'm Anne Singleton from the University of Bristol. It might be that we can clarify the distinction between the counting tools that administrative systems produce and the actual concepts and definitions we need to use in social science. And very often the two kind of collapse together, and it's very difficult to navigate how we can do migration research on actual real movements of people when we have to rely on the events-based data from administrative systems and with all these different contradictions. So it's just a plea really to my own colleagues in the academic world to understand and listen more to all of these nuances and detail and all the complexity of the difficult situation that any official is dealing with when they're trying to produce comparable data. So I'd reinforce the message that the importance of the metadata is absolutely crucial. So there also needs to be some common guidelines around metadata. And that again referring back to what James said about the concepts and definitions, to have a clear understanding of where people can collect similar conceptual or definitional data produced knowledge and where it's not possible to do that, but you can just be honest and transparent about it. Thank you.
Thank you. If nobody else, yes, on that side, now that we have the mic.
Hi, my name is Julia Black. I'm with the IOM Data Center in Berlin, and I have a question for Adriana, who it's been a pleasure to work with you on this methodology. Just for everyone to know, we work on missing migrants, my team, using a very different methodology. So it is so exciting to see the work on this progressing. It's the first time ever that we have a federal level institute creating data for 10.7.3. So I'm really excited to see the final results. And I also wanted to highlight the fact that I think it's an amazing example of how data sharing across different ministries can really help illustrate migration topics. But I do have a question, which is, once you do have these final results and knowing that many different agencies have provided data for this, what are your plans to, use this in policy and practice? Thank you.
Okay, so just looking, there is any other hand, otherwise we go back to the speakers. Oh yes, apologies, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine is going to be very, very brief. I'm going to Adriana. Yes, Adriana, thank you so much. You presented on harmonizing data, especially on vital statistics. I know national stakeholders tend to have resistances on ownership of data. For example, in establishing CRVS, you find Ministry of Health, Ministry of Interior may tend to say, I am responsible for this data and I am responsible for data. So I would like to know where your vital statistic database sits. Is it with the National Statistical Offices or with the Ministry of Health, or how do you harmonize it? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe I give you the floor back for a couple of minutes answers. Thank you. To start, you can start. Thank you, Frieza.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So I think I answered the questions once. Number one, the issues pertaining building up the MSPP. And also what James asked is the measurement, the different measurement of the migrant. So some migrant might be left out. So it's the census data is a very huge data. So in process of building up the statistical profile. So anyhow, we must start somewhere. So we start with to pump in all the census data, and then we take the data from agency, the current agency that we have been the current agency lah, currently that will deal, like the National Registration Department, and also the higher education, okay, the higher education. So this agency do have their different objective of their data. So what we do, we have a technical working group with all the agencies to standardize and to filter out which we can put in the system, and also which we have to put aside first and later to be put in the MSPP. So some of the agencies have not been identified yet. In the moment, we start with small scale of the data, like the immigration department. We ask for foreign workers, the expatriate, the family of the expatriate, and also the long-term social workers. So we ask for that data first, because that is a legal migrant. So we discuss with them how the 4 groups is already in, so no problem. So we are in the middle now, discuss with them how to handle the other group, such as the higher education, because the higher education after the post-COVID, we have the virtual class and also the physical class. So do the students 100% virtual class, we want to consider them as a migrant or not? That has not been settled yet. Then also the capturing of the illegal migrant. So this is still under discussion, because we know there's a lot of this illegal migrant. So the immigration department is in the middle to see how to handle this situation. And one more important thing is, because this MSPP is integrated system, so we must make sure the integrated works. Because we have, this is from the MyIPCS, the processing system. So we must make sure from mapping part to census data part to processing to add in administrative data, all the linkages works. That is the most important thing. I think I have answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana?
Thanks. I think I'm going to begin with yours, Francesca. So it's repeatable. We would like to think yes. We still don't have something written like shareable, but that's our goal for the first semester of this year. I was going to say quarter, but not sure. But it depends, of course, on the extension, on the granularity, on the quality of the vital statistics database. And also I have to say, yeah, when we are narrowing the geographical areas, we have a very strong inputs from the geospatial inputs. So I would say yes, but maybe step by step, or each country had to see if it fits for their location. And for example, something we deviate from IOM, in our case, with the existing database, we are not talking about missing persons. I mean, the methodology it's broader in terms of people that may have been in a boat, and if there's an accident, let's say there are 10 people, 8 bodies are recovered. Allegedly, they were 10. In our case, we are not dealing with that situation. Or for example, Panama in the Darien may have other specific conditions that are not suitable for us, and maybe the statistics are not there. Or they are not suitable for those specific conditions. So I would say generally yes, it has to be tried. Harmonization. I think I was not that clear. We did the harmonization to assign a specific location to 12 data sets. So that was easy because it was basically saying where the railway, the way we have the layer, it was like a full country layer, but we needed to have it like in municipality by municipality. So the data science team had to break the full layer into 2,500 pieces. The harmonization may come later. And actually, I think it's a good exercise of trying to operationalize the conceptual framework that was published by the Statistical Commission. And we're trying to mainstream, as you said, migration populations. And I would like to focus or to strengthen that it's not a migrant population in Mexico where we are facing. We have different migrant populations, which may, in our case, we have been sending people abroad. They may come back, but we are receiving some other people for different purposes. So for example, we are receiving people that use Mexico as just a transit, but we are having people coming to retire. So it's in terms of our case, it's different populations. It's not one migrant population. And going back to statistical programs that are already there, it's going to be a long way to harmonize conceptually and to actually change the way we are collecting information. And just to finalize, to Julia, thanks. It has been really nice to work, and it's like every other 3 or 2 months, just sharing ideas and looking where we are doing different. And I think also we lost the fear of that we were publishing maybe 2 different numbers. And as long as we are very clear what we are measuring when, what are the limitations of our number, I think there can be a space for both. So thank you for being so open. We thought before we met you that you may not like that we were trying to do something different. Sometimes it's easy to see this is mine, this is my space, this is I'm the custodian agency. So thank you for being so open and sharing the time and knowledge and of course all the field experience that you have that we don't. And what are going to be the uses? I think we are realizing that it can be very powerful in terms, for example, preventing if we some patterns. For example, our colleagues from the Ministry of the Interior, they know based on other evidence that nationalities behave different across the country. So for example, one group may go through the east and some other nationality may go through the west, and it's basically on the networks they move with or the destinations they are looking for. But for example, again, one agency in the country was saying that they are doing some interventions trying to provide services to pregnant women. So we are not yet there because we have identified like the main causes and really trying to filter the vital statistics in a way that we look for this group of people. But maybe we can refine that search. And we were thinking like maybe if we can analyze a spatial pattern or for pregnant women or for people that are moving somehow, then the refinement may bring us to different users. So I think it's still an early stage, but basically with maybe the main use is just to be aware and trying to prevent lives. And for that, I will be super happy, but I think it could be even more powerful, but we're not yet there to like several things.
Thank you, Adri. It's you, Lisa.
Yes, thank you. And the question was relating to what does ILO do in terms of improving comparability of the data that we compile or estimation, editing, adjustments that we might do. For the official national data that we compile on labor migration, we do not change the numbers that countries report. We have built the tools that we use for compilation. We have built them in a way to allow us to have some clarity on the underlying concepts. So we are asking for data separately by place of birth versus citizenship. So we can have some sense of when countries have both, they can report both. But if it's one, at least we know which is the underlying concept. We have, of course, we put in the classifications aligned with the standard international classifications for age, for education, for occupation and industry, and countries. We try to have countries reported that way, and in what does not the case, then we look at whether there are indexes to match, mapping indexes to match them to the international classifications. So there are some elements, and we for sure try to make sure that there's some basic metadata reported with the data, but countries report to us either their official estimates where they have themselves already done adjustments or combined data sources, or data that comes from a specific source. And that's the data that we can compile. It is really a tremendous work. And that's what I was also mentioning. We don't just compile this, we use this process as a way to build capacity and to work with countries to better understand and translate what the concepts, what the international standards are aiming, and how that gets implemented into the different sources. But it's a longer term process. I should say we tried to start this data compilation in 1998, and we really could not compile much at the time. We relaunched it in 2015 and again in 2018. So it's really now when we're starting to see countries being able to report some components of the indicators that we're requesting, or the basic stocks and flows. So for that, the data gets reported as the country reports it to us. We have quality checks for making sure that the totals add up, that between tables things are consistent and coherent, but we don't edit or adjust. For global estimates, then we have an estimation methodology where we're using already estimates from the UN, population estimates and migrant stock estimates, and then ILO estimates on labor force participation that we use for the non-migrant population. And then we try to, for countries where we don't have the labor force participations for migrants, then we try to come up with a ratio based on what available data exists for the country. And that usually is from labor force survey data, which we know doesn't have necessarily the proper coverage or precision for this information. But it is what we have at the moment, and this is what we're basing it. We're of course reviewing now those methods, and that is for global estimates and regional estimates, and without much disaggregation, because we know the issues with data. So we don't publish estimations at country level when we're preparing global estimates. It's really for high level advocacy to raise the point, but not for specific country. We are reviewing that methodology with a view to see whether there are some improvements in the current models that we're using, whether we move to other types of econometric models or not. So that's in review process with researchers. We're working on that to have their external view and then make decisions ourselves. And yes, we're also looking at now reviewing and at minimum looking at precision levels for the information we can get from labor force surveys for migrants, but also trying to see with the current round of population censuses, we're trying to compile data, but it's not yet processed by a good large number of countries, but to look at issues of coverage and in which countries we have issues where it is really different from the population we get from labor force surveys and the characteristics. So that's where we're doing some of the kind of behind the scenes assessments. But yeah, for now, we don't touch the one that is reported for official country level. Thank you.
Okay, and Eugenia, I wanted to tell you that we miss you here in the podium. Of course, there is a little bit of disconnection, but we are very thankful that you join us. And I really hope that in 2 years' time, I can count on your presence with us, wherever we will be, somewhere else in the world, for the 4th International Forum on Migration Statistics, where you can also report on the outcomes and the latest developments on your important work. Maybe just one reflection. What would be your advice to national statistical offices in terms of starting to get used to look at social media, to further complement the information base that they have on international migration and migrants? What would be the first steps for them to start experimenting? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that programs like ours have the advantage that we aggregate the data and make it kind of like more digestible than if you have to like query social media or like get big data directly. So I would say start with that and see how it compares, and also reach out. We're a very open team. We really like working with organizations and with people around the world, and we trust your expertise. So if something doesn't look good, we want to hear about it and correct it. So thanks for having me, by the way.
Thank you. So please all look at dataforgood.fb.com. And with this, I think we all deserve another coffee because we didn't have enough. And please join me for a round of applause for our key speakers. Thank you. Thank you, Eugenia. Thank you. Porque alguien se me que repasar argentino, pero
Bueno, yo puedo tocar el micrófono para decir que se nos acabó el tiempo.
muy bien, mira. Parece.
Aló.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is the job.
We are going to begin with the last session of today. Thank you, and thanks everyone for joining, for staying to this last session of today, Wednesday. We have a very interesting panel discussion. I think this one speaks of partnership and collaboration. And particularly, it's related to forced migration. My name is Oscar Rico. I am the head of information management at JIPS, the Joint Internal Displacement Profiling Service. We are an interagency service located in Geneva, in Switzerland. And we are also here presenting on behalf of the expert group on refugee, internally displaced persons and statelessness statistics, the ECRIS. We're going to expand a little bit more on the work of ECRIS throughout the next hour and a half. I guess we don't have to go back to the numbers, but the population we are talking about in this panel, it's about 90 million around the world. So we're talking about nearly 90 million of people who have been forcibly displaced around the world, which is about 1% of the entire population of the world, and double the number 10 years ago. We've been discussing also in the last 2 days the impact of COVID-19, the highly risk of increasing the number of displaced persons due to climate change, and the increasing number of people being displaced internally and externally due to conflict, development, and natural disasters. Back in 2016, the expert group on refugees, IDPs, and statelessness statistics was adopted by the UN Statistical Commission. And 2 years later, the international recommendations on refugee statistics were adopted by the Commission. And then 2 years after, which is 2020, the international recommendations on internally displaced persons statistics. The ECRIS, it's currently in its third mandate, and it was extended back in 2020 or 2021, if I'm not mistaken. And currently, the work of the expert group focuses on implementation. So we've been working with the more than 50 statistical offices that are part of the expert group, plus the more than 30 international organizations that are also part of ECRIS, promoting the recommendations and raising awareness of or on the importance of including IDPs, refugees, and statelessness into the statistical production of the countries. And we are also promoting the different guidance and different methodologies that the expert group has been producing in the past 2 years. So today we're going to discuss some examples. We're here with partners from different regions. We have partners from East and West Africa, and we have partners here in Latin America, particularly from Central America, and one concrete example from Mexico. So we're going to start with our first panelist, Mr. Charles Ogoya. Charles is a statistician at the Intergovernmental Authority on Development in East Africa, IGAD, where he coordinates and provides leadership in migration and displacement statistics activities in the IGAD region. Charles leads the IGAD Region Migration Data Technical Working Group, and he represents IGAD to the expert group on refugees and IDPs and IDP statistics. Charles will present an overview of the work of IGAD, supporting state members to build capacity to address forced displacement as part of the IGAD migration policy framework. Charles, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Oscar, for the nice introduction, and a good evening to every one of you, and good morning to some of the observers outside the continent. I just want to take you through the work of IGAD, more so in terms of the issues of migration statistics, migration and displacement statistics. And majorly here we are looking about the forced displacement. So my presentation, just first of all, to put us in the same picture, IGAD region is just in the eastern horn of Africa. And within the IGAD region, we have 8 member states, which has already been shown in the map. And also one of our representative from one of the member states, South Sudan, is also here with us. And the population for IGAD is around 292 million, with approximately 60% of it being youthful. And at the same time, looking at the issues of the arid and the semi-arid, which also is one of the things that also causes the issues of displacement through the drought and climate. Our secretariat is based in Djibouti, and the official language is both English and French. So when we look at IGAD, you will find that, first of all, we are also involved in different international processes, GCM, that is Global Compact of Migration, and also we have the GCR, which is the Global Compact on Refugees. And this is one of the areas that also we will be talking about in terms of how we contribute towards this. Also, IGAD is also as the issues of the key drivers of migration and displacement, whereby we also have the recurrent and also man-made disasters that also articulate these issues of displacement. Within IGAD, our vision majorly is looking into achieving the peace and sustainable development in the region, and therefore this also looking at how can we be able to have sustainable development and improve quality of life in the region, with one of the critical mandate being the social well-being of the population, and more specifically also looking into the different vulnerable population. As a regional organization, IGAD is also mandated in harmonization of regional and national migration policies, and also guiding some of the critical regional priorities in management and programming purposes, and also emphasizing on issues of migration data. And just to also mention is that IGAD is one of the building blocks of the African Union. So with this, the forced displacement situation in Africa, in IGAD region per se, you will find that we have over 4 million refugees and asylum seekers, while over 13 million internally displaced population. So there are different policies, protocols, and frameworks that guide our migration and displacement statistics, looking into the issues of the African Union continental migration policy frameworks and also relevant protocols. As IGAD region, we have the IGAD regional migration policy, which is also coming from the African Union one, and also its own plan of action, or protocol of free movements, national migration policies and action plans, IGAD strategies, and also looking at the GCR and GCM, which also governs the issues of migration and displacement. We also ensure that we align towards the international and regional standards on statistics like IRRS, IRIS, ICLS, and also the new conceptual framework on migration. So far, the SASHA2 at the African continental level, RSDS at the regional level, and the NSDS, those are the strategies on development of statistics, which promotes the issue of the harmonization and also coherence at this level, different levels. So talking about the issues for today, our migration statistics within the IGAD region is also governed, one of the documents that also looks into the articulating the issues of migration statistics is the IGAD migration policy framework. And under this IGAD migration policy framework, there are some of the areas that, domains that it covers. And this is also at the member states level also, which are also, their policy frameworks are also aligned to this one. And one of the areas is the forced displacement and also the migration data, which looks in how can we build the architecture of the migration and displacement data. And we have different partners that we work together because we know that we have to leverage on each other's effort and also ensure that we have the coordination so that we are able to really have impact in terms of addressing the issue of displacement statistics. Here, some of them is Statistics Sweden, ILM, IOM, Expert Group on Refugee and IDP Statistics, GIZ, South Africa, and also UN, NCR, and also UNECA. So, having said that, the way we look into this migration and displacement statistics, and more specifically here in terms of the displacement statistics, is that for us to improve the availability of regular up-to-date migration statistics of good quality so that we can utilize it in development of policies and also addressing the effects of migration and displacement within the region, it is important to look at the whole architecture or the all facets of the issues of migration and displacement statistics. And this one of the areas is in the terms of production of migration statistics. The other one is in terms of the harmonization of concepts and methods. The other one is coordination. And the last one is in terms of the dissemination of the already acquired statistics. At the regional level, we have a regional migration data and displacement statistic working group, which really brings together the different players in terms of the generation and the production of statistics. And here, the main role of this is in terms of improving the issues of the harmonization and also the comparability of the statistics at the regional level, which also we have to be in coherence with also the global and also the continental level. Here, we have also have some of the workshops whereby at this particular point, it also serves as a platform of sharing the issues of displacement statistics. Also, the IGAD produced the first migration statistics report, and here it also involved also working closely with the migration displacement statistical focal points from the member states to just articulate and also develop the statistics report that really helps shows the magnitude of the displacement within the state. We have also been working closely in terms of the webinars together with different partners, including also the Africa Union, the EGRIS, and the Statistics Sweden, in terms of the issues of the displacement statistics. We have also looked into the issue of ensuring that for us to have an to improve on issues of harmonization of methodologies and and concept, it's also important to have some critical indicators that are guiding the process, which can also be cascaded to the member state level. And therefore, we have already some of them. And also the learning exchange that promotes the issues of South-to-South cooperation. Working closely with the EGRIS, Statistics Sweden, South Africa, and us, we have been able to hold some workshop that also looked into the capacity gap assessment of the member states on forced displacement, and therefore this guides on the next initiatives or what we continue to strengthen. And then also cascading the international recommendation like the IRIS and at the regional level when we bring all of the stakeholders together. And then also looking into some of at this platform also exchanging the best practices amongst the member states in implementation of the recommendation. For example, Somalia was talking about the coming up with the IDP statistics sector plan, and then displacement questions included in the census in Kenya, and also the development of some module on displacement statistics or displacement on in Djibouti, who are now planning to have the census. Lastly, when we are talking about the national level, we have continued to support the member states in terms of establishing and strengthening the coordination mechanisms on migration and displacement statistics which are anchored within the existing structure to avoid the duplication, but also at least provides the opportunity in terms of the harmonizations and also in terms of the data sharing. Migration data capacity assessment was done, and already we have the different we already have the results, and therefore going to implement in terms of some of the gaps, support the member states to pre-implement, and then also building the capacity of the NSOs on migration and displacement statistics, and not forgetting having the virtual meetings with the migration and displacement statistics focal points so that we can all continue the discussion. As I end, I just want to say that it is very important for us to continue investing in migration and displacement data generation so as to have reliable and timely statistics. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, and merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Charles. I know that IGAD was one of the first economic communities in Africa where ECRIS started engagement back in maybe even 2020 to start promoting the implementation of their recommendations. We know the work that you mentioned in Kenya, in Djibouti, in Somalia, and I will come back to you after the first round of presentations because it would be interesting to know some of the lessons learned in these countries after 2 years of implementation of the recommendations. I'm going to move now to West Africa, and our next panelist is Jean-Pierre Tessimana. Jean-Pierre is a statistician and works currently as a senior technical advisor for Statistics Sweden at the African Union Institute of Statistics, Statafrique. He's based in Tunisia. He coordinates the project on capacity building in migration statistics, which is a partnership between Stat Sweden, the African Union, and the regional economic communities in Africa. To this panel, we had invited 2 statistical offices from West Africa to also take part in the panel and share their experiences and challenges coordinating the production of official statistics in the countries. We invited Burkina Faso and Senegal, but unfortunately they couldn't make it, ironically, because of migration issues. Basically, I mean, it was basically visa didn't come through on time. But we have here Jean-Pierre, who will present the current regional partnership to support statistical offices and governmental institutions of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to improve the coordination and technical capacity to collect and manage migration data. Jean-Pierre, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oscar. Good evening, everybody. Now we are switching from East Africa to West Africa, but staying in the same continent, talking almost on the same issues, but issues tackled different ways, depending on the context. I would like to start by showing you this region of West Africa. The population of that region is around 397.2 million inhabitants. And these statistics are from 2020. And the population can reach now 423 million, which the increase is quite high. And the population density, as you can see, 78 inhabitants per square kilometer, and the official language. And this, it shows the complexity of the region. It's 3 languages, English, French, and Portuguese. Members of this region are 15 countries. So, who are the partners of ECOWAS in the field of migration statistics? It's almost the same partners as in the region that we just heard before. I have to repeat them again. Anyway, Statistics Sweden, IOM, ILO, EGRIS, and of course, the African Union through StatAfrique. And as you may recall, in 2015, the world adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. And it was an agenda that for the first time, they include international migration. And this part was so important. And these goals addressed the needs for safe, orderly, and regular migration. It includes also, of course, the principle of leave no one behind. And this urged countries, and especially governments, to even think about the population groups that were forgotten, migrants and even other subgroups that were not taken into account in the same way. And at ECOWAS region, they have an approach which was specific to tackle this issue of migration statistics. And the approach which was common, the region, was to promote a coherent and comprehensive view of migration within the ECOWAS region, manage coherently the various aspects and impact of migration, and promote migration management as a tool of regional integration and development process. And this made the regional economic community, ECOWAS, to have a better way of coordinating with different partners. And the area of cooperation with the partners was well-defined, and it includes the strengthening of capacities to collect and manage data, and also in the area of cooperation of including all involved stakeholders and establishing, of course, the most important, working networks to share data and information and facilitate assistance. And this way of working was, of course, addressed at the regional level, but also at the national level. Going to the national level, the focus was put on data, on coordination, on analysis, and on capacity. Now we are talking capacity, how to increase this capacity. And for the capacity, it was to support national statistical institutes to build capacity on migration data. And of course, thanks to that, and thanks to the partners that I mentioned before, for the first time in 2020, the ECOWAS produced its first regional migration indicators report. This report was produced by staff from the different national statistical institutes of the 15 member states composed ECOWAS. And it was thanks to the support they got from the different partners. Here, I mean ILO, IOM, Statistics Sweden, and even African Union. And I will show only brief some contents of this report, which includes a detailed information on data that are needed on the regional level, but even data that the region has to submit in other instances. In this report, you can find, for example, that when it comes for migratory movement, the inflow and outflow, it's around 2.12 millions. And if you look the immigrants and emigrants data produced or published in the report, you can find that most of the immigration and immigration is happening within the region. Again, I'm going to show briefly 2 of the 12 indicators without going in detail, because the report can be found on our website. I can share with you later. For example, here, it's specific reasons for migration. And you can see, for example, that for males, one of the most reason for men to move or to leave the country is for work, while for women, it's for family and reunification. When it comes for another indicators on refugees, you'll find that one of the countries has the highest, and it's a country called Niger. And there are some specific reason why this country has the highest stock of refugees. And the last country with the smallest figure is Capo Verde, and geographically it's an island, not in the main land of the continent. And there is also some explanation. So now we are, ECOWAS, together with the partners, are preparing for the second edition of the same report. And here we have been repeating the same capacity building approach like before, but this time including even EGRIS as one of the partners. And there are some reasons for this. In the first edition, data on IDPs and refugees and even statelessness statistics were not included in the way that the region wanted to have them. And having EGRIS as one of the partners, this situation will change, not only in the form of data, but even in the form of analysis, so that users can understand this aspect, which is very important. So, lastly, I would say that capacity building activities in ECOWAS member states need to be supported to achieve the objectives in the production of migration data, including the forced displaced statistics. It has been a good example for the first report, and now, as we are approaching the publication of the second edition, it shows that this capacity building is very important. And the inclusion of EGRIS in this process, another good step in improving this kind of statistics. And of course, ECOWAS still needs the support of various partners for the production of quality, timely, and reliable data, especially on forced migration. By that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. And we know the effort that this partnership did in 2022 to build the capacity of the statistical offices in the region. to start this conversation about enhancing the production of official statistics on forced displacement, particularly internally displaced persons and refugees. And actually part of that work is what our next presenter is going to introduce. I think I will come back to you, Jean-Pierre, after the first round of presentations to share some of the key takeaways of this partnership. But before that, our next panelist is Luisa Baptista. Luisa is the head of Regional Data Hub at IOM's Regional Office for West and Central Africa. She's an economist with experience working in development banks, think tanks, and the United Nations in both Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. This panel session is organized by IOM, by GIPS, and by UNHCR. The three are members of the expert group on refugee IDPs and statelessness statistics. And Luisa will present an exercise conducted last year in the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, where ECRIS members collaborated with NSOs to assess capabilities and ongoing efforts to produce official statistics on forced displacement. Luisa, thank you for joining, and the floor is yours.
Can I get the little thingy? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Before starting, I'd like to recognize the efforts of Amadou, whose name you see on the PowerPoint here. Even though I am the only one who is present here physically, this presentation was put together between IOM and UNHCR, and this really represents an example of the strong partnership that we have among the institutions that are a part of the IGRIS and that contributed to putting this presentation together. So let's start. Perfect. So what I'm going to be talking about is really an example of what IGRIS has done within the particular region of ECOWAS, this pairing exercise. So let's give everyone a little bit of context, hopefully. Why did we do this? Because we wanted to inform policymaking. We wanted to inform program development that include forcibly displaced people, okay? Now, we had both ECOWAS member states. On the other side, we had all of the organizations that are part of the IGRIS, right? In the next slide, I will show you what was done in terms of this one-on-one pairing. But basically, these two entities came together and they agreed that there was a need for capacity building, first of all, within ECOWAS, that there was a lack of coordination, lack of harmonization within and between countries of this region, that we needed to have further efforts to increase the implementation of the international recommendations on IDP statistics and the international recommendations on refugee statistics, and that we needed to improve basically the quality and the timeliness of data. Okay, next step then. What happened? What was this pairing exercise? So ECOWAS, as Jean-Pierre said, has 15 member states. All of these 15 member states were invited into the discussions. They were paired within an organization of IGRIS, and then the exercise was carried out in 10 of these 15 states, because of course, priorities are different, financial capacities are different, capabilities and staffing needs might differ between countries. And we do consider it a great success that we were able to carry the activity fully in 10 of the ECOWAS member states. And basically what happened is that we had a one-on-one pairing between a national representative of the National Statistical Institute of this member state and one of the institutions that is part of IGRIS. In the next slide, I'll show you that. And what did we try to do, putting these two entities together? Basically, see what we already have, right? So highlight the current state of IDP and refugee statistics. Perfect. Afterwards, let's try to map out the main data sources, gaps, challenges, and also try to figure out who are the actors, what are the systems, what is going well in terms of coordination and what is not going so well. and understand what kind of coordination exists, and then trying to improve it, right? Through this bilateral exchanges on a one-on-one basis, I would say, honestly, that this was a success. Now, just an example for you to see the different pairings that were done. So on the left-hand side, you have all of the ECOWAS member states. On the right-hand side, you have IGRIS members. As you can see, you know, World Bank, UN agencies, GIPS here, IDMC, ADANE, Colombia. We have a wide array of partners that are part of the IGRIS. I really do think this is one of the main strengths of this expert group, and that paired with each one of the national statistical offices of these countries exactly to conduct this pairing. Now, let's do a little bit of a SWOT analysis, even though it's just strengths and challenges. Strengths, what went well here? So we really did see a strong interest and engagement from the national statistical offices and the member states. This is something that we would really like to highlight as a strength of the exercise. Then afterwards, peer-to-peer learning. And this is basically what we're all of us doing here, right? At the IFMS, this is a forum where at least I can say that I'm learning a lot from all of the presentations from the different side events. And this is basically what also happened during the pairing exercise and the workshops that we had that afterwards brought everyone together at the same table of discussion. This really put forth an opportunity for each member state to realize, interesting, this is something that someone else is doing, might be useful for my context, etc. Clearer and more comprehensive picture of displacement data, right? This is basically what I was referring to before, but having a better idea of what other examples, what other challenges people are facing, maybe something that I can identify with and say, interesting, my neighbor is having the same challenge, maybe we can talk about this, right? And then, of course, promoting dialogue and engagement between different, let's say, levels and different institutions. Now, the not so nice part, because of course there were also challenges, and you will see them laid out here. So firstly, I would say that often what we noticed happens is that national statistical offices may not be involved in all of the data collection processes. So maybe, I don't know, sometimes we have an NGO or we have a different governmental agency, a different ministry, and the National Statistical Office simply isn't informed about this. There isn't an effective coordination mechanism that is bringing all of this information together. Secondly, multiple actors, lack of consistent strategies and coordination. For instance, we had, I'm thinking of an example, Togo, Benin, where they have the National Agency for Civil Protection, Protection Civile. I'm not sure if that's how it's translated. And Ministry of Labor, different entities that we know are collecting really relevant and important data on IDP statistics, on refugees, statelessness statistics, but there isn't really communication happening, right? So we're not bringing all of this strengths together and putting them, trying to at least harmonize it, or at least make the national statistical offices aware that this is happening. Thirdly, displacement data produced ad hoc, right? And they lacked a centralized data collection strategy. So what happens often is that, and this is true even for IOM, and at least in my case and in the region that we're working on, it's definitely true, is that the responses are often need-based, right? Or response-led, let's say. If there's money or if there's attention being brought up to a particular situation, then there's going to be funds and we are going to be able to, you know, collect data over a period of time. If that's not the case, then we're going to have patchy data, which is not ideal, and it really frustrates us. And unfortunately is one of the challenges that, of course, national statistical offices and member states face to a much larger extent than a national, than a United Nations organization. And secondly, fourthly, I think, bringing together disparate information, right? Like my colleagues were saying at the beginning, these regions in Africa bring together different languages, different cultures, different levels of capacity, right? So bringing all of this together is in and of itself a challenge, right? And my kudos to ECOWAS for putting together the regional report and now on its second edition, because it really is a massive effort. And of course, country focal points that are always maybe not aware of even other actors, smaller actors that might be producing data. Okay, so key lessons. What can we summarize a little bit from this learning experience? One, lack of efficient and effective coordination mechanisms, right? This is what I was referring to, not enough communication. Two, inadequate skills and capacities. This is something that hopefully we were able to tackle during the pairing exercise, since this really allows a much more personalized, let's say, communication, right? When it's one-on-one, one institution, you really get to know the person during the whole year-long process. So hopefully we were able to tackle this one. Number three, absence of harmonized approaches. This is one where hopefully as well the international recommendations on IDP and refugee and statelessness statistics are able to help improve, right? In trying to at least have a common framework that member states can refer to. Four, limited involvement of NSO in the data collection processes. Again, the example of Ministry of Labor's might be collecting data on something, tourism, the National Civil Protection Agency, etc., and this is not brought together. Number five, weak government-led efforts to have representative statistically sound data. This is all nice and dandy, but it's also, I mean, we also have to face the fact that they might really, and I'm sure they want to do this, but sometimes there's just not enough resources financially or human resources available to do it. And six, maybe a lack of awareness of these international recommendations. Hopefully we're also able to improve on this one. Ooh, okay, there was one extra slide, I think, but it's no problem. It was just the last one. Thank you. That was about just the next steps in trying to say just that the pairing exercise and what it tried to do was to basically create new spaces, right? For dialogue, people to get to know each other. Maybe in the future, they can just write an email, write on WhatsApp and say, hey, I'm doing this, let's talk. What were your challenges that you faced? Next steps, we want to have a stronger collaboration between national statistical offices and government agencies, and IOM, UNHCR, at least from the part of Dakar. We know that we will ensure the continuation of these efforts through its capacity building efforts. So thank you very much. That is all.
Thank you, Luisa. That was very clear, and it's great to have concrete examples on these efforts of capacity development as part of the work of ECRIS. You also mentioned the role of some of the international organizations and the UN supporting this exercise with the representatives from the countries. I will come back to you because it would be interesting to understand more the role of the UN agencies and the international organizations building capacity and providing technical support to countries in the implementation of this set of statistics. For now, we're going to cross the Atlantic to a completely different context, but maybe with some similarities in terms of challenges and strengths. Our next panelist is Miguel Corleto. Miguel is from El Salvador. He's an economist with a specialization in applied macroeconomics in Chile. He has worked as an information system specialist in the Central America Integration System, SICA, Food and Nutrition Security Programs, and he currently collaborates as an advisor to the Central American Statistical Commission of SICA, the Centro Stat. Miguel will present the results of a recent assessment conducted in Central America in collaboration between SICA and ECRIS to promote coordination between statistical offices and government authorities around the production of statistics on internal displacement. This is actually an exercise that replicated what we did with ECOWAS that Luisa just presented. So Miguel, thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Oscar. First of all, let me express my apologies because I didn't have enough time to bring this presentation in English. I will speak in Spanish. Lo que, digamos, el propósito de esta presentación es traer a este foro los resultados de un diagnóstico sobre el estado de situación de las estadísticas sobre población desplazada interna en los países del sistema de la integración centroamericana. Quisiera dar como contexto y quizás haciendo referencia a las presentaciones anteriores, que decir que es importante para los países del SICA digámosle, trabajar en el marco de una entidad regional que tiene una gobernanza y que tiene una tradición ya relativamente antigua. El sistema de la integración centroamericana inicia teniendo otra denominación, que era la Organización de Estados Centroamericanos, que por cierto fue creada con el auspicio de la CEPAL. Luego de los conflictos de los 80s, las crisis de deuda de los 80s, 90s, se crean los conflictos armados, ¿verdad?, que produjeron flujos migratorios y un conflicto político importante en la región. La ODECA se transforma en el sistema de la integración centroamericana y deja de ser una entidad dirigida más que a lo económico o concretamente a lo comercial, y se transforma en una entidad que busca promover una religión no solamente próspera en lo económico, al menos en los ideales, sino que una región pues, de paz, de libertad, democracia y desarrollo. Y la palabra desarrollo es una palabra clave porque es un proyecto de integración que va más allá del crecimiento económico. El SIC está integrado por 8 países, que son 5 los que originalmente constituyeron la Federación Centroamericana después de la independencia, más Belice, Panamá y República Dominicana. Estamos hablando de una región de alrededor de 60 millones de habitantes y, por cierto, expuesta a diferentes riesgos por su situación geográfica en medio de 2 océanos que, digámosle, de alguna manera han incidido en fenómenos de desplazamiento externo recientemente. El sistema de la integración centroamericana, para dar seguimiento a su desarrollo, pues necesita de estadísticas. Es por eso que en el 2008 se crea la Comisión Centroamericana de Estadística, que integra a las oficinas nacionales de estadística de la región. Y en esto vi algo parecido en la presentación de Charles Ogoya, en el sentido que las estadísticas se producen en el marco de una estrategia que debe reflejar las prioridades de la región. Esa estrategia es la Estrategia Regional de Desarrollo Estadístico y recientemente bajo ese contexto es que se establece como una prioridad el fortalecimiento de capacidades para recolección de información estadística sobre migración y desplazamiento forzado en la región. La región del SICA, por lo general, particularmente los países ubicados al norte del SICA, han sido países expulsores de población y entonces las migraciones no se vuelven un problema para los que nos quedamos en el país. Es un problema para México, donde transitamos, y es un problema para Estados Unidos. Pero recientemente la violencia social que ha implicado, digámosle, el surgimiento de una delincuencia a través de las pandillas, y los mismos desastres naturales como inundaciones, particularmente tormentas tropicales que azotan la región, ha surgido o ha emergido un tema para el que no estábamos listos, que es la medición del desplazamiento interno. Entonces, en esto se ha trabajado de cerca con EGRIS. En el año 2019, en el marco de la Centroestat, se crea un grupo técnico sobre migración y desplazamiento. Ese trabajo, quiero decirles, no fue espontáneo, sino que surge de un acuerdo de colaboración con el ACNUR en el año 2014. Posteriormente, ese mismo año, la región del SICA se integra al Plan de Acción de Brasil, ¿verdad?, que es un marco regional sobre este tema. En el 2018 se firma un acuerdo de colaboración entre el SICA y ACNUR, y en marzo del año 2019 se crea este grupo técnico sobre migración y desplazamiento. 2020 se congeló el trabajo por la pandemia, se reactiva en el año 2021 y se dan algunas actividades de capacitación para fortalecer capacidades en la medición de población desplazada interna. Más recientemente, en el año 21, hay un país de la región que es Honduras, que impulsa un proyecto novedoso para la migración de población desplazada interna. Ese proyecto tenía por novedoso que la recolección de información se iba a hacer a través de un discado telefónico aleatorio, pero lamentablemente la experiencia no fue positiva y ahora en el 2022, al final en este taller regional que se llevó a cabo en Honduras, en un taller en el que participamos EGRIS y los países del SICA, pues ellos anuncian que van a irse por un modelo más convencional para el levantamiento de datos sobre población desplazada interna, como es la incorporación de un módulo en la encuesta de hogares de propósitos múltiples de Honduras. Y ese módulo ya va, vamos a decirlo, normado por la metodología de IRIS, ¿verdad? La metodología sobre población desplazada interna que promueve, que dio a conocer EGRIS. ¿En qué consiste el trabajo regional? Pues los 8 países del SICA estamos pendientes de las actividades que está haciendo Honduras para conocer esa experiencia, ver las oportunidades que hay en nuestros propios países y en eso es que hemos estado trabajando. Quiero agregar que esta última actividad fue muy importante. En noviembre del 22 nos reunimos en Roatán, Honduras, con 2 objetivos. Pues continuar con estas, digámosle, compartir sobre las capacidades, digamos, fortalecer las capacidades para adoptar las recomendaciones metodológicas del marco estadístico para personas desplazadas internas. Pero muy importante, también se trabajó en digámosle, la elaboración de un diagnóstico sobre cuál es, digámosle, el estado de situación de la producción de estadísticas sobre desplazamiento interno en nuestros países. Quiero destacar, digámosle, en esta lámina que fue muy necesario, muy oportuno que en esta reunión no solo estuvieran las oficinas nacionales de estadística, sino que también se contara con la participación de las entidades nacionales que se dedican a atender la población desplazada interna. ¿Cuáles son los principales resultados del diagnóstico en nuestra región? Primero, es claro que en nuestros países es necesario mejorar la coordinación institucional entre las entidades nacionales de estadística y las oficinas responsables de la atención a población desplazada interna. Se da en nuestra región que a veces las demandas de información le llegan directamente a las oficinas estadísticas, pero probablemente no es esa la mejor vía para tener éxito, sino que llegar con el demandante de información, ¿verdad? No con quien ofrece la información. Entonces, la información es más legítima cuando se gestiona a través del usuario de la información, en este caso las oficinas responsables de la atención a población desplazada interna. Por otro lado, pudimos identificar que es necesario que las entidades que atienden a esta población pues eleven al nivel político correspondiente esta necesidad de información. Solo así las oficinas estadísticas tienen, digámosle, responden a un mandato que viene del nivel superior. Las oficinas estadísticas no van a subir necesariamente al nivel superior, a nivel político, a establecer esto como una prioridad e introducir estos temas en los planes estadísticos. Por otra parte, también vimos que no todos los países cuentan con marcos normativos para que faciliten la recopilación de datos sobre población desplazada interna. No todos los países tienen una ley, son muy pocos. De los 8, probablemente 2, 3 tienen leyes específicas, porque hasta recientemente el tema del desplazamiento interno se ha vuelto ya un problema que es difícil no ver ¿verdad? Entonces los gobiernos a veces suelen como tratar digámosle, de no levantar alarma sobre estos temas, pero se ha hecho ya un tema evidente y por tanto ya algunos países tienen leyes. Esto, pues, dificulta, ¿verdad? Si no hay un marco normativo, un marco legislativo legal, pues dificulta para comenzar a definir qué es población desplazada interna y eso dificulta el diálogo, dificulta la acción de los sistemas estadísticos nacionales. Por otra parte, dada la inexistencia de marco normativo, incluso es difícil trabajar en la explotación de registros administrativos, ¿verdad? Porque no son comparables. Si yo no tengo una definición común de qué es una población desplazada interna, los registros de migración no necesariamente van a ser consistentes con los que tiene la Oficina de Estadísticas u otras oficinas nacionales. Por otro lado, pudimos ver que el año pasado se levantaron 4 censos de población en los 8 países del SICA. Y lamentablemente no se incluyeron preguntas que pudiera conducir a hacer mediciones sobre esta población. No obstante, 3 países están en proceso de planificar sus censos y esta es una oportunidad que hay en la región. También se discutió bastante y encontramos que particularmente a la luz de la experiencia de Honduras, que las encuestas de hogares son estadísticas regulares que ya están establecidas en los planes, las operaciones estadísticas permanentes de los institutos de estadística. Por tanto, como que el trabajo debería orientarse a obtener datos en, digámosle, en plataforma, o mejor dicho, operaciones estadísticas regulares, ¿verdad? A veces cada oficina, o mejor dicho, cada oficina que atiende a población desplazada externa tiene su propia idea de qué es, cómo deben levantarse datos, pero realmente que la mejor respuesta que se puede dar es a través de un diálogo con las oficinas de estadísticas. Por otra parte, estamos de acuerdo en la región que hay que fortalecer capacidades para digámosle, que nuestros estadísticos puedan disponer del marco metodológico al cual acudir para hacer las mediciones de población desplazada interna. Y algo que también se reiteró, ¿verdad? Las respuestas humanitarias y de desarrollo que se necesitan en la región invariablemente necesitan de respaldo de datos. Finalizamos con esta lámina, pues, digamos, hacia dónde deberíamos irnos. Indudablemente que el taller de Honduras, promovido por EGRIS, contribuyó a que nos acercáramos, quizás por primera vez, nunca creo que habíamos tenido una reunión así, entre las oficinas estadísticas y las entidades nacionales a cargo de la población desplazada interna. Por otra parte, creo ese diálogo es necesario mantenerlo. Por otro lado, al menos 3 países, deberíamos promover que en esos 3 países se incluyan algunas preguntas que permitan que en el censo de población se incluyan preguntas sobre población desplazada interna. También en algo que hicimos, digámosle, en las discusiones de Honduras, es que es necesario que las oficinas nacionales dedicadas a la atención de la población desplazada interna pues eleven al nivel político este tema para que pueda ser escuchado en las oficinas nacionales de estadísticas. Y finalmente, creo que en el taller se hizo un llamado o se llegó digamos, a reconocer la importancia que puede tener EGRIS para la región en diferentes temas. Uno, pues la adopción de los estándares metodológicos que está trabajando sobre refugiados y población desplazada interna, pero también puede compartir con la región del SICA como las experiencias que están teniendo otras regiones para levantamiento de datos, ya sea en censos, ya sea en encuestas o la explotación de registros administrativos. Así es que, digámosle, esa es nuestra experiencia. Me parece interesante ver que, por ejemplo, en el primer caso de Charles Ogoya, hay cierto abordaje similar al que se está adoptando en la región, aunque el alcance y los metas los veo bastante ambiciosas en el caso que presentó Charles. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Miguel. Creo que efectivamente uno de los grandes aprendizajes del ejercicio en Centroamérica fue involucrar a las organizaciones gubernamentales que responden directamente por el desplazamiento y el refugio, porque son ellas quienes pueden agendar el tema, sobre todo en contextos donde no existe un marco normativo que reconozca formalmente este grupo poblacional. Y en ese sentido, entonces, voy a pasar a nuestra quinta panelista. Voy a nuevamente cambiar a inglés. Our fifth panelist, last but not least, is Graciela Martinez. Graciela is the Director of Statistics at the Unit for Immigration Policy, Registration and Identity of Persons of the Ministry of Interior in Mexico. She's in charge of generating the official national statistics on international mobility and migration from administrative records, together with the National Statistical Office, INEGI, also present here. She's actively contributed to the expert group on migration and statistics. Graciela will present the ongoing process to recognize forced displacement in Mexico and the coordination structures across the government for the production of data and official statistics on forced displacement, including, of course, refugees and IDPs. Graciela, muchas gracias. Bienvenida.
Gracias, Oscar. Voy a hacer la presentación en español. Y una de las cuestiones...
One of the issues that we have in common in Mexico with the other countries that have already delivered their presentations is that we have this part in terms of the weakness of regulatory frameworks that mandate the collection of statistics for forced displacement purposes, especially when it comes to internal forced displacement. Despite the fact that in Mexico we have a framework that mandates the generation of information, of statistical information, in order to produce public policies, we face a problem when it comes to internal forced displacements because there is no specific regulation in that sense, except two laws that acknowledge internally displaced persons as victims. But apart from that, there's no other framework that specifies the condition and characterization of this population. At a national level, Mexico is comprised of 32 federal entities, and out of those 32, only 4 that have a state regulation, unlike the Mexican Federation. These states, which are the ones that generally face the biggest problems in terms of displaced populations, already have a specific law on the population of internally displaced persons, and that mandates not only the collection of information, but also the creation of a special registry in order to collect information, enabling them to characterize and cater for this population at a local level. And of course, in this law, they have identified the authorities that have to comply with that mandate, in addition to integrating them to their state development programs. Now, it's worthwhile stating here that this implies progress. However, we cannot generate an identification of all these displaced persons if there is no mandate at a federal level, and we would have to be working on the remaining 28 states in order to produce information. That means that we have an adequate registration, a characterization, and an identification of the phenomenon at a federal level. In terms of forced displacements, both generated at an international level and domestic level, we have two different situations. In the case of international forced displacements, that for most countries imply that these people become refugees. For this case, we have a law that identifies the authority and the mandate of generating statistical information. And for that purpose, we have been working for more than 6 years now in terms of standardizing the generation of information and to make that information public. However, all administrative changes have had an impact. because the modification of the regulations, not only at a structural level, but also involving different external elements that have triggered an overburdening of the requests received by the Refugee Commission in Mexico, have meant a delay in updating information and in updating certain types of information, such as birth dates, the dates in which they were acknowledged as refugees, that have hindered the generation of statistics at an official level, enabling us to disseminate that in a disaggregated and public manner.
However, we are working on this information, and there is a legal mandate in existence making this mandatory. Based on that, Mexico has worked closely with UNHCR to estimate the refugee population under an initiative called Empore, and we are also working on a survey that will consist of the third survey in Mexico. And generally speaking, we have done this every 2 years. So these surveys aim primarily to, first of all, identify the population recognized under the international protection frameworks as refugees, as in complementary frameworks, but also to understand their situation with regard to access to rights, education, etc., in order to understand how well the policy is going with regard to this integrating this population. So that's what we have done. Now, with regard to the key challenge, I would have to say this is related to internal forced displacement. Although we do not have a law or a specific instrument that focuses on this population, we have conducted several characterization exercises based on information available and gleaned from the surveys carried out by the National Statistics Office, INEGI. And we have practically, I would say, gathered this understood the situation from employment-related surveys, demographic surveys, surveys related to security and other public issues. So apart from identifying the situation regarding migration, we have tried to, at the same time, understand the scope of the problem nationally using these surveys, and the questions on the surveys, unfortunately, are not directly linked to internal forced displacement. Despite all of this, we have gleaned some information. And this has been essential because it has contributed to conducting assessments that allow us to come up with tools for training and technical support for divisions who are responsible for reviewing laws and issuing laws. And it's also allowed us to understand what the degree of information needs exist out there, and what the federal and local lawmakers would require in terms of instruments, and as well as delegating tasks to the various agencies for meeting victims' needs, and in order to fully understand the scope of the problem. So there's all those efforts, and these have been carried out at the Migration Policy Consultative Council level. This council came up with a working group to address internal forced displacement, and also to coordinate the various federal government agencies involved. Moreover, workshops have been held primarily to address the authorities and sundry agencies, so that they will actually have some guidelines, one could say, in order to determine what their potential duties would be. Now, these workshops, in fact, 2 were held, and these were held with Colombia, and Colombia shared its good practices with regard to having records on IDPs. Now, we are also creating awareness among the various agencies and users, primarily in order to encourage or foster the adoption of this law that bill that actually has been in waiting approval for 3 years. So this would identify what bodies would be in charge of these statistics. And without that, we do not have the official assignment of tasks. So once the law is passed, all of the various agencies will have to figure out what they're going to do. And so steps have been taken already in advance to draw up humanitarian assistance guidelines and other preliminary activities. So that's what has been, that's what we've been working on. We've been working on moving forward with the regulatory framework that defines the various areas of work and how we will address IDPs, who will be considered a victim, who will actually receive assistance, how will the assistance be provided, how will we carry out this record keeping system. So that's what we're doing. Again, coming up with a regulatory framework at the federal level and having a record or registrar of the IDPs and at the federal level, and bring this down to a local level so that the regulations and the registers are complementary. We have also always tried to encourage from within the Secretariat is to have complementary sources of information. We know that you cannot get all the information you require from a single source of information. So on the one hand, it's important to strengthen the administrative records that would allow us to have information on IDPs, and also we've also worked on how we can transfer all of that to the official records and censuses so that we can also glean additional information from those. Those are the two targets we're focusing on today and the two main challenges. But in the absence of a law, the National Statistics Office's hands are tied because we do not have any way to actually gather information. So we are working on these two areas, trying to tackle these two opportunities to gather information. And one of the important aspects is that up until 3 years ago, there was no official recognition of the internally displaced persons and their problems. So that's the key justification for moving forward with the regulatory framework that will help us serve these people and conduct diagnoses, figure out what's going on, an assessment of them, and meet their specific needs. And that's what I have for you today. Thank you, Graciela. From within the group of experts, we're familiar with Mexico's work in gathering evidence. Mexico is an example of statistics, key statistics work.
For final questions, we have been discussing current efforts from different regions around the world to promote the inclusion of internally displaced persons and refugees in the national production of the statistics. So we're happy to take some questions from the audience for the panelists to answer. So please feel free to open your mic, introduce yourself, and ask your question.
Thank you. My name is Elvino from Mozambique National Institute of Statistics. My question is addressed to Charles and Graciela. Could you share with us the main reason for forced displacement in the IGAD region in Mexico? Thank you.
Let's take 2 more questions and then we go a round of answers. Natalia.
Thank you very much, Oscar. And thank you very much to the panelists. Really interesting presentations. My name is Natalia. I am the head of the Secretariat of EGRIS, which you've all been talking about. So nice to hear it. I think we heard a lot about EGRIS yesterday in plenary and parallel sessions, but this one was the most concrete in terms of what's actually happening at the sub-regional and regional and national level. So thank you. I had a couple of quick questions. One is perhaps oriented towards Miguel, which is, it was really interesting to hear about the experiences that you shared, but perhaps my question is what's next? What's next in the region in SICA, or what would you like to see happening beyond the results of the regional diagnosis, and how do you see that going forward? My other question is maybe oriented towards those working in either IGAD or ECOWAS regions. So to Charles, Jean-Pierre, and Louisa, whoever wants to answer the question. I think what's really interesting, there's so much interesting in what you said to me. But I think what could be interesting, given we are at the International Forum on Migration Statistics, and what you shared was efforts to work on forced displacement within broader efforts to work on migration statistics, which I don't think we should treat so lightly. That's rare, and that's new, and that's innovative, and that's interesting, right? What are your lessons, speaking here to a global audience beyond your ECOWAS and IGAD regions, from that experience? So bringing together, if you like, the politics around migration and forced displacement, bringing together the technical aspects of those working on migration and forced displacement. Maybe you have some observations to share from your regional perspectives to a more global audience in that regard. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Natalia. Maybe we can take one last and then we go back. Yes.
Thank you. Mine is not really a question, but I would like to appreciate Lisa. Is Lisa? Yes. Thank you so much on your presentation. Wonderful. The role played by EGRIS. And I would like to tell you, for the first time, South Sudan attended EGRIS conference, thanks to Natalia and UNCR in general, for sending our participants to go to Addis Ababa. So you talk about, in fact, all of you talked about partnership with the national statistical offices and building the capacities and strengthening the data ecosystem. It is good. I have seen in your presentation the pairing of national statistical offices with the EGRIS and other partners working closely with you. In most cases, the role and the position of the National Bureau of Statistics or national statistical offices are largely neglected by agencies working in various countries. For example, in my country, South Sudan, we have only IGAD and IOM strengthening the coordination and harmonization of data between the national statistical system, the national stakeholders. You find other stakeholders, other agencies working in the country are largely operating in line with the key agencies who are implementing similar programs. For example, you find ILO working very, very closely with the Ministry of Labor. You find other ministries working very closely with the different agencies, forgetting the role and the position of national statistical offices. And we know that the production of official statistics is a complex chain of operations. And I really appreciate work you have done in pairing the national bureaus, the national statistical offices with the EGRIS. And I would like your message, in fact, to all these other partners on how they can partner with the national statistical offices in building the capacity so that we have reliable data. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions. We're gonna go maybe one last round then to answer the questions. So we go Charles, then Jean-Pierre, Luisa, Miguel, and Graciela. Maybe just 1 minute, try to be super brief to address the questions. Thank you, Charles.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to start with the question from Mozambique, and in terms of the main reasons for forced displacement in IGAD. As you know, one of the main responsibility of IGAD is in terms of looking into the peace and security and also addressing the issues of displacement. So when I started the presentation, I also mentioned that we had around 4.43 million refugees and asylum seekers, and also IDPs of around 16 million. So 13 million. So some of the causes are majorly in terms of the issues of the conflict, and also the issue of climate and flood, and also drought. However, some of the estimations that we are given, but there is need also now to continue disaggregating the data into these nitty-gritties to be able now to at least also be able to articulate this. Now, when it comes to Natalia, about the issue of the balancing between political and also technical, one of the areas that IGAD works in is in terms of strengthening the national coordination mechanisms on migration at the national levels, but also have existing structures at the regional level, which also we have which also composes of the different for example, the RMCC, that is the Regional Migration Coordination Committee, that also include the different stakeholders, also like the ministers and also other stakeholders, even the NSOs are also part and parcel at the national level, but at the upper level, if it's about the issues articulating to statistics, we have some like ministers of planning, and if it's displacement, also the ministers of interiors are also included. Therefore, these platforms that are there, we ensure that we have the technical working groups embedded within these national coordination mechanisms at the national level, but at the regional level, we have the regional migration data technical working group that is also embedded within that existing governance structure. Therefore, so that whatever discussions that are coming out that are related to displacement statistics are also cascaded towards upper level for that political will, and also ensuring that at least there's evidence-based decision making. I think those were the two questions that were raised, and I'm good.
Yeah, what I can add, in the ECOWAS region, the issue of migration statistics, when we were talking about it, it was not dealt by the National Statistical Institute. But with time, we have seen that now the National Statistical Institute are getting the main role when it comes for this kind of statistics. And with the exercises we've been conducted recently with the support of EGRIS and other partners, we have seen that even questions on forced displaced statistics have been getting the same, status. So now they are treating at almost the same way when they want to include questions that can help countries or the National Statistical Institute to get this kind of information. So this kind of supporting countries and try to express the needs of displaced statistics in general with migration statistics, it helps, as I said, to put the National Statistical Institute in the right place and to consider all these kind of statistics as official statistics and help countries to produce and even plan how they can get more and more information that are needed at the national and the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll refer to the question. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but the representative from South Sudan.
I'm Dennis.
Lovely. Thank you, Dennis. So first of all, just say that the thank yous, I think, should be directed to people like Natalia or to Laura Nistri, who was my counterpart in the Eastern Horn of Africa. She was so happy that you made it here, by the way. And very, very briefly, just to say that, look, indeed, national statistical offices, like Jean-Pierre was saying right now, right? They are more and more increasing and showing that they do have the mandate to be the institution that should exactly unite and bring together the data that exists in the region. It is, for instance, where I am currently working in Senegal, the National Statistical Office there, they need to give their approval to every single data collection that happens in the country. So you cannot even collect data in Senegal if you don't have the approval from the National Statistical Office. So they really do have, try at least, to have really an idea of everything that is collected there. But, and very importantly, we should never, ever put this responsibility onto the National Statistical Office. It is the responsibility of us as data collection entities, United Nations at least, to keep the national statistical offices. It's not even keeping them in the loop. They are the main actors. They are the institution that should be the main institution collecting data in the countries. We are there to support, right? So as supporters, it really is up to us to work with them in coordination, but never ever to, of course, put the responsibility onto them or to keep them aside. So just to share that experience, and thank you for your comment.
Sí, muchas gracias. Sí, en atención a la pregunta de Natalia, ¿qué tenemos previsto como región del SICA, como Centro-Estado, para avanzar en este tema? Por ahora tenemos al menos 5 actividades. La primera, la más importante, es dar seguimiento al ejercicio que está haciendo el Instituto Nacional de Estadística de Honduras para evaluar el funcionamiento de del módulo sobre población desplazada interna en la encuesta de hogares. Si esto tiene éxito, quiere decir que los demás países de la región podemos incorporar un módulo también en nuestras encuestas de hogares, que son operaciones estadísticas permanentes. Segundo, hay un diálogo que sostener para evaluar la posibilidad de que en los 3 países que no han hecho sus censos se incluya una pregunta que permita identificar a estas poblaciones. Tercero, pensamos que queremos presentar este trabajo en el seno de la CEPAL, concretamente en la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. Esto nos permite tener un diálogo con las oficinas estadísticas de mayor tamaño y reconocidas internacionalmente como México, el INEGI de México, el DANE de Colombia, el IBG de Brasil, etcétera, y creemos que eso es importante, exponer ese desarrollo en el seno de la máxima entidad de coordinación estadística de Naciones Unidas en nuestra región. También, como cuarta actividad, pues estamos continuar con el apoyo de EGRIS para fortalecer capacidades, no solo en materia de metodología para la población desplazada interna, sino que lo que tiene que ver con refugiados. Esto queremos hacerlo no solo con las oficinas estadísticas, sino que con las entidades nacionales que son responsables de estos temas en nuestros países. Y por último, creo que es importante mantener esta discusión o este espacio de diálogo que se ha abierto con las entidades nacionales que atienden población desplazada interna para, digámosle, elaborar este tipo de estadísticas. Finalmente, quería un segundo detenerme, esperando haber atendido la pregunta de Natalia. Quería hacer referencia a algo bien puntual. Efectivamente, muchos países de la región no tenemos marcos normativos legales para, digámosle, medir este fenómeno. No obstante, eso no es excusa para no producirlo. Realmente, por ejemplo, voy a dar algún caso de mi país. Está claramente normado que los censos de población se deben levantar cada 10 años. En el año terminado en 0. Y a pesar de que es ley, pues no se cumple. Entonces, el hecho de que hay una ley, pues no necesariamente, ¿verdad? Ahora, ¿qué debemos hacer para superar el tema de que no exista, al menos en la región del SICA, un marco normativo? Pues insisto en el tema de que el liderazgo la tengan las entidades nacionales que levantan datos, que atienden población desplazada interna. También otro tema es identificar el mecanismo idóneo para, entre las ONE y las Oficinas Nacionales de Estadísticas, para identificar cuál es digámosle, si es por censo, si es por encuesta, por registro administrativo, cuál es el mecanismo más viable para obtener estos datos. Y pues presionar por presupuestos, ¿verdad? Y quizás como digámosle, valoración final es que es importante que nos peguemos a lo que ya, a digámosle, a los marcos internacionales que ya existen, acuerdos, tratados, a los que la mayor parte de nuestros países están adscritos sobre el tema de las migraciones, ¿verdad? Eso nos da un respaldo legal también para trabajar en esto. Gracias.
Solo para responder rápidamente, hemos identificado 3 causas básicamente y eso depende de la ubicación geográfica de cada uno de estos conflictos y el más importante, digamos, tiene que ver con la violencia por crimen organizado. Y eso nos lo dio justo el primer diagnóstico que hicimos con las fuentes disponibles de análisis de fuentes de noticias y cuestiones de programas de planes y políticas. Y los otros 2 tipos de desplazamiento que se han identificado a través de casos que nos han llegado específicamente y también de seguimiento a noticias locales están vinculados, uno a problemas agrarios y el otro a temas culturales, básicamente por conflictos religiosos en las comunidades indígenas. Digamos que son las 3 causas que tenemos hasta ahorita identificadas a partir de la información que tenemos disponible.
Thank you, Graciela. I thank to all our panelists. We are a group of members. Sorry, we are a group of members of the expert group on refugee IDP and statelessness statistics. I think we are here speaking from our own capacity and we see opportunities from different members to contribute to the implementation of the international recommendations on refugee and IDP statistics, particularly from GIPS. We've been incorporating and implementing the recommendations as part of our mandate, and we encourage other participants here also to join the expert group and to also make use of the international recommendations to support countries, include IDPs and refugees in their statistical production. Please join me for a round of applause to our panelists, and thank you for staying.